Good morning, councillors. Welcome back. I declare the meeting reopened. Are there any apologies? No apologies. Thank you. I'll now ask Councillor Davis to present the next program, Program 3, Clean, Green and Sustainable City. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I move that for the Clean, Green and Sustainable City program, 1, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 22 for the years 2023-24 through to 2026-27, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 92 to 101, so far as they relate to Program 3, be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the Clean, Green and Sustainable City program, 1, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 22 for the years 2023 to 24 through to 2026-27, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 92 to 101, so far as they relate to Program 3, be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. It gives me great pleasure to present to the Chamber the annual budget for Program 3 on behalf of the Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham. Because the Shrinner Council recognises the importance of preserving the things that contribute towards Brisbane's enviable outdoor lifestyle, and in my opinion, much of what makes Brisbane the best city in the world is reflected in the work that we do in Program 3. We manage and maintain more than 2,100 parks and 1,200 playgrounds, along with our urban forest and conservation reserves, and of course 4,000 kilometres of creeks and waterways. We know that the people of Brisbane want to see a resilient, low-carbon city that cares for the natural environment and provides ever more to see and do. So whether it's expanding our network of parks and natural reserves, rehabilitating natural habitat, improving the ecological health of our waterways, or driving innovation to reduce our carbon footprint through this budget, the Shrinner Council delivers. Under Lord Mayor Adrian Shrinner's leadership, we have a bold vision for the future of our city, and environment, parks and sustainability are at the core of that vision. Mr Chair, Brisbane, as I said, is home to thousands of parks. And this continues to expand with more than 50 new parks added to our network since this Lord Mayor came into office. This budget provides $230 million for significant park enhancements across the city, including new playgrounds, pathways, pump tracks, shelters and barbecues that will provide a diversity of recreational and leisure offerings for the community to enjoy. In last year's budget, the Lord Mayor announced the Sun Safe Suburban Playgrounds program. Queensland holds the unenviable mantle as the skin cancer capital of the world, but here in Brisbane, we are doing our bit to make sure families can enjoy our parks while staying safe from the sun during the hottest times of the day. In 22-23, we boosted the number of new shade sales to more than 50, and in 23-24, we will deliver up to 70 new shade sales over Brisbane playgrounds. In 23-24, 12 neighbourhood parks will receive significant upgrades, including Adam Smitty Park in Milton, Edwards Park in Carindale, as well as Mavilla Street Park in Ferny Grove and O'Callaghan Park in Zilmere. Facilities will be improved at a further 21 parks across the city, including new fitness equipment at Sandgate Second Lagoon Reserve, Powerhouse Park, Canterbury Park and DM Henderson Park. We're also responding to the need for open space in key sites identified in the LGIP, establishing new parks like Makaranga Crescent Park in Castledine and at the old Red Cross site at Headford Street in Greenslopes. As part of this work, we will also upgrade and expand existing parks at Shaw Estate Park, Chelmer Recreation Reserve, Bedser Street Park and Taringa Playground Park. And in supporting Brisbane's growing pickleball community, we will be delivering 4 public pickleball courts at Greenways Esplanade Park, Finsbury Park, Sheriff Park and John McGee Park. Mr Chair, as we gear up for the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, we're backing aspiring athletes and with bigger and better sports parks to support everything from local community football games to elite sporting competitions. Work continues to deliver new and improved infrastructure at Nudgee Recreation Reserve and at the Murray Recreation Reserve. At Nudgee Rec Reserve, remediation at the former landfill is now complete, and this year we'll see the new clubhouse and 6 multi-purpose sports fields being constructed. I know that Councillor Allen and his community are very excited at how well this project is progressing and are very much looking forward to the opening of the dog off-leash area and pump track, which, as promised, are on track for delivery later this year. On the other side of town, the Brisbane International Cycle Park project is well underway. By 2024, Murray Rec Reserve will become Brisbane's premier destination for all things on 2 wheels. New international standard criterium tracks, a 500-metre inline skating track and multi-level clubhouse will be delivered to support Brisbane's growing cycling community for years to come. There is also funding to progress planning works for 3 new and upgraded sports parks in our fastest growing regions, the brand new Pollara District Sports Park, Ellen Grove District Park and Honeyeater Street Park. Mr Chair, in 23-24 we will commence planning for what will be 2 truly unique additions to our parkland portfolio. As the Lord Mayor announced, the 2 remaining quarries at Mount Cootha and Pine Mountain are soon to reach their end of operational life, and there's been plenty of speculation about what might come for next for these sites. They're fulfilling important functions still though, but we can start planning now for their rehabilitation and transformation. So over the next 2 years, we're committing $545,000 to work with the community to identify opportunities for future green space, recreation and environmental uses. There is so much potential here to create something world-class and uniquely Brisbane. This is an ambitious project, but one that the Brisbane Council has the vision and experience to deliver. Mr Chair, the Victoria Park Plan was released 1 week ago yesterday, and over the next 4 years, $141 million is committed to deliver the first phase of the master plan. This is the gold standard of park planning, and the Victoria Park project has already been recognised internationally. Local governments from around the world have taken an interest in what we're doing here. In fact, yesterday, representatives from the city of Phoenix in Arizona were in town and keen to be shown around the park and to hear from the project team. And we are entering an exciting phase of this transformative project, with work soon to begin on the Spring Hill Common and the urban pump track in Hurston. Victoria Park is fast becoming one of Brisbane's favourite venues, with a 40% increase in park visitation since 2021. With the delivery of the master plan, Victoria Park will become Brisbane's premier parkland destination for residents and will be a must-do for visitors to our city. Mr Chair, this year 6 riverfront parks will receive brand new pontoons to replace those that were irreparably damaged during the 2022 floods. This budget will fund pontoon replacements at the Centenary Rowing Club, River Hills Recreation Hub, Amazon Place Park, Jindalee Boat Park Ramp and Tipchee Tamba. Funding is also allocated to replace the pontoon at our 3rd Botanic Garden, Sherwood Arboretum, as we prepare for their 100th anniversary celebrations in 2025. These pontoons are the very best in flood-resilient design and materials. They will also be styrofoam-free, reducing the risk of polluting our waterways. Mr Chair, as well as investing in the resilience of public assets, we will continue to fund Brisbane Sustainability Agency to deliver the award-winning Flood Resilient Suburbs program to help residents, businesses and community groups prepare for and recover from flood events. This financial year, BSA will deliver resilient retrofit works at 52 community clubs across the city. Whether it's raising power points or using more resilient building materials, this investment will help local, sporting, community and charitable organisations to build back better and get back into their premises more quickly after a flood event. And of course, BSA will continue the delivery of the Oxley Creek transformation, which in 23-24 includes the delivery of the Archerfield Wetlands District Park, which will offer new facilities for the Oxley Creek Catchment Association, a multi-purpose community space, an adventure play space with water play and a bush foods garden. Mr Chair, building resilience against both floods and drought starts in caring for our creeks and good management of our waterways. We will continue our rolling program of waterway health monitoring and rehabilitation works, including revegetation, bank stabilisation, in-stream habitat rehabilitation and water quality improvements. These works will be delivered in strategic locations across the city, including Eckerburn Creek, Walston Creek, Stable Swamp Creek, Enoggera Creek and the Kedron Brook. Vegetation management activities will be undertaken at a further 49 sites, and works will be undertaken to improve the condition of our gullies in over 200 locations across the city. Following the delivery of the award-winning Hanlon Park rejuvenation project, we will deliver the next stage of the Norman Creek Master Plan at Kingfisher Creek, including the completion of a concept plan and commencement of detailed design. Mr Chair, we will continue our investment in drainage with over $109 million to improve and enhance our extensive drainage network. Following the 2022 floods, we completed the inspection of 8,078 gully traps and the cleaning of 312 impacted gullies. We inspected and we cleaned 363 kilometres of impacted enclosed drainage and rodded and jetted 25 kilometres of stormwater main. In 23-24, drainage construction and resilient works will be delivered in Greenslopes, Brighton, Gaythorne, Ashgrove, Hendra, Hamilton, 17 Mile Rocks, Darra, Stafford, Nunda, Barden, Red Hill, Chelmer, The Gap, New Farm, Fortitude Valley and Taringa. And this year we'll be commencing the upgrade of riverine backflow devices with the latest technology like water level sensors to provide real-time flood data during events. Automation technology will also be delivered at 2 devices to allow them to be opened and closed remotely, improving their effectiveness and allowing them to be operated more safely. Mr Chair, Brisbane is Australia's greenest and most biodiverse capital city, and the Schrinner Council continues to value, protect and restore our natural environment. In 2023, we reached a significant milestone with the acquisition of the 400th parcel under our Bushland Acquisition Program. Wherever possible, we look for opportunities to expand and consolidate significant natural areas such as Karawatha Forest, Brisbane Koala Bushlands, Deegan Wetlands and Titchitamba Wetlands, of course, includes part of Mount Cootha Reserve, Toohey Forest and Belmont Hills Reserves. But Mr Chair, the quality of habitat is just as important as quantity. Land acquired under this program is maintained to keep it in good ecological health through the Wipeout Weeds program. And this program will be delivered in more than 60 locations across our natural assets estate, and the environmental offsets program, which will restore more than 60 hectares of habitat across our managed bushland. Mr Chair, the Schrinner Council recognises the importance of healthy and connected habitat across our city's urban forest, not just in our managed reserves. Through the Greener Suburbs projects, we focus on planting garden beds along major city roads and commercial areas to increase shade cover, improve amenity and connect habitat across suburban streets. In this budget, funding is provided for major tree planting in Ashgrove, New Farm, East Brisbane, Carindale and Toowong, as well as 6 community street tree plantings in Banyo, Bridgeman Downs, Wynnum, Kedron, Richlands and Wishart. In the last financial year, we planted more than 1,200 trees and 13,000 ground cover shrubs across the city, and we can expect to see even more delivered this year. Mr Chair, this budget affirms the Schrinner Council's commitment to carbon neutrality and emissions reduction. Where those on the other side of the chamber just talk about the climate emergency, here in Brisbane, we have been taking real and practical action for many years. Since 2016-17, we have maintained our certification as Australia's largest carbon neutral government organisation, and in that time, we have reduced our carbon footprint by 7% and counting. We proudly purchase 100% renewable energy for all council facilities and streetlights, and we're investing in generating our own. In 23-24, we will deliver the new 1,100 kilowatt solar system at the Rochdale Metro Depot, which, as you know, Mr Chair, is Brisbane's largest solar project and will be equivalent to taking 550 cars off the road each year. We will also deliver a 7.1 kilowatt system at the new Everton Park Library and LED light upgrades at the Toowong and Sherwood bus depots, as well as Lutwich Road and Albion Road as part of our major streets light project. Mr Chair, we committed to a minimum 30% emissions reduction by 2032 and net zero by 2050. But we know that to get there, we have to work with industry and the market to find practical and economic solutions to the challenges of climate change. In 23-24, we will begin exploring new and exciting opportunities to contribute to the climate solution through emerging markets like blue carbon, biodiversity and nutrient trading. And through this work, we hope to make Brisbane a premier destination for investment in innovation and green technology, harnessing our potential as a climate leader. Mr Chair, in the last 3 years, it has been challenging. We've had a pandemic, a flood, and now an inflationary crisis. Despite this, we continue to work to make Brisbane even better tomorrow than it is today, and this budget is testament to that. We can only deliver budgets like these with careful financial management, and the ratepayers and the residents of Brisbane know that they can rely on the Brisbane City Council to responsibly manage Australia's largest local government. From Castledine to Callum Vale, from Manly to Murarrie, or Archerfield to Aspley, the Brisbane City Council invests in our suburbs, and the investments in Program 3 makes Brisbane a better place to live now and into the future. I commend Program 3 budget to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Is there further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much. Joe Rise to speak on Program 3. The LNP this year are spending more depreciating stormwater assets than they are investing in them.
Shame.
Just think about that for a second. That's incredible. They're spending more depreciating stormwater assets than investing in them. In the year ahead, over $48 million of the $71 million drainage budget is being expended on depreciation of stormwater and drainage assets. That leaves barely $23 million for actual investment in repairing, renewing and investing in suburban stormwater drainage. I think Councillor Davis is totally out of her depth in this job, and the Lord Mayor clearly really just doesn't care about suburban drainage investment. Doesn't care about footpaths, doesn't care about drainage. If you go back 5 years, Chair, and look at the budget, you'd see that there was, in 2018, $9 million allocated for enclosed drainage maintenance. This year it's only $10 million. You think other costs might have risen more than $1 million over the last 5 years. 5 years ago, there was $7.5 million allocated for open drainage maintenance, and this year it's just $8 million, only an increase of $500,000. So in real terms, when you take inflation into account, in real terms, there's been a significant drop in the funding allocated for basic drainage works across Brisbane's suburbs. That is totally undeniable. Brisbane residents were stunned by the effects of the 2022 flood disaster. It highlighted the need for a thorough look at how council manages flooding and manages the flow of water in the suburbs of Brisbane. I surveyed residents about their concerns with drainage, and I also surveyed residents separately about what their priorities were for the Lord Mayor's budget. These hundreds of detailed responses were all sent to the Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner. The number one issue for residents in my ward was drainage. Thousands of residents signed petitions calling for more investment in suburban drainage, but that's all falling on deaf ears with the LNP in charge. I wonder whether Councillor Davis actually knows the details of what she's been told to say by the Lord Mayor's office. I can't believe she had the gall last week to say there were 200 drainage projects this year, when she should know that maintenance being carried out this year will be less than 5 years ago. There'll be less maintenance this year than there was 5 years ago, because funding has not kept pace with inflation.
That's a disgrace.
Funding this year and in the forwards for both the provision of flood information online and Floodwise information systems has been slashed. Less is being spent on maintaining and enhancing flood models, which is also ludicrous. A quick reminder for the LNP: if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. We see another $4 million this year being spent buying carbon credits to keep the organisation carbon neutral. We'll also see this year, Chair, 100,000 tonnes of organic waste dumped into landfill each year, this year and each year, under the LNP's watch. That's something that Councillor Marks said 2 weeks ago she was proud of. That's what she said in this place. So let's hope that these carbon credits, though, this year at least bought on a market that aren't exposed as selling dodgy carbon credits leading to large-scale deforestation like they were last year. Let's hope they've learnt something about that. If the LNP was actually serious about being a carbon neutral city, then they would divert 100,000 tonnes of organic waste from landfill each year, Chair, through additional organic bin services like Labor is committed to. We see the trend of cannibalising the bushland levy for bushland levy funding for basic maintenance continue in this budget. So people see that levy on the bottom of their rates. Yep. We know that we pay that each and every quarter. But I don't think people realise that council is only using 18% of that levy, 18% of that levy to actually purchase bushland. So things are so dire in Councillor Davis's portfolio now that critical bushland, like out at 415 Beckett Road, Bridge and Downs in the Mountains to Mangroves corridor in her own community, are left to be developed, while silly little blocks with cocos palms on them in the Deputy Mayor's ward, still with palms on them, are purchased for so-called koala habitat without due process. All the while, Councillor Davis, wallabies are dying by the dozen in your ward at the moment. Yep. In my ward, there is a project underway on the Shorncliffe Escarpment, which is 100% funded by the federal government. The Deputy Mayor joked, I think it was 2 weeks ago in here, that the project better not need any more funding from the federal government. I mean, that's pretty telling, isn't it? The council still can't find money for critical suburban projects that are 100% a council responsibility like that.
Shame.
So there's a funding line item in this budget for something called cliff remediation in the budget, and I'd hope that might extend the project on the Shorncliffe Escarpment, given how critical it is, given how much erosion is occurring there now. But we find out all that money is being spent at the Howard Smith Wharves and on the Kangaroo Point Cliffs. So 100% of that funding is being spent in the inner city. So to the team, so that hard-working team in News Branch who've been poring over the Shorncliffe Escarpment project, hoping to be able to deliver further works on this project, I have to say I'm sorry. The LNP Council and Adrian Schrinner, the Lord Mayor, couldn't find a single cent for you for this project. When you look at park upgrades funded in this budget, it's a pretty sad state of affairs. There's the odd new park and playground projects funded here and there in marginal LNP wards, but in a $4.3 billion budget, it's extremely underwhelming and not very ambitious. We found out this year that the contribution from CBIC to council has dropped significantly. 2 years ago, the Lord Mayor was crowing about this $20 million contribution from CBIC that was going to this new green, what did he call it, a green future fund. Green future fund. He said every year there'd be $20 million put into a green future fund for park upgrades in the suburbs of Brisbane every year. Last year that dropped to $15 million. $15 million, so he dropped $5 million last year, and we thought, oh, okay, things must be going bad. Boy, are they going bad this year. Terrible. That contribution has dropped to $8.6 million this year, and the Lord Mayor stopped talking about the Green Future Fund. He won't even mention it anymore. You know, that's absolutely incredible. So there's no mention of that Green Future Fund whatsoever. So like most projects, most pet projects of this Lord Mayor, they sort of just peter out and then they disappear altogether, and the LNP pretend they never happened at all. So we know that the rent this year that council pays to CBIC will be more than we get back as a dividend. So for those who are watching along at home, council this year is paying more in rent to itself than it's getting back as a dividend to spend on park projects. How incredible. The mega, that's right, yeah, but of course all the LNP friends on the board, they'll still continue to get paid, yeah. Now the mega park project that is sucking suburban park funding dry, Victoria Park, Barambin, that has blown out by a whopping $57 million this year, but it's delivering less. According to the LNP, it's delivering less than originally advertised. Sounds like the Metro, doesn't it? Yeah. You pay more, but you get less. Last year it was costing $84 million. This year it's jumped to $141 million, but with less infrastructure, fewer buildings, they're planting trees. $141 million worth of trees now. The long list, the most expensive landscaping in the world, I suspect. Yep. The long list of broken and dangerous playground equipment is eye-watering, Chair. Yes. The long list of playgrounds that need total replacement is incredible, and with population growth in Brisbane beyond expectation now, investing in new parks and playgrounds should be at record levels. Yes. But looking at this budget, it's nowhere near even keeping up. The Lord Mayor's now increased the CEF funding by $20,000 this year, but he now expects, and this is his own words, expects councils to fund footpath repairs as well as footpath construction, new playgrounds, invest in community facilities, and also in road projects. Everything that he's not doing, that he's cut from the budget, he just says fund it out of CEF, but he only increased it by $20,000 this year, so a measly $580,000. That hasn't even kept pace with inflation. No. So we as councillors are now expected to deliver more with a hell of a lot less, Chair. So it's no wonder people in the suburbs feel like they're paying more and getting less from this LNP administration. I understand the LNP's attraction to projects like Victoria Park as opposed to fixing playgrounds. It gets the Lord Mayor on TV and into brochures, but it fails the value for money question every time. Fixing the Iron Bump and Lagoon in Sandgate is a straightforward value for money project. The plans have been done. We just need the funding from the Lord Mayor. It's an iconic suburban asset for our city, and yet the LNP simply don't care about it. It would be 2.5% of the budget for Victoria Park Brisbane, or less than 10% of the cost blowout. It has significant history as the site of the largest permanent camp in modern-day Brisbane before colonisation, and played an important role in post-colonial development too. You'd think the LNP would care a little bit more about Brisbane's history than they do. But this program is delivering less funding for drainage than it was 5 years ago, seeing suburban park projects miss out because of massive cost overruns in the inner
Cassidy,
city.
your
It's a
time
fail
has
for the LNP.
expired. Further debate. Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak in support of Program 3, but I will start off with, it's interesting, I heard Councillor Cassidy say yesterday that they don't play the person, they don't do personal attacks, but all I heard in that ramble of a speech was him attack two female councillors on this side, Councillor Davis and the Deputy Mayor. So you can say you don't do personal attacks, but probably 6 minutes of that 10-minute speech was personally attacking two female councillors on this side.
Councillor Hammond, to the program, please.
The bushland acquisition is a great program that was started by Sally Ann Atkinson, where we have purchased hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hectares of bushland at risk through this project. Also, the bushland acquisition is there to maintain those hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hectares that we have purchased. I think in a 4-year period, we purchased over 780 hectares of bushland at risk, including one in Councillor Davis's area that the state Labor government refused to sell to council, and we had to purchase it back because Blue Care wasn't going to continue with their development. So Blue Care actually made a loss out of that land. If the state government had actually sold it to us when we asked for it in 2006, we wouldn't have had to purchase it back through the bushland acquisition in Councillor Davis's area, which is truly part of Mountains to Mangroves. So in Marchant Ward, the best ward in the city, I'm pleased to say that Keith Payne Park, which is in Stafford, Keith Payne Park, we're getting a new toilet upgrade there, which is very much needed. It's got one of the old style toilets. Unfortunately, I won't be sad to see it go because it does have a pretty sad history on that particular place. So I'm very, very grateful, Councillor Davis, that that is getting replaced to the newer style toilet block in that area. Frederick and Ann Park in Chermside West is probably, it's the cutest little suburban park there in Chermside West, where we put a toilet block in last year through the CEF funding, and where there's an old bridge that goes across, so we're getting the redesign done on that. It is at end of life. It's very well used. It's only a small little narrow bridge, but I'm sure the residents of Chermside West will actually enjoy that upgrade. Marchant Park. Can you get any better than Marchant Park? Named after the wonderful George Marchant, who actually gifted this land to our beautiful city, and is the home of Warehouse Cricket, where they've got 10 cricket fields. The biggest, I would say, in Australia, in one place, and beautifully maintained. So we've got money for the Stage 3 entry upgrade. And the significance of this is we're fixing up, again through our CEF funding, the entry there with extra money from Councillor Davis's area in Program 3. It's actually got a memorial because that's where our soldiers trained for the Boer War, the First World War and the Second World War. So the residents and the Historical Society will be very happy to see that going forward. Some drainage, which is very much needed at Theodore Street, Stafford, which will take some of the pressure off the state government's network because that water goes onto Gympie Road where they're neglecting, Stafford Road where they're neglecting, and goes under and actually floods those shops because the state government don't actually know that Stafford Road's theirs. They keep on telling residents it's council. No, it's not. It's state. So thank you very much because that will take some of the pressure and help our state member a little bit by helping some of the issues that are happening on Stafford Road there. So I very welcome that upgrade. Somerset Creek, we're getting some work done there for vegetation management. A lot of you probably won't know this, but Somerset Creek used to go all the way through. Used to go through Bradbury Park.
Not the famous Bradbury Park.
The iconic Bradbury Park, which is opening on Saturday. So Somerset Creek used to go all the way through there, and some of the old timers tell me they actually used to swim in there, through that creek. So unfortunately it was filled many years ago by previous governments. However, we do have, where it still exists, we have money there to do some restoration work. Also some work on Zillman waterholes, which kind of borders a few of us councillors on this side and actually Councillor Cassidy will get some benefit out of that as well. The suburban enhancement, all I heard was, you know, he doesn't like spending his suburban enhancement funds. That's what I heard over there because we know he doesn't deliver footpaths with it. We know he's whinging about
Councillor
park
Hammond, can I remind
upgrades.
you to refer to councillors by their title, please, under 55(2) of the Meetings Local Law?
Councillor Cassidy. We know he doesn't like spending the money because he only delivered one footpath. We know he doesn't, or two, sorry, we admitted to two. We do realise that he doesn't like spending on his parks through that fund because he'd rather neglect the Deegan ward so he can turn around and say that the Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, did not give him any money for this area, when in fact he's got $581,000 that he can spend on his park upgrades if he wants to. But we know he doesn't like spending that money on his parks because he'd rather blame the Lord Mayor for not delivering for the Deegan ward when it's in fact he himself that doesn't deliver for his own ward and would rather sit there and whinge and whine instead of actually doing his job and delivering for his area.
Councillor Hammond, to the item before us, please.
I'm very proud of this.
Councillors, please. To
I'm
the
very
program
proud
area,
of this
please.
portfolio because we are the cleanest, greenest council in Australia. And it was...
Councillor Collier.
So we are the cleanest, greenest council in Australia, and I'm very, very proud of the fact that we are a council that purchase a lot of bushland, maintain the bushland, improve our parks, and spend and delivered the iconic park at Bradbury Park. And I'm very excited. Everyone's welcome to come down, listen to Aussie, Aussie, Aussie on the weekend for this iconic park at Bradbury Park. Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Griffiths.
Oh yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And hasn't it been interesting this morning the speeches we've heard, the misrepresentations we've heard, the dribble, the dribble. Oh, that, and that's just from Councillor Cassidy, says the Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor, for that interjection.
Councillors.
Welcome,
Councillors, please.
welcome.
Councillor Griffiths, you have the floor. Please take it.
Welcome, Lord Mayor. Look, we have a few little chestnuts in this program, but look, to understand the crafting that's gone into this budget by the Lord Mayor and the LNP, you have to understand this. This is the pendulum. This is the filter by which all decisions have been made. This is what the LNP, the Lord Mayor and the Finance Chair have been looking at when they've been drafting this budget. This is what most of the public and most of the staff do not know and do not understand in terms of the whimsical creation that is this budget. On this document, we have 5 LNP seats under 5%. And we have 10 LNP seats under 10%. I'm building
Councillor Griffiths, can I bring you back to the program area, please? I don't believe there's a pendulum shown in the budget book or in program 3.
I'm just explaining the pendulum. I'll come back to, I'm coming back. Let me just finish this point.
Councillor Griffiths, I'm asking you to come back to the program that's before us, please.
I'm coming back. We've seen it anyway, but this graph is about saving these seats. And this budget is about saving these seats. We've got 20 years of this LNP government. It's been a long 20 years. Too long. They're very tired. They have no ideas. They're desperate to stop debate, and we say that constantly. And they're desperate, the most desperate thing. Sorry?
Councillor Cunningham, please.
The most desperate thing is to cling on to power. Yes. Hold that power. We've got to hold that power. So all the seats that I just showed you could go on a swing. Could go. In fact, we just saw federally a swing of 5.7%.
Councillor Griffiths, I've given you a fair amount of indulgence to make some political comments. I'm asking you to actually come back to debate on program 3.
I am. And my point is, and we know it and they know it, my point is that this budget has been written to take that into account. And let's give some examples of this. The bushland buyback. I've obviously hit a chord there with the finance chair going off. Yes. The bushland buyback. We still know that after 20 years in power, the LNP still haven't reached their own target of buying bushland. Their own target set by themselves, which was 40% bushland cover. They haven't reached that. We still see there's expectations that we still spend money on buying houses that have no bushland, but the LNP in this chamber do not buy back motions to buy back land that keeps the bushland. Bridgeman Downs, Carina Heights are 2 examples from our last meeting. Interestingly, and I found this fascinating, the Subtropical Boulevard program, a magnificent program. I actually thought, wow, the LNP are onto something here. Something grand, where we do the boulevards of our main roads out, not with tree cover, but with gardens as well, and we extend them out from the city into the suburbs. That's beautiful. It was actually happening on Ipswich Road. Then the program was cut by the Lord Mayor. I had 8 officers turn up to my office. 8. We've actually only been allowed to talk to 1 officer, but 8 turned up for 1 meeting to tell me this program had been cut along Ipswich Road. And do you know the reason why it had been cut? It had been cut for the Olympics. The money had to be diverted to tree planting for the Olympics in the inner city. That's why it was cut. Shocking. 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 I can't believe it. I even took the chair for a drive down there, showed her the situation. Unfortunately, that resulted in nothing. But what it did tell me is that this administration don't give a damn about those suburbs. They give a damn about winning those wards. And I'd like to see that program restored immediately. Yes. Restore it, finish it like you committed to do. It was going to be from Kangaroo Point out to the end of the Magic Mile at Maruka, but no, got cut. And it went through 3 wards, Went through Gabba, it went through a whole lot of suburbs, went through Councillor Johnston's ward, and then went through my ward. No, just stops there. Bang, dead, lifeless. Anyway, have a think about that, Lord Mayor, because people, residents drive along that road, not people come see a 10-day Olympics, residents, you know, and they're the ones that we should be thinking about. What about flooding? Now, this is an interesting one.
Yes.
This is really interesting because the Lord Mayor and his LNP team just a couple of weeks ago wouldn't support putting more money into buyback. We know the state and federal government have stepped up and they've filled that space, and in my own ward 60 homes have been bought back. 60 homes in the future, those residents won't be affected by flooding. Fantastic, that's a progressive, that's the right thing to do. That is the right thing to do, get people out of those floodways. But this administration, will it participate in it? No. It's actually charging $5 million for us to do the work for the state and federal government. It's not even inputting that. It's charging the state and federal government to do that. Then another interesting story down at Rockley Way was about Stable Swamp Creek. I haven't been able to get cleared for 8 or 10 years. We had residents get very agitated, very angry. Turned up to a public meeting, we had 50 of them. They had been told the Lord Mayor would be there. Come and see them. Of course, when the Lord Mayor was going to be there, I was going to be there with the residents. But no, turns out he was in Egypt or Paris or America. He was anywhere else but dealing with the residents of Rockley. The end result, Bart, and I have to say, one of his staff members did come out and one of his staff members did listen, and we have got the funding for that now. What's my problem? What's my problem? You shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have
Councillors.
You shouldn't have to have
Lord Mayor, please. Lord Mayor, please. Leader of the Opposition, please. Please, both of you.
What's my problem? My problem is you should be listening in the chamber. You should be representing people here. It shouldn't be that they have to go through this issue. They're still waiting on action on Archfield Canal, Lord Mayor, so maybe now that I've raised that with you, you can say, well, I'll fix their problem. Anyway, I'll leave that with you, Lord Mayor. And let's get to the big one. The big one is the huge inner city spend. Once again, we're seeing not 50 million, not 60 million or 70 million, not even 80 or 90 million. We're seeing 140 million being spent on an inner city park yet again. And that's why our own local parks miss out. I know I didn't get any parks to be repaired this year. None. You usually can count on one park being done up because it's aged or whatever. None. Yep. I'm just shocked. In fact, I didn't get any park projects that I can, like maybe a few teensy little ones. Oh yeah, it's the CEF funding. And trying to get the balance between the CEF, I've got all these people with disabilities who need all these wheelchair accessible footpaths built, 104 footpaths I've got on my list. And then Lord Mayor saying, that's enough, you go and build your footpaths.
How long would that take? How long would that take?
That's right. And then on the other side, I've got all these people demanding, and I've got a huge ward. It's so big, they've got 3 big Bunnings in it. That gives you an idea of how big my ward is. I've got 3 Bunnings in it. So I've got, I think, 100 parks in my ward in that large area. And there's not enough money to go around to repair all those parks. We've found 140 million for the inner city. Look, that's the gold star. That's where all the money goes. Oh, of course it's enough. Oh, no way. It doesn't even come close. Doesn't even come close. Especially when you don't fund community facilities. Like I was at Maruka Bowls Club yesterday, and they were telling me about some more of their problems that they've got down there because we gave them, we Brisbane City Council, gave them a facility that wasn't repaired, that wasn't upgraded. And I told them
Councillor Griffiths, your time has expired. Further speakers. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on program 3. But we will not be lectured by Councillor Griffiths about not finding things in Labor seats Councillor Griffiths has the safest seat on that side, and we hear about teeny weeny little ones, teeny little ones. Good Lord, has he not read the budget book? $20 million to upgrade the Archfield wetlands. Mr. Chair, for goodness sake. I just can't believe what comes from that other side sometimes. So, I am a positive person. So, through you, Mr. Chair, I've had my little rant and I'd like the others to stop ranting, read the book, know what they're getting, be grateful and to go out and represent their...
Councillors. Councillor Collier, please.
Councillor Collier's new. She doesn't know that she shouldn't sing out while somebody else is speaking. It would be nice it would be nice if Councillor Collier would extend the same respect that is given to her. So, Mr. Chair, through...
Yes, Councillor Howard, please. You continue, please, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to place on the record my thanks to Councillor Davis, Councillor Cunningham and the Lord Mayor for all their hard work in delivering yet again Brisbane's cleanest and greenest budget. This is a balanced budget. This is a responsible budget. This is a budget that puts our suburbs first and a budget that delivers for Brisbane's future. Mr. Chair, I do find it difficult when I'm continually interrupted. Could you please address that?
Councillors, please. Allow the Speaker to be heard in silence. Councillor Whitney, please. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This budget is not only delivering a cleaner and greener Brisbane, it's creating a more resilient city for future generations by investing more than $218 million in flood resilience planning and delivery next financial year alone through Service 3.4.3.1. The work carried out through this service line is crucial to informing everything Council is doing to build a more flood-resilient city, including the all-important community engagement work carried out by our City Resilience team and making sure that Council's FloodWise and flood information online systems remain up-to-date and accessible to all. These have proven to be incredibly valuable tools, with more than 1 million FloodWise property report downloads and more than 3 million visits to Council's flood information website in just the last financial year alone. Yet another reason why I am proud to be part of the Shrinner Council responsible for establishing these services. Chair, these are just some of the ways the Shrinner Council is building a more flood-resilient Brisbane through Program 3. Our drainage, construction and resilience project is just another example of how this budget delivers on the Shrinner Council's Suburbs First guarantee, with more than $16 million in funding allocated to deliver works in 16 suburbs, including Darra, Chalmer, Greenslopes, Nunda, Stafford and Barden, just to name a few. Again, Mr. Chair, despite the continuous rhetoric of those opposite, the budget is all about our suburbs. We're investing more than $173 million in the 2023-24 to continue our vital work in building more flood-resilient city through the Flood Resilient Suburbs project. In response to the 2022 Flood Review and Flood Resilient Action Plan, Council built on the success of the Flood Resilient Homes program pilot in 2022-23 to offer these services to businesses, apartments and community facilities. And I'm certainly pleased to see this vital work continuing next financial year, which will include our apartment building resilience services for flood-affected apartment complexes with basements, something which has proven to be especially valuable to Central Ward. We said we were going to build back better wherever possible because that's what residents expect, and that's what we're doing. The Flood Resilient Suburbs project also includes $2.6 million resilience boost for community clubs through the new Rebuild and Recover Flood Resilient Communities program, announced by the Lord Mayor recently. Our clubs are critical to help build better communities, and helping our clubs become more resilient means that they'll be able to bounce back faster at much lower costs in the event of another flood. We've already invested $500,000 to help clubs understand how to be more resilient following the devastating 2022 flood, and this additional investment will take that program to the next phase. The $2.6 million will deliver flood resilience works for 51 community clubs across Brisbane, including things such as raising essential services like electrical switchboards, power points, air conditioning compressors and hot water systems. Mr Chair, despite the constant claims from those opposite, this budget also continues to invest millions of dollars each year in delivering stormwater infrastructure, including more than $12 million in dedicated funding through Service 3.4.3.1 alone. And I'm pleased to see more than $1.7 million allocated to deliver stormwater infrastructure for East Street and Wickham Street in this project. This is the lowest point in the valley, and anything we can do to help this major commercial area of this city to win is a win in my book. Whether it's Happy Boy, Merlot, Witness Shoes or the whole James Street precinct, which contributes so much to our local community and our economy, we need that commercial hub of the valley to be protected as much as we can. Similarly, the Aleston and Brunswick Street system affects large parts of Lower New Farm, areas significantly impacted through riverine flooding in 2011 and 2022. So it is welcome news for New Farm residents to see $2.5 million allocated in this budget for works to continue on stormwater infrastructure for Aleston Road and more than $700,000 to continue works on rehabilitating stormwater drainage in Brunswick Street. And we've said before, we can't stop flooding in this subtropical city of ours, but we will always ensure that we're investing and delivering the work that's needed to make sure that we have the best possible stormwater systems to minimise the impact of flooding wherever possible. I'm also pleased to see funding allocated to the continuation of works to rehabilitate stormwater infrastructure in Adelaide Street and North Quay in the city. Backflow automation for the Creek and Margaret Street backflow devices and the rehabilitation of stormwater drainage in Bowman Lane, New Farm. And again, Mr Chair, despite the continued claims by those opposite, Central Ward is not the only beneficiary of funding as part of Council's stormwater drainage rehabilitation program, with millions allocated to deliver works across Brisbane, including Highgate Hill, Wilston, East Brisbane, West End, Milton, Kelvin Grove, Paddington and Sandgate. We're also investing more than $800,000 to deliver improvements to park amenities in Stafford, Mansfield, Coorparoo, Wynnum, and this also includes funding to upgrade and vandal-proof facilities at Cathedral Square. I'm also pleased to see $135,000 allocated to upgrade fitness equipment and install a shade sail at the Powerhouse Park in New Farm. And of course, true to the Shrinner Council's Better Suburbs guarantee, this is only one of the many parks receiving upgrades next financial year, with a total of more than $3.8 million allocated to upgrading facilities in parks in more than 18 suburbs. But of course, Mr Chair, whilst that may sound like a lot, that is just a snapshot of the Shrinner Council's investment in creating a cleaner, greener and more sustainable city. Our investment in Brisbane's parks and green spaces continues, with more than $90 million allocated to park development enhancement through Service 3.3.3.1 in 2023-24. That's more than $90 million being invested in Brisbane's parks over the period of 1 year. We're very pleased to see $734,000 allocated for the continuation of works to rehabilitate the pond in the City Botanic Gardens, which will also deliver a more sustainable outcome for the city by reducing the use of potable water. And I was overjoyed to once again be part of the annual Rose Prune at New Farm Park, and we know just how important those are to our people. So, at last but certainly not least, Mr Chair, is the Shrinner Council's $141 million commitment to Victoria Park over the next 4 years. It's a big undertaking, but one that only this Shrinner Council is equipped to deliver for the residents of Brisbane, something that wouldn't be possible without our team's years of strong financial management. Our years of strong financial management is precisely why this budget is even possible. The reason why we've been able to keep rates as low as possible whilst continuing to deliver landmark projects for Brisbane like Victoria Park. Again, Mr Chair, I thank Councillor Davis and the Lord Mayor for their leadership and commitment
Thank you, Councillor
to creating a cleaner and greener
Your time
Brisbane.
has expired. Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. A net zero Brisbane City Council. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about carbon offsetting. Let's talk about carbon offsets. You know, maybe this year the council is using not a dodgy provider of offsets, but see, the issue with offsets is they allow emissions to continue.
Point of order to you, Councillor.
Mr Chair. Thank you, Mr Chair. Just in regards to the meeting's local laws, the carbon offsets are not specifically noted in the budget, and could I ask you to bring the councillor back for relevance, please?
Chair, they were mentioned by the chair of this
Hang
committee.
on, Councillor Massey. Thank you. I do believe carbon offsets are mentioned in the budget, Councillor Owen, so I'll allow the debate to continue. But I point out to you that the program is initiated by council officers, so when you're making those comments, you're reflecting on the work of council officers.
I'll continue. Directed by the Lord Mayor through this budget. Because they allowed emissions to continue, that means worsening global heating, threatening not only our forests and our natural ecosystem, including the ones in Brisbane. You know, that thing we talk about, our natural rainforest environment. Carbon neutral status is a facade because it keeps enabling us to pollute. So instead of doing things like encouraging walking and cycling, which we had debated yesterday, and we, you know, in the delay of the green bridges, in the missing links across the city for cycling networks, for how unsafe it is for cycling, the lack of shade in the city. Instead of, maybe, you know, here's an idea, retrofitting the building offices in the city that are about 35 to 40% vacant. Here we are saying that we are carbon neutral and that we are celebrating that in 8 years we've only reduced our carbon footprint by 7%. 7%. Cool. I'm gonna talk to, again, because Councillor, through you, Chair, Councillor Howard mentioned the $90 million investment in parks, in new facilities. And I'm gonna talk specifically about the Gabba for a second. Here again, Gabba residents on surprise, the Kurilpa Peninsula, are told promises, particularly in relation to influx of development and population, you know, noting that that Kurilpa precinct has had 9,000 new dwellings and has 6,000 more, and this is since 2010. Here again, we see no delivery. You know, 90 million, and yet the 1.8 hectares of parkland in the LGIP for the Kurilpa precinct is again nowhere to be found. It's there, set for delivery, 2021 to 2026 across 3 sites. The Visi Glass Centre and the Palmlat site and 1 unspecified site. You know, these green spaces are nowhere in sight except as repackaged promises in the TLPI for Kurilpa precinct. Completely repackaged. And we know that these will just delay them, even though these parks have been in the LGIP since 2014. I mean, this is outrageous, right? These new parks are supposed to be there. We talk about, the chair of this committee started by talking about how we are maintaining and enhancing our outdoor lifestyle. And yet here again, residents in the Gabba, particularly the Kurilpa precinct, are once again forgotten. Forgotten. You know, these are not only the things that have been forgotten in the precinct. Davies Park, District Park, upgrades of $1 million plus, due for 2016 to 2021, which was 2 years ago. Orley Park, another district park, upgrades of up to $1,000,2021 to 26 for delivery. Where? You know, we see a decrease in the flood online information from last year, and we see it decreasing from 166,000 to next year projected 126,000 to the year after, and the year after $80,000 just, when we know this city is going to flood and flood and flood and flood. I'm going to turn to now, you know, a special interest of mine, Brisbane, Victoria Park. I remember pretty clearly in 2016 when former councillor Sugarnathan was laughed out of here when he suggested, after newly taking the Gabba ward, how golf courses should have gardens. In 2016, I think he was panned by many people. It was radical then, golf courses and gardens, and here we are with a new unwilding, how quickly what is once perceived radical can be changed and seem positive. And I know that the residents of Spring Hill and the area around Brisbane, Hurston, etc., are really, they're thankful that the council finally listened to some consultation. But they still have concerns, you see, and I know them because I've got a 4-page letter from multiple action groups, and because we've been door knocking a lot in Paddington, I've got a lot of information from residents. So, you know, let's talk about this. Let's still talk about the fact that this master plan is so unclear that people are asking for footprints of the park administration. They're asking, what's going on with this education hub? How big is it going to be? There's parking still. They're going, is it going to be free? They're talking about the Parkway Loop. They think it's too invasive. It's too big. They ask about the fact, what's going on with the driving range, with the lease on there, right? Apparently it could be for events of up to 20,000 people, right? Is that, I'm hearing this. They're asking about York's Hollow. It's heritage listed. There's an Indigenous First Nations history here, a deep one, that we should be highlighting more and more and more. What is the restoration of the area? And how will that heritage listed be affected? How much of the budget is put to it, of that 141 million? They're asking about secondary uses, about the commercialization of the space. And they're asking for more diversity. And so here we are talking about this, and yet I am still getting emails from residents, action groups, and hearing from hundreds of people in that area. You know, this program, I can, you know, if you look at it from outside, you can see why, you know, the LNP Council will take a lot of pride in this. But as I mentioned, you know, and as other opposition councillors have mentioned, what it misses out, especially in the Gabba, and especially in this area that's being touted as one of the most important areas for high-density development, and how it's got enough parks, and yet here we see again, no delivery. None. So, yeah, program 3. It's an interesting thing where the Gabba residents miss out again and where the greenwashing continues.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Further speakers, Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on program 3 as well this morning, and I would like to start off with some really good stuff that's coming to the Gap ward. As I mentioned yesterday, my community is one separated by creeks, but under this program, program 3, we are seeing vegetation management within Ithaca Creek and within Kedron Brook, which are going to benefit not only the residents but also the biodiversity of the area. Mr. Chair, one of the things that this city can be proud of is its biodiversity, and it's one thing that we take very, very seriously. My community and also Councillor Wines are in the unique opportunity of being suburbs that have the closest native wild population of koalas to any CBD on the mainland. We have koalas within 4 Ks of the CBD, and that's something that both Councillor Wines and myself are very, very proud of. So any of the vegetation management and the support for our habitat groups, all 27 of them in my ward, I would like to extend my thanks to Councillor Davis for that and her team. It's one of the things that we are very, very proud of. In fact, we are so proud of our vegetation in my ward that it became part of our neighbourhood planning. Our most significant feature of our ward was our trees, and that became a distinctive character that came through the neighbourhood planning process. Mr. Chair, Program 3 also is delivering sports fields for Upper Kedron. We are seeing one of the largest sports or open areas sports fields in my ward, which is 6.5 hectares, being identified as a district sports park. And there is funding within Program 3 here to continue that investigation, to ensure that we have space, not only for our future cricketers and our future soccer players and our future hockey players, but also those other sports that are going to be very, very important as we move closer to 2032 and the Olympics. It's one thing that this administration is taking very, very seriously, is looking at and supporting our future athletes all across our city, and it's one thing that I am very, very proud to support. Mr. Chair, back in February, last year, we all remember this devastating floods, and one of the most distinctive, dare I say, signature dog parks of our city was impacted by those floods at Peyton Park. It was the first park across the city where we brought the beach to the suburbs for our dogs. Remember when we did the trial and the dogs loved going to the beach? And we thought, well, how can we bring the beach to the suburbs? It was. So we actually ended up building our first beach in the middle of a suburb at Peyton Park. And unfortunately, with all the water that ran through that park as overland flow, that whole area was impacted. And I want to thank the officers that actually did as much as they could at the time to get that area up and running. However, we have got some funding within Program 3 this year to continue that refurbishment. I actually recall the day that we opened that park, and the Lord Mayor was there. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lord Mayor, I think his jaw dropped at how good this dog park was. It was a park that was designed not only for our four-legged friends, but also for the residents. So we created walking tracks, and we created different textures underfoot for the dogs. So that depending on where they were in the park, they were either in bark, they were in broadleaf grass, thin-leaf grass, there was sand. It was really, really well done. And it's a credit to our officers that actually came up with that design. It was absolutely fantastic. Mr. Chair, one of the other things that we're seeing happen in Program 3 that's going to happen for the Gap Ward is an introduction for the MUGA, the multi-user games arena that we will see go in at Alfred and Lucina Best Park. Now, I'm actually really quite proud of what the officers have come up here. This is reusing an old tennis court and netball court. So we are recycling this space. Not only that, we're also introducing a road learning sense track for the kids. I know, thank you, Councillor Hammond. Yeah, they are great. They've got the give way signs and the stop signs and the little roundabout. So it's a skills track is what I'm trying to say. It's a skills track. Not only that, we're also extending, there's a small BMX track there where you can actually start to develop your BMX skills. And we're extending that a little bit by the nature of the way that the kids have used it. We've gone down there, identified how they've used that BMX track, and then starting to build those elements where they're not using it and pulling that into that track. So it's going to be a fantastic space. And I really want to pay a lot of credit to the officers that came up with that design It is hands-on, one of the best ones that I have seen. It's No Bradbury Park that's opening this Saturday.
That iconic Bradbury Park.
Iconic Bradbury Park. Thank you, Councillor Hammond. That is opening. It is opening this Saturday, isn't it?
This Saturday, 10 o'clock.
This Saturday at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Yep.
But it'll go close. It'll go close. So I really want to thank the officers for that. Mr. Chair, yesterday I spoke of a bad decision that was made by the state government when it came to the Ferny Grove Upper Kedron neighbourhood plan with respect to restricting egress for residents in the circumstances where there is a fire. And again, today I bring to the chamber another bad decision made by a former Lord Mayor that we are now rectifying. And that is the Nauru-Devon Hill Street drainage duplication program. It was a long time ago, let's say that, but we're taking advantage of some house resumptions to actually rectify this problem. So we will see the duplication of a tributary that was buried during the development of the gap, and then houses were built over the top of it. So we're actually going to duplicate that whole stormwater network. That will benefit dozens of homes, dozens and dozens of homes. The tributary actually runs off Mount Cootha and then down into Enoggera Creek. And it's all the water that comes off Mount Cootha that goes into the stormwater network and then flows into Enoggera Creek. At the time, and we're talking the 60s, that tributary was piped and buried. Like a lot of things that were done at that time around my area in Ashgrove, the Gap, Barden, a lot of those little tributaries that were important to the ecosystem, to the creek catchment areas that were around that time, they were piped, buried, built over. And sometimes, in some cases, they just filled them full of rubbish and then just buried them.
Yeah.
But we are seeing this duplication here, which is going to benefit residents in Nauru, Devon Hill, Madeira, and a few other streets through that whole area. It's one of those projects that has been a long time coming. It was in the planning. It was put in the planning stages back when Campbell Newman was Lord Mayor. And it's this administration that's taking advantage of a couple of house acquisitions that we've made to make sure that this duplication can get through. It's one of the more important projects in the ward, along with the one that I spoke of yesterday regarding the straightening of the road for emergency services and residents to get out of Upper Kedron in the case of a bushfire. So I'm very, very proud that we are actually facilitating this project, and that this project will be one of the most important projects specifically for the suburb of the Gap, because we know that with the growth, it's very important that we actually provide the infrastructure that we need within the areas that require them at the time. And I'd like to, I'd like to extend my thanks to Councillor Davis, her team and the Lord Mayor for providing the funding for these projects, and specifically for the Devon Hill Nauru stormwater duplication project. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you,
Any
Mr.
further
Chair.
speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on Program 3. And as I looked through Program 3 when I was writing my notes in preparation for this debate, it occurred to me that there is, right through the whole program, there is a lot of missed opportunities. Yes. Many, many missed opportunities. And we only have to kick off with this carbon credit status. When we purchased this year $7.3 million to be spent in this area, and we've talked about this before because it's work that we should be doing ourselves. We should be doing more about tree planting. We should be doing more about solar on our own buildings, right? We should be doing FOGO. but not this LNP administration. It's no-go FOGO, right? Anyways, so, and I know our esteemed councillor from the Gabba ward talked about carbon credits, and it's quite right when she says that just because you buy carbon credits, right, doesn't mean the emissions still happen here in Brisbane, right? So we should do the work ourselves. We are big enough and have a big enough budget to make sure that we minimize and go to true neutral carbon, right? It is doable. Okay, the Green Heart Fairs. Now, it comes under this program, right? And we do, I think, maybe one, maybe two a year, right? And it's something that it's a good educational tool for our residents. Another missed opportunity here, because really, this side of the chamber, and I know a lot of people, a lot of the councillors on the other side really would love to have this in our wards at least once a year. And it's all about education, isn't it? And if we can educate the residents in what they can do to minimize their imprint or footprint in this area of carbon, right, and greenhouse gases, right, we would go a long way to work down that carbon credit spend, right, that we are doing. Unbelievable. Okay. To increase the funding for flood gauges and warning gauges. Now, we've been doing some work in this area over a number of budgets, but really it's something that is a no-brainer when you think about it. You know, if floods are going to happen, gosh, God forbid, but anyways, if floods are going to happen more and more regularly, right, and impact this city, this river city, as the Lord Mayor keeps reminding us, this is a floodplain, right? Then we've got to do more about rolling out these gauges and warning devices, right? Again, a missed opportunity by not ramping that up. Do you know, Logan City, right, has a dashboard, right, which actually allows residents to go onto a website to have a look at those flooded creeks and roads, usually the bridge over the creek, right, floods. And they can actually have a look before they leave home to see whether or not they're going to not be able to get to where they need to go. I mean, that's just one thing that the Logan City Council is doing more and more of, and I'm sure there's a lot of other councils that are doing that work that I'm not aware of, right? But again, we got a $4.3 billion budget, and if you have a look at the budget of Logan, right, compared to ours, why are they doing more than we are? Another missed opportunity. Now, I'm going to move on to maintaining lake systems in parks, right? Now, we reduced the budget this year, not by a lot, by about 100 grand. And the forward estimates don't look too bad, but I think we can't take our foot off the pedal here when it comes to maintaining the lakes in our parks. I know there's quite a lot of lakes, not huge lakes, not like the Forest Lake, right around Brisbane. And we've done a terrific job spending about $2 million bringing that lake back to a reasonable environmental level. And they finished that work last year, and there's still some remedial work needing to be done, but we've proven, with the help of Griffith University and some great council staff members and council officers, I should say, and they've done some terrific work doing it environmentally friendly, right? Not with chemicals, which I know some lakes, private lakes, are sometimes maintained by, but these are done ecologically sustainable. And this is what the Lake of Forest Lake has been undertaking for the last 2 years. Now, we need to really maintain that level of quality water, and of course, just the look of the lake itself, right? I know there's a lake over in over in Parkinson, actually. A couple of my friends live near, and it gets maintained fairly well over there as well. But I know the lagoon out in Deegan, right, really needs this sort of restoration work, right? Again, if we don't do what we have and we don't maintain what we have, right, then again, it's a missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity to look after the environment because the environment is, with climate change happening, is a big issue for many residents across Brisbane, if not the majority of residents across Brisbane. If we move on to the Victoria Park. Now, 141 million, I know other councillors have talked about this eye-watering amount of money. And in the blowout from last year to this year, it's really interesting, the design or the master plan, or the draft master plan that came through with the budget papers, to have a look at a park that, what jumped out at me was a driving range in a park which doesn't have a golf course. And I thought, well, yeah, there are driving ranges around that aren't part of golf courses, and that's true. But it just didn't make sense. We moved the golf course out because supposedly when that was going to happen, we moved it because people weren't playing golf very much anymore, you know? The memberships were dropping, right? And so we decided to repurpose that park to a different park and spend all this money. So the driving range was a little bit curious. But $141 million over 4 years. If we could just have half that, we would be able to probably upgrade almost every park that needed to be done right across Brisbane. Right across Brisbane. Again, we're missed opportunities. We got all this money. I assume that it's all been funded, the 141 million. We got all this money available, and we're going to put it into one space. We're going to put it into one space, which is quite amazing. And I love the quote that the Lord Mayor said. It says, only this Lord Mayor would take make a farcical statement about what Expo 88 did for South Bank, the Brisbane 2032 Olympics is going to do for Victoria Park. What a statement, honestly. Comparing Victoria Park to South Bank, are you kidding me? I spent 6 months at South Bank during Expo, and I'll tell you what, it was accessible, visible, accessible, close to everything was just there, right? And you can't say that about Victoria Park, especially the parking issues that they're going to have, I'm sure. There's, you know, if they want to do some big events up there, certainly the parking is going to be an issue, having a look at the master plan. But anyways, again, I'll just reiterate where I started. There's a lot of missed opportunities, so many, right across all the programs, but I thought I'd just point some of those out during my comments here on this particular program. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Strunk. Further speakers, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and could I start by saying that it is my pleasure to rise in support of Program 3, and thank you, through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Davis and her team for the significant work that they do in this program area. I would like to just refer to outcome 3.1, sustainable and resilient communities. This is very important right across our city, and even though my ward is fairly resilient and not as impacted as other wards in the floods, it is important that we do support the other wards that are severely impacted, and particularly when we had the 2022 floods, it was very different to what we had in 2011. Now, in speaking about resilience, we also have to look at resilience for our generational resilience. And I would like to just acknowledge the Lord Mayor's Young Environmental Leadership Network that is contained within this outcome area, because over 70 students from 28 schools undertook this in the last financial year, and we are now expanding it in the 2023 program with more than 100 students from 30 schools. Now, the best way to build resilience, to build sustainability, is to engage with that younger generation. And that is what this Young Environmental Leadership Network is doing. It is actually engaging with those younger students, getting that perspective, but also giving them the skills, knowledge and tools to take that forward. And part of the process that we are also doing that through is through our environmental centres. And through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Davis, it is my great pleasure to have the Karawatha Forest Discovery Centre in my ward of Calamvale Ward. And I know that the staff there engage in so many different ways with so many residents and so many different schools. And their bush kindy, I've actually gone there for the bush kindies, and also for some of the workshops that they have, and things like the beeswax wraps that they do. Just little things like that where we are reducing the waste footprint through environmental usage and workshops that are practical and also functional. So I do say thank you to the many visitors. I think there's been over 150,000 visitors to our environment centres, 10,000 students taking part in the nature-based lessons, and 20,000 residents actually taking part in those visitor service programs. So that is absolutely wonderful. The other thing that I would like to acknowledge as well is the shade sales program over our playgrounds. And I know that I've had a number come in through my ward, and they have been very well received. And I think through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Davis, the number across the city was about 51 in this last financial year, and of course they're going forward. And I would like to say that the shade sales in Dalton Park over my new Junior Ninja course, that is absolutely phenomenal, because it is in a prime location where our young people that want to engage in that play have been able to do so and make sure that they could do that in a sun-safe way. And I'm sure that there are many councillors right across the city that are appreciative of that shade sale program. Just following on from the sustainable and resilient community outcome of 1.1, I would like to actually mention that when, as councillors, we have an area that is a major growth area and you've got people coming from interstate, one of the key tools that they are now using, and this is something that this side of the council chamber have been focused on for many years, is providing the flood awareness maps and flood-wise property reports. Now, many years ago, all of that information was not transparent, it was not accessible, and it was hidden from people buying into areas. Now, it is accessible by Council's website. There is the new portal so that residents buying into a new area or moving from interstate or overseas are able to actually log on and learn about any potential flood impacts on their property. And that is a valuable tool, particularly when in my ward I have two major creek tributaries, the Blunder Creek and also the Oxley Creek. And that is a question that many people have. So to all of the officers who have worked significantly hard through, in the background, they often don't get acknowledged for that back of house work that takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of research, investigation and a lot of modelling. So to all of those officers, thank you for your hard work, because I know it does benefit many people out there. It is probably one of those hidden services that council delivers.
Chair. Will Councillor Owen take a question?
Certainly, Mr Chair. I'm happy to take a question from Councillor Murphy.
Councillor Owen, what was Labor's approach to flood risk in our city and informing people about the flood risk in our city? Can you just remind us?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr Chair. They didn't inform the residents. They didn't allow the residents to have the access. Labor Party, when they were in administration, let the people of Brisbane down in a big way because they denied them the access to that information. They hid it behind closed doors and did not let them find out. This administration and the Schrinner Council is committed to making sure that property owners have the access to the information that they need, and that information is updated. And I seem to recall from my many years in this chamber that there was a big Courier Mail expose on the former Lord Mayor Jim Sawley, hiding this information from the people of Brisbane. So that is why this side of the chamber has been focused on making sure residents know. I just want to go back as well in regards to maintaining lakes. Thank you. There were just a few interruptions, Mr Chair. But just maintaining lakes. Before, I advocated for the funding for the Forest Lake Stormwater Basin to be have funding committed to it, and also Lakewood Estate. There was nothing in the previous administration's budgets when we took office in 2008. It was zero, zilch, nada, nothing. Wow. When I was first elected in 2008, Forest Lake had like a green carpet over the top of that water body there. And I am pleased to say that today Councillor Strunk has continued on the hard work that I have put in for many years, and has continued that to make sure that it is appealing to local residents. And I appreciate his acknowledgement of how Lakewood Estate is well maintained in my ward as well, because that has been a significant amount of work that, you know, must continue year in, year out. Through you, Mr Chair, I would just like to say that my community is certainly looking forward to the Pollara District sports fields. There have been numerous emails coming through to my ward office. They're saying, how soon can we get this? Because they know through my communications that we have acquired that last block. So we are now in the planning phases for the indoor sports facility, for the outdoor sports fields, for relevant car parking. And that is going to be a great asset for all of those local residents. I would also like to say this program commits in a number of ways to not only the pedestrian, recreational, open space corridors, but we are also combining it with necessary drainage and stormwater management through the Pollara open space network corridor. And that will be a great asset also for many of my local residents. So we have, in many respects, through the bushland as well, great amount of work that's been done in the bushland management. We will be getting an upgrade to Ming Shang Park in Callum Vale. We're looking to finalise some upgrades of playgrounds to Dunvegan Street and Stretton Wetland Reserve and Lakewood Avenue Park. So thank you to all of the officers that have put this together. You're doing a great job, and my community certainly appreciates the work that has been and will continue to be done in the area of Program 3, and I commend this program to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for morning tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes. Commences when councillors vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Councillors, further speakers on program 3. Councillor Whitney.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to stand to talk on program 3, clean, green and sustainable. There was some very clear choices made when creating program 3's budget. The LNP could have used this program to show us that they genuinely did want to put the suburbs first, that they cared more about what's best for our residents and making their lives richer than they did about investing even more in the inner 5Ks. They made an active decision to not do that. They made the active decision to greenwash and pork barrel. The LNP could have chosen to listen to the people of the Wynnum Manly ward about what they've been asking for decades, but instead decided to once again ignore them. Once again, there's no funding to upgrade the iconic wading pool in Wynnum Manly. The wading pool is not only loved by locals, but throughout southeast Queensland. This is a heritage-listed icon for our city, something we should be able to be proud of. This is something that the people throughout our city know of and have childhood memories that they can cherish. Former Councillor Peter Cumming campaigned consistently on this topic to have this council... Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. It's really difficult to concentrate with all the interruptions.
Okay. Keep going, Councillor Whitney.
Cheers. Campaigned consistently on this topic to have this council show that they genuinely do care for the suburbs and was ignored. Just like every year, once again, they have shown they just don't give a damn. There is no funding to fix or upgrade the drainage issues in Loader, which directly cause flooding, spreads bacteria and grows algae. There is no funding for conservation reserves management programs in any of the reserves within the ward that I represent. In fact, of the 7 projects listed in the suburban works, 2 are continuing from last year, and they represent 57% of the total investment. 43% of the investment towards Wynnum Manly is new projects. Once again, the LNP have decided to ignore the suburbs and direct their funding to their precious Victoria Park. The LNP continues to not care about the outer suburbs, and with each program, they make that all the more clear.
Oh, okay. Further speakers.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in the budget debate program 3, Clean, Green and Sustainable City. Chair, as the representative of the ward with the largest amount of green space in Brisbane, and that's often the subject of a debate between councillors Owen, Murphy, Toomey and myself. But this program, and the Deputy Mayor as well, this program is very important to me. Earlier this month, I opened a local community forum with the theme People Reconnecting with Nature. And it was an opportunity for me to outline what the Schrinner Council is doing to encourage that. Chair, I'm proud to be part of an administration that believes in a green and sustainable Brisbane now and for future generations, and is matching its words with actions. In my community alone, we have more than 150 parks and reserves for people to enjoy. About 1/3 of them have playground equipment and recreational amenities for our enjoyment. A key part of our clean and green strategy is the Bushland Acquisition Program, which was introduced in the 1990s, and I'll reiterate the point, by former Lord Mayor Sally Ann Atkinson. 11 of the 20 properties acquired through this program at a total cost of more than $350 million are in my ward. I've spent a considerable amount of time travelling with council officers to appreciate and understand their unique environmental value and been part of discussions about how they can be utilised and enjoyed. These are areas where residents can enjoy, knowing that they're protected for future generations. And with each, council consults about what facilities they would like to be included in these reserves, but they will be to complement nature, not to detract from it. The Anstead Bush Reserve is a case in point. I love how the Moggill Historical Society undertakes public walks to the Old Sugars Quarry to understand where much of the rock used to build our early roads came from. I love how the Pullen Catchment Group has identified a threatened species at the reserve, the collared delma, aka the legless lizard, and are working with Council and involving the community to protect their very delicate habitat to ensure its future survival. I was at Colo recently as part of the local catchments group World Environment Day event and was impressed with the number of local residents who turned out to celebrate the day. And then there's Mount Cootha. Whether it's the Botanical Gardens, which is up there with South Bank in terms of popular tourist destinations in Brisbane, or its many play and recreational areas, Mount Cootha is truly a jewel in the city's crown. Getting the balance right there remains one of our most important challenges. I know some groups would like our spaces retained only for walking and natural recreation, while others advocate for more areas to be opened up for other activities. We want as many people as possible to be able to enjoy these spaces for a variety of reasons, while also ensuring our natural environment is not damaged or loved to death. I've walked the tracks where volunteers have been working after heavy rains have caused damage and have been impressed with how the repairs were being done, so as to work with and not ride roughshod over the environment. There are many ways for people of all ages to reconnect with nature, and that's by becoming involved with our local creek and catchment groups. All four of the groups in my ward play an important role in regenerating, enhancing and improving local riparian corridors. Their tree planting sessions are helping to restore the stability of our creek banks and health of our waterways. And I enjoy joining with these groups from time to time, knowing that we are making a difference. More than 2 million trees have been planted across Brisbane in the past decade, and that's something that we collectively can be very proud of. That puts us not only on target, but a huge chance of exceeding the restoration of the 40% of Brisbane natural habitat goal by 2030. Chair, turning to the 2023-24 budget, Service 3.3.1.1 Conservation Reserves Management. This is a rolling program of works that provides planning, rehabilitation, restoration works and infrastructure for the effective management of council-owned or managed natural area parks, including lands purchased through the Bushland Preservation Levy. This work is vital for the health of our reserves and includes fire preparedness and management to protect residents and wildlife within our city. This year, Council will develop a signage plan for Colo Bushland Reserve, Shelley Road Park and Changing Mountain Bushland, including the installation of entry, wayfinding, regulatory and interpretive signage. Council will also install heavy gates and almost 1,200 metres of fencing along the road and river frontages of Marstella Road Reserve, Mount Crosby, to separate the reserve from private properties. And at Mount Cootha, Council will construct a fire break to provide improved access and asset protection near the lookout. But Chair, I'm leaving the best till last, and that's under Service 3.3.3.2, Park Asset Management and Renewal, Memorial and Heritage Assets Restoration. This program rehabilitates and upgrades the city's memorial and sites of cultural heritage significance within council parks, including the rehabilitation of heritage assets, memorials and cultural artefacts and artworks. Chair, by way of a background, during the 1974 flood, the Australian Defence Force dispatched an amphibious vehicle to deliver supplies to stranded families in Balbarry and evacuate residents to safety. Tragically, Corporal Neville Horrigan and Captain Ian Kerr were killed when a metal boat hook arched an overhead power line near where the Balbarry Community Church now stands. Last year, the Moggill Historical Society approached me about creating a memorial at Booker Place Park near the existing Anzac Memorial to honour the 50th anniversary of their death next year.
Councillor Johnston. Please continue.
Planning of how the memorial will look has commenced, and I'm working with them and council officers in bringing this to fruition. And Chair, I'm pleased that our administration has recognised the significance of this project and has agreed to fund it. And I look forward to January 28th, 2024, exactly 50 years on from that tragedy, to seeing the Lord Mayor unveil this important local memorial at Bellbarry. In closing, I'd like to acknowledge the role that Chair Councillor Davis is playing in the Shrinner Council's clean, green and sustainable vision. Her passion is there for all to see, and her assistance on a range of issues in my ward over the past 12 months has been appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on Program 3, the Clean, Green and Sustainable City Budget. And firstly, can I start by saying I think Councillor Griffith let the cat out of the bag earlier today. My office for, I don't know, the whole time I've been here has produced a pendulum which I circulate to a few people. And I gather Councillor Griffith shared it with the chamber this morning. And he is spot on in what he says, that the funding allocated in Program 3...
Point of order to you, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. In accordance with the meeting local laws, that is not part of the budget program.
Yeah.
So can the councillor please be brought back to relevance?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Owen. I uphold the point of order. Councillor Johnston, I made the same observation to Councillor Griffiths when he did this earlier, and I'm going to say the same to you. There's no pendulum in Program 3, and I ask you to stick to debate about Program 3.
Well, we're going to have an excellent day to the LNP, I'll say now, because I'll do it all afternoon to you. So the issue is, of course, that funding in Program 3 is allocated to the most marginal seats. And that's clear in this budget before us today. 2.23? Oh, yes, of course, yes, 2.23, yes, biggest swing against anybody, Councillor Owen, 13%, I think, or just over 13%. But anyway, so it is clear that the way in which the LNP goes about funding in the budget is very much dependent on how marginal you are and whether you're in an LNP ward. And I just want to thank Councillor Griffiths for putting that on the record this morning, because there is a direct correlation. And I think Councillor Howard also knows this, and I now understand why she's so cranky, having caught up with some non-budget related correspondence. But I do want to raise a few things here in this budget. Now, there are some things in this budget for Tennyson Ward, and I'm going to run through those. So just so Councillor Hammond's aware, I'm speaking on what's in the budget. But of course, there are a lot of things that are necessary in my ward that are simply not funded, and we'll get to that at the end. Firstly, there are 4 line items, 4 in the budget for Tennyson Ward for parks-related activities. 2 of those are a carryover. 2 of them. The first being the Gordon Thompson Oval rehabilitation. For 8 years, the Oval has been shut. No one has been able to play sport on the Oval because it undulates. It's got potholes, it's got divots. It is in such bad condition, council shut it down, and a sporting field in my ward can't be used because it is in such bad condition. 8 long years. So they didn't get the project started last year, even though there are detailed plans, they've had them for years, they just haven't been able to get it done. And this is the sorry tale of the LNP. They claim to be good financial managers, but they're not. They have absolutely gutted the operational parts of Brisbane City Council. They've put News in charge of everything, who do not have the capacity to understand what is necessary to be done, and they have completely neutered...
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order to you, Councillor Owen.
Mr Chairman, the councillor is referring to council officers claiming that they do not know what's needed to be done. That is reflecting in a derogatory way on council officers, and I ask you to rule, please.
Councillor Owen, I don't believe Councillor Johnson mentioned council officers, so and this is a fairly robust political debate, I'll allow the debate to continue.
Yeah, I'll say it again. News does not have the capacity to understand what needs to be done. They don't have on-the-ground officers. They don't have contact with councillors. They refuse to speak to councillors. You cannot get a briefing from News other than if it is up through the chair. They won't respond to you. And these are the people that the LNP empowered. They don't want to speak to councillors, they don't want to speak to residents. They then asked Councillor Marx's area to deliver badly scoped and badly planned projects that have had no consultation with the local community. That is not good practice. It's not. And this has been done by the LNP through their restructures that they have ticked off on. Everyone can see how bad it is. Everyone. Princess Street Park. Oh, this one's a good one. So, hello, Adrian, who is now in a very senior position in this council. This project was listed about 12 years ago. It's to replace an ancient barbecue and put a shelter in a park. It was listed probably 12 years ago for $57,000, and last year it did not get delivered. One barbecue and one shelter at Princess Street Park, Fairfield, and this council, 9,000 people working over there, could not get a shelter and a barbecue in. Now, the officers were telling me there wasn't enough money for the barbecue and the shelter. But lo and behold, the project didn't get done. It's back in the budget this year, and you guessed it, for less money, for $48,000. So if they couldn't do the barbecue and the shelter last year, how is it they're going to do it this year for less money? Now, I asked Councillor Davis a question about this at a council meeting a week and a half ago, and she hasn't had the courtesy to get back to me. Fair enough, she's got a few more weeks until she does, officially. But one would have thought that maybe she would have got back to me to say, I'm so sorry, councillor, that barbecue and that shelter that you've been waiting, your community in Fairfield's been waiting for 12 years, it's on the way. But no, I don't think it's going to get done this year either. So they're the carryovers. Two of the 4 projects are carryovers. The other one is the Benara Reserve Corinda, $141,000. And that, I believe, is for a pathway. Not that anybody's told me, but I believe that's what I've been asking for there for, again, over a decade. So a pathway so the kids going to Corinda State High School who have to walk through the park can actually get there safely. I mean, it's not a big ask, that one. And then Yeronga Memorial Park, $202,000. I believe that will be for the project to fix the retaining wall along Ipswich Road. So it's not actually to fix up any of the heritage components of the park facilities. I think this is the money that they didn't put in the budget last year after putting the planning money in 2 years ago. They didn't then deliver the project, so I suspect, and Councillor Davis can hop up and tell me I'm wrong, but I think the $202,000 is simply to fix the retaining wall out on Ipswich Road. That's what we've got. Yeah. Then I think council will point to, well, you've got a lot of money for the Sherwood Arboretum. Sure, great. That's money that you haven't spent over the last few years, because that project is not going well either. I appreciate there are good intentions down there, but it is not going well. Council has built a giant road through the Arboretum. It did so without connecting the road to the playground or to the shelter area. I mean, it's great for the vehicles that drive in the park, but it's not great for the people who want to get to the park facilities. Then, of course, this year, Council is supposed to be delivering on the nature play area under the Big Fig, but that's what Council was supposed to deliver last year and weren't able to do so. I saw some preliminary plans last year, but that still hasn't progressed. And then there's the signage project that one of my residents rang my office yesterday to say there are 4 big trucks and 20 men standing around doing nothing, and apparently they were putting in some of the directional signs yesterday. No signs for the Indigenous people, who have been waiting for years for an interpretive sign, which this council promised it would do, but has still not delivered. So, as one resident said to me, Nicole, blind Freddie can see where the toilets are, but you can't see where the sorry place is. So that's really a bit of an epic fail, I think. Sure, the money is necessary down there for the Sherwood Arboretum, but it's not being spent where it's needed. The bombed-out shelter, that's probably 40 or 50-year-old, needs to be replaced. I was in Rocks Riverside Park recently, and I could not believe the amount of money that's been spent there. And the Sherwood Arboretum is a heritage-listed place. So there's no money, to my knowledge, going on upgrading the shelters that are 40 or 50 years old. There's no money going on upgrading the toilets that look like they're from a third world country. There's no money, to my knowledge, going to fix the drainage that is draining the Cowrie Pines. This is one of the biggest issues that FOSA have raised for years and years and years. And there's no money going in to fix the drainage. So the money for the Sherwood Arboretum is great, but it also needs to be spent where it is needed, And all three of those things are urgently needed there. Now, there's no money for a bunch of other things in my ward. No new playgrounds, no money for weedings, no money for tree plantings, no money for pathway lightings, no money for car park upgrades, no money for, can't quite read that, but lots of other things. There's about 10 other things. Waterway corridors, park facility upgrades, green suburbs funding, and I'm about to run out of time, so I'm going to get on to drainage. Of course, this council has underfunded drainage, and they are increasingly conflating drainage and new drainage in their same funding. So I want to move the following amendment. That in Program 3, Clean, Green and Sustainable City, I move that within Program 3, 2023-24 capital budget on page 2022, Council allocates $10 million to build and design all Southside backflow prevention devices identified in the AECOM report undertaken by Council following the January 2011 floods and reconfirmed as a priority in the 2022 New Jersey flood review. $5 million to upgrade the Yeronga stormwater open drainage outlet in Leishon and Fellberg Parks, Yeronga. $4 million to upgrade the stormwater drainage in Yeronga-Pilly between Yeronga Memorial Park and Moolaman Creek, and $600,000 for a gully pit and stormwater connection in Lily Street, Sherwood. Steve?
Seconded.
Thanks.
Thank you. Amendments being moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. You've got copies to distribute, I'm assuming there, Councillor Johnston? Yep, I do. Thank you. While that's being distributed, I'll take that as read and allow you to your 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'll just get this timer to reset. Yep. Thank you. Yes, so I have added a couple of local projects this year. For new councillors, because there's quite a few of them here, I normally move motions about the backflow valves and drainage, but I've added some things because the way I find out about what's happening in this council is by doing file requests. People come to me and council will say, well, that's on the capital works list. And then I go and look at the files and I look at how long people have been waiting for things to be done. So today, of course, I do want to talk about drainage and why the drainage budget needs amendment in Program 3. Firstly, I will point out there is one project for Tennyson Ward, which is a drainage project through the back of Chelmer and Graceville in an area that experiences heavy localised flooding, and there's a pipe upgrade being delivered this year. That's good. But that's one of dozens of projects in my ward that are waiting funding. This has been on the capital list for, I'd say, over a decade. I think it's before the 2011 floods the problem arose, and council did some initial pipe works and then listed the rest of that project, and it's taken all of this time for it to be funded. In this same area, the pipes were so old that when council did its inspection after the 2022 floods, they found that the pipes in this area were cracked and broken. So that's meant, I don't think council would have funded this other than they found that they were broken and damaged when they did the review after the 2022 floods. So they've been forced to spend this drainage money in my ward. But there are many, many, many other projects that are waiting for funding. We know that there was a review done after the 2011 floods and that there were 51 locations around Brisbane that were listed for backflow valves. Council's done about 16 of those and there's still about 35, I think it is, left to do, including multiple areas in my ward at Fairfield, Yeronga, Tennyson, Chelmer. I think that's it. And we know, because for years now the LNP have stood up and said we're not doing it, we're not funding them. They've taken them off the LGIP list, they refuse to fund them in the budget. Even though they're identified as helping people deal with flood impacts, this administration refuses to do them. And Paul de Jersey indicated that council should continue to do them in its budget, but this administration won't. What this administration is doing is pandering to its business mates, the people who donate to them. And they are putting in backflow valves and undertaking flood recovery to help businesses. Businesses that have insurance, businesses that are directly located in flooded areas because they're not suitable for homes. Meanwhile, council will not support residents who live in areas approved for residential development by Brisbane City Council over many years, in full knowledge that these areas flood. These are the wrong priorities. How is it that you put businesses ahead of residents when it comes to providing greater flood immunity for them? That is the wrong priority. The next one relates to the Yeronga Open Stormwater Drainage Outlet in Leishon Park and Feldberg Park, Yeronga. Now, I just will mention this. There was a petition that came through recently, and this council basically said, no, we're not going to prioritise funding to fix this open drain. It's in terrible shape. It's really old, it gets clogged up, council doesn't clean it properly. In digging into it, like it's every week there's a resident saying, clean the drain out, clean the drain out. It'd be the most requested issue coming in my ward. It's been on the capital list for over a decade, waiting for an upgrade. Residents have seen the amount of money spent at Hanlon Park in, I think that's Stones Corner, right, part of the Norman Creek catchment, and the re-establishment of a natural waterway there. Now that's what they'd like to see, a natural waterway corridor re-established at that location. But if not, we need at least a constructed stormwater drainage upgrade. Either way, I don't mind. I just want to see some progress. So this council ignored hundreds of residents who petitioned a few months ago, and this funding will provide money to upgrade that open stormwater drain as requested by those residents. And I will most certainly be letting all of the residents in the retirement village, who are the ones every week that ask me about this, know what the outcome for this motion is. The next one, $4 million for a stormwater drainage upgrade in Yeronga between Yeronga Memorial Park and Moolabin Creek. I have several houses that flood in heavy rain in South Street, Yeronga. Council is aware of this and will do nothing. I've asked for these houses to be added to council's funding program for flood resilient homes. That's probably been cut, actually. I haven't seen anything about that. And council refuses to add them to the list for council's flood resilient funding. So here's two homes that flood every time there is heavy rain. They didn't flood in the flood. They didn't flood in 2022. Localised flooding, but that area doesn't flood because of the creek. And yet council won't do anything to help them. Meanwhile, council has done a drainage review, and the drainage review shows very clearly that there are dangerous faults at the northern end of the drainage catchment in Yeronga Memorial Park near the swimming pool that should be urgently fixed. That's what council's drainage report says. And it says that the pipe network under Yeronga is inadequate, and that is what is contributing to the localised flooding for these residents. I hope next time they flood they sue council, because I really hope they seek legal advice, and they do, because it is clear council is aware of these problems and refuses to take action. The $4 million allocated today would undertake those repairs to assist Yeronga residents. Finally, $600,000 for the gully pit and stormwater pipe connection in Lily Street, Sherwood. This is a small project, but it's been on the waiting list for about 7 years now. There is no curb and channel, and there is no gully pit in Lily Street, Sherwood, at the northern end. And this is a section between Sherwood Road and the dead end. I had a resident build a new house and moved in, and he said, where do I connect my stormwater to, Nicole? And I said, well, connect to the gully pit. No, there's no gully pits, Nicole. All right, well, you've got to go underground, ask your neighbours, and you're going to have to connect to the nearest pipe on the main road, you know, a block over. Well, that's a bit ridiculous. How come I don't have a stormwater drain running through my area? And I said, look, in these older suburbs, council just doesn't invest in upgrading stormwater. So we went about listing it for a capital upgrade. We're still waiting. And I say to the resident who knows exactly who he is, I am trying for you. It's been in my budget submission every year since to try and get a gully pit and a stormwater pipe for these residents so that water in their street can drain away. Now, there is some localised flooding there where he is. Because there is no gully pit, the water just pools there and it has to wait until it evaporates. It just doesn't drain away. So, you know, we're living in 2023 in a modern country. We really should have proper stormwater drainage for residents. Now, I just, with my last minute, so I just want to say the LNP last year, I think, absolutely misled residents about how much money there was for stormwater drainage in this budget. There was some ridiculous amount, I think, given on radio of 140 million. 100 million of that was simply to clean out the drains that were blocked because of the floods. That's it. And they're still doing that. In my area, they still haven't fixed up the drain at Logan Avenue, which had collapsed and was just full of weeds and mud and completely blocked. We're still waiting for that project to be done. They've just fixed the drains at Chelmer that had collapsed and were cracked. They're still doing this work. They haven't fixed Cactoblastus Corner, and yes, they're going to put some money into fixing the river wall that literally collapsed into Brisbane River, but they're not going to fix the park or the playgrounds. The lack of investment in the necessary things we need in this city is astonishing. And I am astonished that last year, Councillor Adamant asked for some money for a memorial, and he gets it this year, like this. That's what I was shocked about. Meanwhile, over a decade, residents are waiting for stormwater drainage in my area, or upgrades or gully pits, and they can't get it. And yet Councillor Adamant gets a memorial project.
Thank you.
Like
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Any further speakers on the amendment? No further speakers on the amendment. We now move to the vote on this amendment. All in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Massey. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 1 in favour, 17 against and 6 abstentions.
Thank you. The amendment motion is not carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. And we continue debate on program 3. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on program 3. Chair, this council does so much to reduce emissions. And
Councillor Cassidy, please. Oh, okay. Councillor Griffith. My apologies, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Griffith.
Councillor Strunk's laughing at me, Chair.
I'll go down the line. Councillor Strunk. Okay. Councillor Mackay, start again, please.
Chair, this council does so much to reduce emissions. Oh, he didn't laugh this time, Chair. And for what we do not reduce, we offset. And that is why the Schrinner Council purchases only renewable energy and accredited carbon offsets to negate direct and indirect greenhouse emissions.
Councillors, please. Councillor
Through
Massey.
the Australian Government's Climate Active Initiative, Brisbane City Council has offset nearly 2 million tonnes of carbon emissions. 2 million tonnes. So if we only offset carbon emissions by planting trees, we would need to plant 10,800,000 trees. Clearly, that is not realistic. Now, we heard from the Greens councillor before who said, to quote, "Carbon offsets are a facade." Well, that has been proven to be entirely incorrect. Not by me, not by the Chair, Councillor Davis, but by the independent federal review that just handed down its findings.
Councillor Massey.
I say to the Greens, get on board. Get on board. Carbon offsetting is a way for organisations to cancel out carbon emissions that they are not able...
Councillor Massey, I will warn you.
The Greens do not support our practical environmentalism over here. They just don't. It's just, nothing's ever good enough, is it, Chair? Anyway, carbon offsetting is a way for organisations to cancel out carbon emissions that they are not able to completely eliminate by investing in projects that reduce or remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. It is an internationally recognised way for organisations to manage the carbon emissions that cannot be eliminated entirely and become carbon neutral. Now, there are numerous different projects generating offsets in Australia and around the world, and under our certification, Council is required to use offsets that result in genuine emissions reduction. And when we purchase Australian carbon credit units, also known as ACCUs, the benefits go directly to Australian communities and our environment. Council purchases independently verified carbon offsets to negate the residual emissions from its operations after emissions reduction initiatives have been taken into account. And Chair, do not forget that we have an operating landfill that produces a lot of carbon emissions. However, our program is literally so big that we're oversized for just the Australian market. The Schrinner Council always gives preference to projects that also support a wider social, economic and environmental benefits. The Schrinner Council's commitment to sustainability is evident in its proactive approach towards renewable energy and the widespread adoption of solar systems. Recognising the importance of transitioning to clean and renewable energy sources, the Schrinner Council has implemented various initiatives to harness the power of the sun by rolling out solar systems across bus depot buildings, community facilities and libraries. We are not only reducing our carbon footprint, but also setting an example for residents and businesses to embrace sustainable practices. Now, the installation of solar panels helps generate our clean electricity, reduces the reliance on traditional energy sources, and it lowers greenhouse gas emissions. By actively promoting the use of renewable energy, our council is driving the shift towards a greener and more sustainable future for our city and inspiring others to follow suit. With regards to drainage, the Schrinner Council's suburban drainage program stands as a testament to our proactive and comprehensive approach in addressing drainage challenges across the city. And at this point, Chair, through you, I need to address some of the earlier speakers' points. First, I feel sorry for Councillor Griffith. I really like this guy, but I feel sorry for him. On one hand, he's a fierce advocate for his area, and he gets to celebrate the amazing Oxley Creek Transformation Project, which is an incredible wilding project in his area. And he is in a very, very safe Labor seat. And this Schrinner Council, this LNP Council, has pumped millions of dollars into his safe Labor seat. On the other hand, he has been here for 20 years, and although he's bursting with talent and energy, he's been usurped by the deputy leadership by the temporary councillor for Morningside, who's just entered this place. There's no reward for effort on that side of the chamber. Shame, shame, shame. However, Councillor Griffith must be happy that this council is delivering for his area, though. How's the $20 million for the Archerfield wetlands? That's pretty amazing for a safe Labor seat. Councillor Griffith mentioned in his speech that this is a tired 20-year-old administration. Well, Chair, there's only one person in this chamber who's been here for 20 years. Talk about tired. You're not tired, are you, Councillor Griffith? Well, the Schrinner Council has the energy, the ideas and the ability to continue delivering for our suburbs. Recognising the importance of effective stormwater management, this council has implemented a robust program to enhance suburban drainage infrastructure. Our program includes a range of initiatives such as the construction and maintenance of drainage systems, which does include cleaning out the drainage systems as spoken about by the Tennyson councillor, the installation of flood mitigation measures and implementation of water-sensitive urban design principles. By investing in these initiatives, the council aims to minimise the risk of flooding, reduce property damage and improve the overall resilience of Brisbane suburbs during heavy rainfall events and flooding. The program also emphasises community engagement and education, empowering residents to understand the significance of drainage systems and take necessary precautions to protect their properties. Through the Suburban Drainage Program, this council is committed to creating a safer, more resilient neighbourhood and ensuring the well-being of our residents and residences, even in the face of challenging weather conditions. I commend Program 3 to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak on Program 3 today. In particular, the exciting announcement by the Lord Mayor and our vision for what we are doing with our 2 quarries in the near future. They are coming towards their end of life, and rather than waiting for this to happen, we are getting the ball rolling on planning for the future with $545,000 over the next 2 years to start talking to the community and experts in this space as well. I'm sure you're excited about the project. Councillor Mackay, Councillor Adaman as well on that side of the city. Mount Cootha right there on your doorstep. There's lots of people excited about the project, including a certain political party who's so excited about it they've already claimed credit for it, but that's okay. There is no plans at the moment to actually close the quarries at Pine Mountain or Mount Cootha, but we must start planning for their rehabilitation and ultimate transformation as well. The landform established through the extractive uses of these sites creates potential for outdoor recreation, revegetation, habitat restoration and adventure tourism as well. And as the council plans for the ultimate closure of these 2 significant quarries, this project will really focus on exploring potential opportunities for the future of these assets as part of our city's open space network. Now, it was very clearly said in the off-road cycling strategy that we released over the last couple of years that Pine Mountain Road did have the opportunity for mountain biking as well. As a large 23-hectare site, there's some fantastic opportunity with already significant hard stand and quite a contoured site to allow the mountain biking to happen in this area that I know my local residents and residents on the south side are so keen to enjoy, but possibly not through our very important remnant habitat through Toohey Forest and Whites Hill Reserve. So this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we don't have to start from scratch. At Mount Cootha, for example, the Lord Mayor has referenced the Eden project in Cornwall, which I think is very, very exciting. And that was a landmark project which involved terraforming a 160-year-old clay pit into a landmark environmental precinct, complete with educational centres and biomes accommodating unique ecosystems from around the world. So it's a sort of tropical botanical gardens in the middle of Cornwall, which if you've been there is not a particularly tropical area, but it is also an enormous tourism attractor for people to come and visit that environmental centre, and of course for the local schools and kids to do trips there and learn about the education as well. And not saying that's exactly what we're going to do with our quarries, but it's something that's been done very successfully that we can learn from as well. Whereas at Pine Mountain Road, for example, we can look at destination riding trails like Derby in Tasmania, which totally converted their entire economy and ecosystem in a city that was really struggling to keep young people in town, to keep people and businesses open as Tasmania's population at that time was lowering. And they brought in professional trail riders, trail makers into Derby, and it's now a very successful thriving economy with a tourism that's attracted from around the world purely for the mountain biking as well. So just one of the options that we could look at as we begin this task of changing the face of Mount Cootha and Whites Hill, because there is so much potential for these sites as well. It's only early days, but I'm looking forward to working with the community on planning for the transition and delivering such an historic environmental project as well. Also, within the Holland Park ward, I have to thank Councillor Davis and the Lord Mayor for the vegetation management and work that we'll be getting through Carina Heights creeks that we have through there as well. The continuing conservation reserves management through Mount Gravatt and Carina Heights. There is a continual program there of weed management around the Shire Road section, and obviously we've got a lot of connectivity to do in Whites Hill, and in particular this year the replacement of the bridge is required to meet new standards and weights of fire vehicles, because as we've heard very clearly, this summer is definitely about fires, not floods, and we definitely need to have a look at making sure that our fireys can get into Whites Hill if goodness forbid that ever happened as well. In our metropolitan districts parks, I'm very proud to see the money for some consultation to happen in Glindeman Park in Holland Park. This is a very beloved park in my local area, and the one thing I've learned a lot, particularly after our fantastic skate plaza that we've delivered in Tarragindi at Shaftesbury, which is actually very, very, very popular, even though initially residents didn't really know what they were getting, is that there is also a dearth of playground area for those that are a little bit older than our 4 to 10-year-olds. So the tweenies, probably more like our 8 to 17-year-olds. And recently they took it on themselves to use some of the fantastic mulch that we dropped up for our habitat group to make BMX tracks and jumps, which I don't think the environmental group, no, I do know the environmental group wasn't very happy about, but it's just kids wanting to get out there and be active. So we do have a very tired small skate bowl in Glindeman Park and an old exercise pad that I think would be a great opportunity, to nothing as big as a pump track, but to talk with the community about what the kids would like to see around some hard stand that would allow some jumps and some tricks, and multi-wheeling course is what I'm calling it at the moment, because it BMX, scooters, skateboards and anything in between as well. So we can talk to the community about this year and have a look at what design we could deliver in future years as well. And of course it is about the suburbs in program 3, not the inner city, considering what we've heard from the other side. There is plenty of refurbishments I have to say thank you for in my area. The Shaftesbury Street Park, that I know Councillor Griffiths will know as a former area of his, is much beloved and very, very overused, and returfing of that will be very welcome, particularly if there is a little bit of rain. Our little fur babies don't like getting muddy feet, and I think our fur parents don't like having to wash them off when they get very muddy feet as well. So we're going to combat the dirt and dust in this area with some turf, and continue to maintain our larger parks around Whites Hill Reserve and CB Mott as well. I do have to just make a comment around something that Councillor Massey said earlier, that there is only 1 hectare of park within the Kurilpa TLPI that is being delivered for the community, and that is absolutely not correct when we talk about the TLPI.
Are you raising a point of order?
Sorry, mischaracterisation.
So you're claiming misrepresentation?
Misrepresentation,
okay,
sorry.
Thank you. Noted.
Well, I heard that there was a complaint that there wasn't enough park, and the one thing that the TLPI definitely delivers is the opportunity for significant more hectares of park within program 3 in trunk infrastructure. On the Visi site alone, we would expect 2 hectares back. On the Parmalite site, 1 hectare. On the Hanson site, half a hectare, which gives us 3.5 hectares in total if we can realise the fantastic opportunity the Kurilpa TLPI is, and that is on top of the public realm, that the applicants would have to deliver and maintain themselves on top of the 1% public art, which I think is a fantastic addition in this area, but not in this program, so we can talk about that later as well. This is a fantastic program. It goes to the heart of what Team Schrinner has been from the days that it was Team Newton, Can-Do, Campbell, through Team Quirk and Team Schrinner. Clean, green and sustainable. More to see and do, making our suburbs livable, making sure there are parks that are accessible to all, whether you're there with your twins in a pram, as I used to be, or you are there with your grandkids, which hopefully will be a little while off for me, but probably closer than the kids in the prams, and everything in between, whether you're in a wheelchair or a walker, or you just have a broken leg and you're on crutches for a little while, which I may have experienced recently as well. Our parks, our footpaths, our areas, our green spaces and open spaces around the city are second bar none in Australia. We have the most biodiverse city in Australia, and we are the cleanest and greenest on this continent, and I recommend the program to the chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Massey, your point of misrepresentation.
Thank you. I stated that there's 1.8 hectares of parks that is already in the local government infrastructure plan, and that is including, if you want me to be clear.
Just clear up where you believe you've been misrepresented.
Well, I was told, the statement was that there was 1 hectare, is what I said,
so
but there's already 1.8 hectares, as I stated.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to speak about Program 3, a cleaner, greener and sustainable city, and Brisbane is just that. And don't take my word for it, let's look at some of the facts. In 2022, Brisbane was officially inducted into the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals City Program, and we were awarded the Silver Certificate by the UN Habitat Sustainable Development Goals City Program. It's an incredible achievement for our city. We're Australia's largest carbon neutral organisation since 2017, and the only organisation in Australia to have this carbon neutral status with a landfill site and bus fleet. Council's buildings, facilities and streetlights are 100% powered by renewable energy since 2020. Council won the Stormwater National Award for Excellence for the Hanland Park Veranda Waterway upgrade in March 2023. Thank you to the foresight of Sally Ann Atkinson. Some 30 years ago, she introduced the buybacks. 38% of Brisbane is now covered by natural habitat, and our goal is to get to 40% by 2031. But Chair, we are absolutely smashing that goal. Last financial year alone, we purchased 84 hectares of significant bushland through this program, including in my area of Carina, and I'm really grateful for the officers and the Chair for this. Last year as well, we were recognised through the Global Destination Sustainable Agency for making significant gains in reducing our carbon footprint. We are kicking goals, and we're not just being recognised as Australia's cleanest and greenest capital city by accident. Under this Lord Mayor and our team, his policies are making a huge difference to this city's carbon footprint, including the Brisbane Metro will save 50,000 tonnes of emission over the following 20 years. Investment in our green bridges will reduce vehicle trips and facilitate active transport solutions. Our landfill site in Rochdale makes us energy. It produces a whopping 46,000 megawatt hours of energy using methane collected from the site. The new green building incentives supports and encourages developers for greener buildings, and we're seeing a huge uptake on this program. And we're continuing to help residents reduce their household and green waste, including this year's green waste recycling scheme, as we're cutting the cost of the green bin by half. In the Lord Mayor's words, these initiatives don't just enhance our city's lifestyles, they have real environmental benefits, and we're making a huge change. Now let's talk about the best ward in Brisbane, Doughboy.
We have a lot going out in the burbs, approximately 87% of the budget actually. But Murray is my big winner out of Program 3, with the Comesley Beach Reserve and Murray Recreation Reserve currently underway with huge upgrades. But through you, Chair, when I receive a $20 million upgrade, I don't complain and rattle the tin like those opposite. I scream from the rooftops how grateful I am to the Chair and the Lord Mayor, because there are plenty of councillors in this room that got nowhere close to that. So thank you. But let's get back to positive vibes. Comesley Beach Reserve is looking incredible. Penchy the crab and Squirts the inquisitive octopus, and you've got to be careful because they'll squirt you if you don't move quick enough, arrived a few weeks ago, and I can't wait to see inside the submarine. This new play element is life-size, for the kids, not me, but they'll be able to play inside the submarine with its interactive control panel and snorkel. The park is loved by so many in our community for its unique design and play elements, so I can't wait for it to open in August. I just wanted to take a moment to thank a few instrumental people for this project. Daryl Mills is one of Council's amazing landscape architects. He designed the original playground over 20 years ago when it was transformed from an old meatwork site to the playground we all know and love. Andrew Ensby. I know every councillor who has had the pleasure of working with him his love for our playgrounds. He has such an incredible, creative, imaginative play mindset. So thank you, Andrew. I actually saw him earlier today and thanked him. And he mentioned, Councillor Hammond, that he is loving all your Bradbury shout-outs.
When's it opening? Tomorrow.
Oh, I'm not sure. Saturday 10 a.m. noted. We will be there. And I also wanted to thank the artist. The sculptor David White. He also was our original artist from 20 years ago. Our City Projects Office put out a survey to our community with 4 different concepts, and funny enough, David White was chosen. So it's an incredible outcome to see David White back on site, adding 4 new sculptures to Comesley Beach Reserve. But like I said, I can't wait for it to open next month in August. Oh, sorry, 2 months, August. Anyways, we're going to have a huge party to celebrate. Now to the Brisbane International Cycle Park project at the Murray Recreation Reserve. It is well underway with the recent demolition of the old clubhouse. The Lord Mayor and I were on site recently with the Balmoral Cycling Club presidency and a number of their club members. I can't even express how excited and grateful they were for these upgrades. The opportunities for future Olympians is tenfold because of this new closed circuit criterium and clubhouse. We're also integrating a new 500-metre inline speed skating track into the track, and that's also going to have huge benefits for other wheeled sports, and has a dual purpose also for a junior cycling track. This cycling park will be the best of its kind in southeast Queensland, and I know BETA are keen to attract cycling opportunities, which will bring more experiences for our local residents and tourist opportunities for our businesses as well. We're also upgrading Summit Street Park in Belmont, Porter's Paddock Park in Tingalpa, through the Suburban Enhancement Fund, we'll upgrade a number of other playgrounds, footpaths, and I'm really excited to get those underway this financial year. We're also upgrading local waterways. We're enhancing the Cannon Hill Bush Reserve that now sees thousands of walkers through it, through the bikeway that was installed last year. But Program 3 strives to maintain Council's carbon neutral status. We buy back land that preserves habitat and wildlife corridors. We improve the health of Brisbane's waterways. We deliver parks and improve our green spaces. We provide well-shaded streets and are much, much more. And Chair, I believe this budget has delivered that and much, much more, and I can recommend it to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Atwood. Are there any further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Davis, please close the debate.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair. Can I start by acknowledging councillors for their participation in the debate. It was unfortunate that not all of these contributions were made in good faith. As we've heard, Mr Chair, the Clean, Green and Sustainable program covers a range of initiatives from flood management to the improvement of our urban parks. What has been demonstrated is that we are committed to maintaining a sustainable and resilient city, which is key to Brisbane's livability now and into future generations. Some of the commentary during the debate from those opposite were made around carbon, and what it clearly demonstrated is that they were all about talking about carbon and about climate change, but really don't understand it, and certainly don't understand it in the context of the largest local government organisation in Australia. So there are a few new councillors here in the chamber, so for their benefit I'd like to correct the record about our carbon neutrality. Carbon offsetting is recognised by the state government, by the federal government, Councillor Massey, by the United Nations, as the most responsible action that we can take to negate emissions which are unavoidable. It's also recognised by other local governments, like the Greens-dominated Yarra City Council and the Labor-run Adelaide City Council, who also buy offsets to remain carbon neutral. Mr Chair, it's really important that the chamber acknowledges and recognises that the offsets that we invest in must always be able to demonstrate additional environmental and social co-benefits beyond the carbon abatement. Climate change is a global problem and it requires global solutions, and the projects that we invest in overseas provide renewable energy, clean water and green economy jobs in developing nations. We have a very ambitious target to reduce our carbon footprint by a minimum of 30% by 2032 and achieve net zero by 2050. And this is something that the Shrinner Council has the dedication, the experience to deliver. Mr Chair, Councillor Cassidy made some outlandish assertions about the Program 3 budget. Perhaps it's because, well, it can't be because he has an interest in the environment, because he left the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, but nonetheless they still need addressing. Firstly, drainage. Drainage continues to be a priority of this administration, and we are very proud of the record in investing in a high level of funding in drainage. There has been no reduction at all in our delivery of drainage works. So Councillor Cassidy's comments show that he has complete lack of understanding about how delivering drainage solutions for a city the size of Brisbane actually works, or for that matter, how to read a budget. I don't think he understands that the difference between investment and depreciation. As the Lord Mayor said in his budget speech, our investment in drainage across the city is worth $109 million, and it remains $109 million. That's not including depreciation, Mr Chair. There is an amount, though, in the budget of $48 million for depreciation, but it does not impact on that $109 million that we've spoken about and announced. And of course, I need to address the absurd claims made by Councillor Cassidy regarding Victoria Park. There is more money in the forward estimates because as time marches on, Chair, we now have an additional year in additional year in the forward estimates. That's how budgets work. We had a 3-year scope from when Victoria Park was announced, and now we're in 4-year. So the amount has not blown out, it simply reflects the additional year in the forward estimates. With regards to Shorncliffe, if I could just correct the record there, Councillor Cassidy has chosen to completely ignore that that council is investing money, not federal money. There is a co-contribution, of course, and that's $2.5 million in the geotechnical works, which is quite independent of the federal government. We're also doing some work regarding the staircase. Councillor Griffiths, well, that was an interesting contribution, but at least he bothers to turn up and has stayed on the EPS committee, but has similarly made some bizarre claims. He referred to target 40, which we are in fact well on target track to achieve. We're already at 38.9% habitat cover over Brisbane's mainland. If we counted Moreton Island, Mr Chair, we would already have reached our 40% well and truly, but we had an ambitious target that would be mainland Brisbane, and we are doing great work and closing in on that 40%. I do think it was quite egregious of him when he said that there's no investments in parks in his ward, and Councillor Howard is correct, as a number of other council colleagues, because Councillor Griffiths is getting the getting Brisbane's second biggest new park project after Victoria Park in the Archville Wetlands District Park. And I'm very pleased to confirm that we will absolutely be delivering rehabilitation and improvement works at Stable Swamp Creek in Fauna Parade Park in Maruka Ward, unlike his assertion. It was disappointing to see Councillor Griffiths putting words into the mouths of our officers. He made some claims that they told him that the Greener Suburbs project has been cut. Well, I'm pleased to confirm that in 23-24 we will deliver major tree planting works in Ashgrove, New Farm, East Brisbane, Carindale and Toowong. I also mentioned during my opening contribution about the tree planting events in some of the other suburbs. And I know that these are always a great hit, and it wasn't so long ago, I think Councillor Griffiths got into the chamber and waxed lyrical about the event that was held over the weekend, that weekend in his ward. Councillor Massey. So Councillor Massey also spent a bit of her time talking about matters which really don't sit in my program. They sit in program 4 and 7, and perhaps you might like to raise them there, Councillor Massey. But I would like to thank you for your support of the Victoria Park project. Not quite sure what we have as a vision is sticking some additional plantings on a golf course, but clearly that's what you think we are delivering with the Vic Park Master Plan. Perhaps you might like to read it, have a look at it. It's a fantastic document. It also has a more reduced document that shows all of the support. 78% of people very supportive of the Victoria Park Master Plan, and we will continue to deliver that. What was disappointing to hear you talk about, though, Councillor Massey, was, or inferred, that we were not doing enough work in acknowledging the history of the park, particularly...
Councillor Davis, can I ask you to pause just for a moment and turn your microphone on? Just... Councillor Massey, eating in the chamber is not permitted. I'll draw that to your attention. I have allowed people to bring in coffee cups with closed lids, but not food. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Is that working now, Mr Chair? Lovely. Thank you. Again, to the point that Councillor Massey asserted that that somehow we were not working and honouring the traditional custodians of Victoria Park. They have been on this journey with us from the get-go, and we will continue to work with the traditional custodians as we move forward with the master plan. Mr Chair, I'd like to thank Councillor Strunk for his enthusiasm regarding the Green Heart Fairs. Those that came to the Green Heart Fair in the last month will know that it was fantastic at Victoria Park. It was even bigger and better than it was last year, 15,000 last year, nearly 20,000 this year. So to put on an event like the Green Heart Fair at Victoria Park costs about $338,000. And whilst I note your enthusiasm, Councillor Strunk, that would mean to host one in every ward at least once a year would be at least $9 million. So I'm not quite sure where you would like to cut the other. Not quite sure you'd like to cut the funding for other community outreach projects. No, Councillor Strunk, you said it would be nice to have one in every ward at least once a year. But the good news is, though, Councillor Strunk, is that we have been trialling this year some Green Heart pop-ups in some of our larger communities, shopping centres. They have been quite successful, and we will continue that trial this year with, I think, another 3 or 4 sites. Councillor Whitney, now I know you're new, so you might have missed the fact that there is, in fact, funding in the budget for the Wynnum Wading Pool Park project. And I'm also able to confirm that, in fact, funding under the Conservation Reserves Management has funding to deliver the Wipeout Weeds program in Lota, as well as continuing water quality monitoring. So if you need some assistance to help you with the budget, I'd be happy to talk to you. Now, Councillor Johnston, that's always an interesting contribution. Well, I'm running out of time and I need to thank a few people. Can I thank David Chick, Brad Wilson, Dave Henry, Kate Weeks, Elizabeth Sisson, Lachlan Carkeet, and all
Davis,
my
your
staff.
time has expired. Thank you. Councillors, I'll now put the motion for 1, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 22 for the years 2023 to 2024 through to 2026 to 2027, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 92 to 101, so far as they relate to program 3, All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division caused by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Declare that carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. I'll now ask Councillor Allen to present the next program, Future Brisbane. Councillor Allen.
Mr Chair, I move that for the Future Brisbane program, 1, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 23 for the years 2023-24 through to 2026-27, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 102 to 105, so far as they relate to program 4, be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Hammond that for the Future Brisbane program, 1, the program budgeted financial statement is set out on page 23 for the years 2023 to 24 through to 2026 to 27, and 2, the annual operational plan is set out on pages 102 to 105, so far as they relate to program 4, be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair. As I and others have said time and again in this chamber, Brisbane is booming and is Australia's fastest growing capital city. Brisbane has significant momentum that is driving strong population growth and economic activity. This growth over recent years has given rise to a number of planning challenges. Between August 2020 and August 2021, Brisbane welcomed more than 35,000 new residents from interstate and internationally. It is our subtropical climate, enviable lifestyle, clean and green credentials and endless opportunities that have made Brisbane a vibrant destination to visit and a great place to live. We're committed to preserving Brisbane's unique charm and rich natural environment while catering for the ongoing rapid growth that is expected to continue for many years to come. The benefits of growth are many, however, it is not without its challenges. That is why this program, Future Brisbane, will continue to guide the sustainable growth of our city in a planned and measured way. Housing supply continues to be a challenge right across Australia, and Brisbane is no exception. It is exacerbated by global supply chain problems, labour shortages, rising interest rates and significant construction cost increases. It is a complex challenge and there is no simple solution. We know every level of government has a role to play and any policy settings and initiatives proposed need to be implemented in partnership with other levels of government and industry. The reality is that local governments, like Brisbane, don't control many of the critical levers that impact on housing supply and availability, such as construction costs and the economic environment. However, what we can do is we can facilitate latent housing supply and diversity through city planning, development approvals and assisting providers of housing supply and services. The state's Shaping SEQ plan sets a target of providing 15 years of planned dwelling supply, and Brisbane currently meets this target. Additionally, Brisbane has 9 years of supply of uncompleted multi-dwelling approvals, where the state minimum is 4 years. These targets were set by the state in 2017 and do not recognise the current capacity in Council's city plan as a result of our recent neighbourhood plans. These have facilitated the opportunity for more and varied housing supply across the city. And while week in, week out, the other side of the chamber shamelessly and irresponsibly opposes our neighbourhood planning program and other planning initiatives, this administration is still able to provide the opportunity for the housing that the residents of Brisbane are seeking. Mr Chair, just 2 weeks ago we saw Labor yet again vote against another neighbourhood plan at Brisbane Downs. Councillor Cassidy says he is a man of the suburbs, a community champion, yet he only supported 2 of the previous 19 neighbourhood plans. 2, Mr Chair. That equates to supporting the delivery of 3,000 dwellings out of a potential 34,000. As for Councillor Massey, while she has only been in the chamber a short time, her rap sheet already reads that she has not supported upwards of 14,000 new dwellings. Despite their rhetoric, it is clear the Labor-Greens alliance are not supporters of housing, and their decisions in this place are all the evidence that you need.
That's right.
Despite this, the Shrinner Council continues to get on with the job. Over the past financial year, we have been working to shape land use planning in the city to enhance economic development and increase the supply of housing with targeted strategic projects. We have released 2 strategies, Brisbane, Our Productive City, and Brisbane's Sustainable Growth Strategy, to guide how we plan for population and employment growth across the city. Our industrial city strategy set out 3 planning approaches, which are adapting, transitioning and renewing, to ensure we continue to not only sustain and optimise industrial land, but we also look to enable active industrial precincts to advance, renew and evolve. As part of this approach, we identified 70 hectares across 14 sites that we believe could be transitioned from the current industrial zoned land that does not have long-term value for optimal industrial purposes, into precincts that could see suburban and urban renewal. We have seen the success of this approach within inner-city industrial areas such as South Brisbane, Woolloongabba, Newstead and Tenerife, where these areas were transformed into some of the most sought-after places to live in Brisbane. Our suburban renewal precincts will focus on detailed planning for smaller, underutilised or strategically located suburban areas to deliver plans aimed at achieving on-the-ground outcomes more quickly. With respect to implementation, we acknowledge the role that traditional planning approaches have played. Methods such as neighbourhood plans and the subsequent city plan amendment process have served the city well. However, they do take between 2 and 4 years to complete. We need quicker and more responsive ways to amend our planning scheme to reflect the dynamic environment in which we are operating. As such, Council is investigating ways to streamline the statutory amendment process to support the implementation of precinct plans. A key component for any shortened process includes targeted research, collaboration and community engagement, and this will be based on smaller scale areas. We expect this to accelerate the planning process. Mr Chair, this upcoming financial year we will continue to investigate and implement the proven model in selected parts of Brisbane. The Lord Mayor mentioned several locations where investigations and opportunities are already progressing, including Stones Corner, Yeronga and Toombul, and there are others. And Council will continue to work with owners and other stakeholders through proponent-led proposals, as well as to provide clear direction and strategic planning advice through other council-led precinct planning projects. With the current housing challenge, the need to look at expanding the residential footprint of Brisbane into areas that may not have been considered previously is more relevant than ever. And as such, the delivery of suburban renewal is a key priority in Brisbane's suburban growth strategy, our housing and homelessness strategy. Another key priority from our housing strategy is to facilitate the construction of build-to-rent accommodation in appropriate locations supported by a new incentive program. We have seen that build-to-rent can offer a housing solution that is convenient and lifestyle-driven. In terms of location, access to public transport and amenities, while also giving certainty around tenure and the operating rental environment. However, the financial impact associated with recovering upfront construction costs when developing new residential housing for Brisbane can be significant and can act as a deterrent in delivering managed rental accommodation direct to market. Infrastructure charges and the timing of those costs are one of the upfront costs which building and construction firms need to account for as part of costing their projects. That is why, under the new initiative, eligible developments will be able to defer and pay their infrastructure charges via instalments over 5 years where they meet certain conditions. Another initiative from our housing strategy that we will progress in this upcoming financial year is the review of our major centres at Carindale, Chermside, Indooroopilly, Garden City, Toombul and Toowong. This review will focus on the current function, form and performance of these centres. Mr Chair, we will also know these centres are strategically located with integrated transport and community infrastructure already established. As such, these sites present opportunities for residential development as well as rejuvenation to improve social and economic activities including retail, office, lifestyle and other uses. Mr Chair, these initiatives cannot occur without integrated land use and infrastructure planning that meets local needs and citywide objectives. And the Program 4 will continue to update our city plans so that it is modern, robust and responsive to the current environment. And in turn, it will ensure our planning scheme provides the foundation for sustainable growth, economic development and housing supply across the city. As such, within the 23-24 financial year, we will continue our rolling program of city plan amendments that respond to the emerging policy trends, new legislation and community and industry feedback. This is in addition to the amendment packages K, L, the Qualified State Interest Amendment and the draft Nathan Salisbury Maruka Neighbourhood Plan. These are currently with the state for review. And while there are guidelines for when the state government should provide their response to council, a response on these 4 amendment packages have not been received to date. This in turn directly impacts on the timeliness of council's ability to undertake community consultation, but it also impacts on our ability to implement any proposed changes under these amendments. Although Brisbane is governed by the Planning Act, which is administered by the state government, council has and will continue to advocate for good planning outcomes in the interests of Brisbane and the South East Queensland region. As Queensland's capital city, we continue to actively contribute to the review of the state government's Shaping South East Queensland plan, which will shape policy actions and primary economic growth for the region. Shaping SEQ was last released in 2017 and as such we certainly welcome the state's announcement that their review will be completed this year. It is critical that this document and the targets within it are reviewed to give local governments, industry and the community certainty about how the region's population and economy will grow. This information, specifically the predicted population targets, is essential in understanding the infrastructure required to service the city's growth and support development needs now and into the future. In 2023, Council drafted the Local Government Infrastructure Plan and Long-Term Infrastructure Plan amendments as part of Council's 5-year review to guide future infrastructure investment and delivery by Council and the development industry. The draft LGIP represents over 1,000 future projects up to 2036 worth more than $3.5 billion. In 23-24, Council will finalise these amendments for adoption to ensure that a compliant infrastructure planning and charging framework is maintained. Mr Chair, the Future Brisbane program also looks to enhance Brisbane's livability by continuing to facilitate high-quality, sustainable urban design and renewal to foster inclusive, vibrant, livable communities and prosperous local economies for all. and accordingly we will continue with village precinct projects at Park Road, Milton, Rosalie Village, Paddington and Aminia Street, Mansfield. As the Lord Mayor announced last week, we are replacing and enhancing this program with a new program. The Better Suburbs Places and Spaces program will take a holistic design approach, creating neighbourhood places that connect people with culture and nature in a local context. The program will help restore and revitalise locations to make them more attractive for locals. Public art. We will continue to support our public art program across the city. Council maintains a public art collection of over 200 artworks, and this includes our outdoor gallery projects. We will also be continuing our Art Force Brisbane program, which allows local artists to paint original works on traffic signal boxes across the city. Additionally, events such as Botanica, which celebrate our city's creativity, will have continued funding, and Botanica in particular has welcomed more than 300,000 visitors and displayed over 50 artworks by more than 100 artists since 2018. Mr Chair, Design Brisbane will continue to be a key focus for us. Council has a vision for the city to be a design-led city. We have a number of guides and tools that we have developed under the design rating scheme, and we have recently released the Brisbane Green Factor tool to help deliver greener and more sustainable developments. Mr Chair, just as I move on, the Development Services team are continuing with their Future Development Services Enablement project, which will allow them to continue to be a high-quality development services team and better support our customer base. The team is very well regarded by the industry and continues to offer high quality service and advice to support the housing and commercial needs of the city. Now, Mr Chair, in conclusion, I'd just like to wrap up by acknowledging the work of the team who've supported Program 4, Dr John Cowie, Christian Duffy, also David Chick, who heads up as the Divisional Manager, Peter Harwood and other officers who've contributed to the process. Mr Chair, I do think that this is a terrific program. I hope that the opposition, though they have tended to oppose neighbourhood plans and other planning initiatives over their time in here, I do hope that they will support this program.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 4, Future Brisbane. In last year's budget, Councillor Allen, the Planning Chair, said when talking about providing housing, he said, all levels of government have a responsibility to pull their weight, take charge of their acknowledged responsibilities and use the specific levers available to them. It may surprise those on the other side of the chamber, but I agree with you, Councillor Allen, I do. And I believe, and on this side of the chamber, we believe that a stable home can not only change your life, it can save your life. I agree that Council, despite what is said in this chamber when it suits, and what the administration say time and time again, I believe that Council has an important and critical role to play when it comes to guiding the way that the city grows. Unfortunately, what we know within Program 4, it was already proved that the way that the LNP treat development, it's their own political plaything. When it comes to forward planning, when it comes to planning for future growth in this program, Program 4, there's less focus on future planning and good outcomes for communities, genuinely good outcomes for communities, and just more focus on fighting, you guessed it, other Labor levels of government. This program should be a critical one, treated with the importance that it deserves, but under the LNP, the devil's in the detail. Neighbourhood plans. Well, I was surprised to hear in the information sessions that under the LNP, neighbourhood plans are gone. They're done. There are no new neighbourhood plans, in fact, planned for in this budget. We heard that straight from the chair. Neighbourhood plans in their true form, are supposed to be community guided in their creation. They're supposed to be community guided, but under this administration for too long, they're simply overruled, disregarded time and time again. The LNP just keep ignoring residents true to form in the favour of property developers. I guess at the end of the day, when you're constantly overruling and overriding these neighbourhood plans, maybe the LNP have just simply realised they need to be honest with residents, and that is that they won't listen to it anyway. Just don't pretend. So instead, all of the eggs are in the precinct plan basket. All of them. I guess for me, the worrying thing about these precinct plans is that from what we see in early indications, they have little to no regard as to what the community says, and they pivot to that completely developer-led approach. They tip the scales in the favour of developers over residents and the community. In Morningside, in my ward, I understand that work is underway for the Colmsley precinct plan. There's plenty happening in my community. This is an important industrial hub. As part of Australia's trade coast, it's a critical supply chain corridor, but it is changing and it is growing. I really do think that residents need to have their say on this precinct. It runs, from Bulimba right down to Murray, and I'm waiting with bated breath for the release of the draft precinct plan. I've been urging residents to anticipate it and have their say once it's out. I will say though, on the topic of community consultation, under the LNP, community consultation for the Colmsley precinct plan looks like a couple of info sessions on a weekday in a location that's completely inaccessible by public transport. What the? That's it. I'll just add that there are very important organisations in this corridor that will be affected by this precinct plan, like Food Bank, like Fair Share, many others. And they're important organisations. I know that on all sides of politics can genuinely appreciate the work that they do, especially in these really difficult times. In times like these, I couldn't appreciate their work more, so I support them. And under this precinct plan, the Colmsley precinct plan, under the draft consultation, said it will investigate things like new marine operations and tourism-related activities on the Brisbane River, improving the road network that caters for heavy vehicles, passenger vehicles, public and active transport, improving access to public parks and facilities, and provide for future infrastructure requirements. I want to see more public transport so that volunteers from charity organisations don't have to spend 3 hours getting to and from their shift. I want to see dangerous intersections on Lytton Road upgraded, and I won't list them all because there's too many. We have been absolutely begging for these upgrades for years and years. So, under the Colmsley precinct plan, I sincerely do hope that Council will listen to the feedback of the residents in this draft plan. They will finally, maybe, I don't know, remains to be seen, recognise the future needs of my community, because despite what the LNP demonstrate time and time again, you can't do development without thinking about what the community needs. You can't do it without thinking about community amenities. And on community amenities and infrastructure, we heard in the information sessions that Council are budgeting for less revenue from infrastructure charges. That means in the midst of a housing crisis, they know that there will be less homes being delivered. So what are you doing about it? What is the administration doing about it? What is the LNP doing about it? Nothing. Nothing at all. A Labor administration would renew our support of community housing providers and work with them to deliver more affordable housing stock across the city. We would investigate all planning options, including infrastructure charge discounts and rates discounts for community housing providers, and zoning changes where appropriate. And of course, we would ensure that future development is aligned with appropriate infrastructure, services and other amenities. These are real changes. They're meaningful changes. They're ones that could be made in this program. If we made these changes, we could enable more housing, we could enable more good community outcomes. That is what Council could do today under this program. It's not happening. On village precinct projects, they're gone again under the LNP administration, and you kind of have to wonder why. Why is that the case? Maybe they finally saw the light and figured out that only allocating a teeny tiny amount of money wouldn't bring all that much dividend for local residents, local stakeholders. I know that councillors on both sides of this chamber have had to top up their projects with their CEF funding. So that's money that's being taken away from projects like park upgrades, like supporting community facilities, like investing in footpaths and being put into top-up projects being delivered as part of council's core business. Like, that's where the priority is apparently. So in summing up, this program as a whole is filled with an opportunity, but it's wasted. It's wasted under this tired LNP administration. It's an administration with its priorities all wrong.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor
Thank you,
Hammond.
Mr Chair. I rise to support program 4 and I will correct a couple of things that the new councillor from Morningside actually said and educate her a little bit about neighbourhood plans. But as I was getting a cup of coffee, I heard the caucus meeting that was happening with a few of the councillors saying they were just going to rubbish this program, and rubbish with misinformation is certainly what they did. So, neighbourhood plans. I don't know why they keep on saying they want neighbourhood plans because they vote against them anyway. I don't even think the Leader of the Opposition actually supported his own neighbourhood plan that he desperately wanted out there in Sandgate, which is a real shame because we are going through a housing crisis. And as a mother of 5, my husband and I have 5 children together, it's devastating out there for our youth. Where are they going to find housing? Labor don't want housing. And to say that we don't support community, like Brisbane Housing Company, we do. Out in Marchant Ward, there's 2 that have actually been approved out in the Chermside area. Marchant Ward has a lot of community housing. Neighbourhood plans are driven by the South East Regional Plan that the state government dictates to all councils in the South East. I'm just going to give a little bit of a history lesson for the councillor, the new councillor. She keeps on telling us because she doesn't know the rules, but the new councillor for Morningside. Gosh, I miss Cara Cook. Did I actually say that out loud? I think I did. Chermside neighbourhood plan, Marchant Waters had 2 neighbourhood plans. The Chermside neighbourhood plan started in 2007. It is a very slow, cluggy process. We had some great community people.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
Just picking up on your ruling about relevance to the budget, the 2007 Chermside Neighbourhood Plan is not in this budget, and perhaps you could draw the councillor back to the budget before us.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Hammond, if I can bring you back to the program before us and the specific items that I've mentioned here in the budget. Thank you. Well,
neighbourhood planning and planning for our city is certainly part of program 4. So I'm just saying that we don't do consultation. That's what the councillor from Morningside said. We don't do consultation. It went out to our community several times. Several times. It started in 2007 before I was a councillor. Then it ended.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
Again, this is your ruling today, Mr Chairman. A neighbourhood plan from 2007 is not in the budget. Neighbourhood planning is not in the budget, and I would ask you to apply the ruling you made to me earlier today about relevance to Councillor Hammond.
Councillor Wines, please. Thank you. Oh, your point is still relevant. Councillor Hammond, if I can draw you back to what is talked about in the book, which is planning for neighbourhoods.
Okay, it was Chermside is in the budget. It is one of the growth areas that the chair actually spoke about in his opening speech. But I will be quick with that because the plans go to the state government to actually check. They direct council to do the changes. We do the changes. It goes back to them to check, tick and flick, change whatever they want and go back to consultation. The Chermside neighbourhood plan was held up for 4 years before it could grow under Paul Lucas was the one.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
Mr Chairman, you ruled me out of order on relevance earlier today, and you set the standard to say we had to speak about what's in the budget.
Councillor Wines.
The Chermside neighbourhood plan from 2007 and the 4 years of consultation and Paul Lucas are not in the budget. And I would ask you to apply your ruling equally.
Councillor Johnson, I'll judge Point of order on its merits. And Councillor Hammond, if I can bring you back to the matter that's before us in this budget book, please.
I was just correcting the record from the councillor from Morningside.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond.
About how neighbourhood plans work. We need more housing in our beautiful city. Why would you not want to live here? I was born and bred. I'm one of the lucky ones who was born and bred in Brisbane. But where do our youth go? We need mixed housing, and planning is so important. We need mixed areas where people can, for the lower end market to the higher end market. I'm delighted that we're doing build to rent, because unfortunately, I'm not sure if Neil's and my 5 kids will actually be able to buy in our city. So build to rent is a very important option for people in our city. Also having building for dignity as well. Social housing is so important. I'm a strong believer that any single person could end up needing social housing tomorrow. My poster girl for that is my aunt. She lived in a multi-million-dollar place on Sydney Harbour. Where is she now? She's in social housing. Anyone could need social housing, and we know there's only been a 1% increase in social housing from the state government across Queensland. Across Queensland. We know the vacancy rates are around there. But I really do love our architects that are doing some beautiful buildings that breathe programs. I want some out in Marchant Ward, if anyone's listening, because they're beautiful outcomes. Architecture is so important. Similar to the beautiful, when there's a dream, like Bradbury Park, and a wonderful local Brisbane architect made it into reality. And can I say, the opening is on Saturday at 10 a.m. for everyone to have a look at this beautiful architecture that came through. There's, again, mixed development, future growth is dictated by the state of where we have to go. And planning, I agree. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe I'm going to say this. I believe with the councillor on Morningside that we do need to plan for the infrastructure. Look at the growth that's happening in Moreton Shire right at the moment, all the way up to the Sunshine Coast. We need those roads. We need those roads to come on and have the infrastructure for those people who are going further and further north to commute into our beautiful city. Because as we know, there's about 80% of the people who live in Moreton Shire actually work in Brisbane. That could be in your area, Councillor Landers. That could be in Marchant Ward. It could be even in Doughboy Ward that they come across and work in our beautiful city. So we do need the infrastructure to complement. That's why our neighbourhood plans identify new parklands, like the Vera Canali Park there in Lutwyche. That came out of the neighbourhood plan that was there. The Terry Hampson Reserve is also part of the neighbourhood plan that came through for our Chermside area. For those new, because I know there's some newbies over there that keep on telling us they don't know the rules, but for those newbies, Terry Hampson was the most amazing local councillor in the Marchant.
Point of order to you, Councillor.
Again, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Hammond is now defying your rulings. Don't know who this person is, but he's definitely not a member of Parliament or a councillor. She's still talking about a neighbourhood plan from 2007 when she wasn't even the councillor.
Thank you,
Relevance, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. You have made your point. Councillor Hammond, if I can bring you back to the program that's before us, please, and the specifics, and not go back into history, please.
Planning is about looking at parklands, about roads, about the growth, not just in Brisbane, because we do projects on the borders of Moreton Shire and Logan and all those other areas. Terry Hampson was the previous Labor councillor for the Marchant Ward, and they greatly named a park after him. So he was Marchant Ward. We have to plan. As the chair said, there was 35,000 people coming into our city. We need social housing. We need mixed housing options for people. And we do need higher density, or else we're going to keep on going out and out and out further. Just for interest, we can't keep on going into our rural areas for expanding, because that costs infrastructure for public transport, facilities, all those things. One of the last family farms in my family just got sold for housing. We can't keep on going out. We unfortunately have to go up. Parkland is very important for that. Again, in closing, build to rent is something that's very dear to my heart. I know most of us in here have got children, some don't have children yet or plan not to have children. But you will know if you do, it's your choice, but you would know that our children need a place to live. They may not be able to afford it in our beautiful city. We can't shut the borders to stop people from coming in. So planning in this city has to be taken seriously. They think this whole budget process is a joke.
Councillor Hammond,
over there.
please.
Planning is important. I want to see more build to breathe. I want to see more build to rent. And I'm very supportive of Program 4. Thank you.
Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for lunch for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hammond, Councillor Hutton, sorry, for a lunch adjournment. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, councillors. We'll continue with the debate on Program 4 and we're over to the opposition side. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I note that this meeting has started 10 minutes late, so we've lost 10 minutes of debate for this session. I rise to speak on Program 4, Future Brisbane. It was an interesting contribution. I'll come to some of the things that Councillor Allen said about the changes that are happening in our Future Brisbane program this year. Interesting contribution from Councillor Hammond, who spent most of her contribution with personal attacks on this side of the chamber. Most of that contribution, it was interesting coming from the councillor who rails against personal attacks, of course. But the two things that I...
Councillor Hammond.
There was.
Councillor Collier.
What I most took
Mr.
from...
Chair?
Point of order, Councillor Howard.
Mr Chair, I just wonder if you have a ruling on the fact that Councillor Cassidy said we started 10 minutes late. My understanding was it was 15 minutes from, or an hour from when we left the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. I was going to address...
It was an hour 10.
I was going to address Councillor Cassidy's comments towards the end, but as all councillors know, the time is taken from when the last councillor leaves the chamber. It was not Councillor Cassidy, and if you'd like to argue with me again, I'm quite happy to issue you another warning. You've got the call, sir.
So what I got from Councillor Hammond's contribution as a Deputy Chair of this committee, and the Councillor's been here for 16 years, I think, in this place, is that Councillor Hammond doesn't understand how the LNP's neighbourhood planning process worked at all, and doesn't seem to understand that that's now gone. That it was the LNP, it's not Labor councils got rid of neighbourhood planning, it's the LNP who have got rid of neighbourhood planning in this program. It was a council administration in the 1960s that first brought in the first town plan for Brisbane. Before that, it was largely unplanned growth. A town plan was brought in the 1960s. Clem Jones was the Lord Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Hammond, one more outburst and I will issue you with a warning. Are we clear? Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. So since that time, since the 1960s, councils, whether it's Labor administrations, Liberal administrations, LNP administrations...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Hammond.
Relevance. Councillor Johnson stood up and said that we couldn't go back in history. He's going back to the 1960s.
Councillor Hammond, that's not a proper point of order. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. So successive councils have progressed city plans. So town plans and the city plans, brought planning amendments, have maintained the currency of a city plan. It's an important core function of a council. Well, it was until this year. And we found out what is going on now when it comes to future Brisbane and when it comes to planning development in Brisbane. It should now be called Wait and See Brisbane. Wait and See Brisbane, I guess. So one of the biggest debates we've had in this chamber in recent years about planning was the TLPI that we had through here a couple of weeks ago. A lot of wild claims from the LNP were thrown around then. The Deputy Mayor said it was so urgent that TLPI was passed that we couldn't wait for a planning scheme amendment. She later admitted that it would be years before any developments would be progressed there, and the TLPI itself in Kurilpa was more of an encouragement for landowners to sell their land to developers, to encourage development. The LNP had time to consult with the Property Council, but not with local residents in that instance. But we were assured at the time that consultation would occur in a planning scheme amendment to come this year. That's what we were told. In this budget, planning scheme amendments would progress. Well, Councillor Allen clearly didn't get the memo, because in the information sessions he confirmed that the LNP had no intention of progressing a planning scheme amendment in Kurilpa.
None.
They have no intention of progressing a planning scheme amendment this year. He said that they were just going to await the outcome of the TLPI. So they sent up to the state government. They were doing nothing. They were doing no consultation, not starting that process, not progressing a planning scheme amendment at all, probably because they were actually never really interested in it, I guess, Councillor Massey. Councillor Allen also confirmed that no other planning scheme amendments would be progressed for the so-called precincts that were mentioned by the Lord Mayor in his budget speech. He mentioned two there. There's been others that have been mentioned, but he mentioned Toombul and Stones Corner in his speech. Councillor Allen said there was a big long list. There were a lot more precincts that they were looking at. Couldn't give us the list, wouldn't give us the list. Couldn't confirm where they all are. But we do know the Lord Mayor is talking about Toombul and Stones Corner. So you go, fair enough. We should see a planning scheme amendment roll out for those precincts, because neighbourhood planning is gone. There's no more fine-grained planning when it comes to that. But here's the kicker. He said that council was just going to wait for developers, landowners and developers to approach council with a proposal. What? And then council would, I presume, bring in a TLPI based on what the developer is proposing. That's what the precinct planning is now. So council's not doing any proactive planning whatsoever when it comes to these aforementioned precincts. So again, it's developer-led planning, not community-led planning. Just on build to rent, Councillor Hammond talked about build to rent in that strange round the world speech. I hate to burst Councillor Hammond's bubble, but there's a lot less build to rent applications currently under assessment now than there were 12 months ago under this LNP administration, and there's no proactive planning process around encouraging those to occur in precincts, unfortunately. So neighbourhood planning has been totally abandoned, as we now know. The LNP's so-called award-winning neighbourhood planning process. It's bittersweet for us, I guess, because we know that the terrible community outcomes that can come as a result of the LNP's butchering of neighbourhood planning. At least there was a process, I guess, that was attached to planning changes, to planning scheme changes. The replacement for the neighbourhood plans now is this precinct planning, which we've heard about, which is developer-led. Council just sits back, waits for a developer to approach them. They whack a TLPI on a property or a group of properties to enable that development. So planning now, according to Councillor Adam Allen, the LNP, is being led by a TLPI process with no consultative process attached to that whatsoever. Shame. So the administration, it is a real shame. You know, it wasn't perfect, but there was actually at least an opportunity. There's an opportunity for people to at least, have some form of say. It's definitely gone out the window with the LNP now. We know the LNP are planning for slower dwelling growth in this coming year than they did last year. There's a $75 million reduction in the forecast developer contributions coming to council because there's an expectation of less housing being delivered here in Brisbane. It's not something the LNP talk about much. We certainly didn't hear that from Councillor Hammond, who said she wanted to see lots more development, but didn't actually have a plan about how that would be delivered here in Brisbane. The LNP have claimed for a long time that they didn't need a housing strategy. They said they had their city plan, they had neighbourhood plans, not anymore. They had the industrial strategy, then they had their growth strategy, which is supposedly a housing plan. But we heard also as well that the TLPI a couple of weeks ago was the answer to that, but the dirty little secret is well and truly out now, that in the middle of a housing crisis, the LNP are planning for less housing to be delivered. We're seeing more affordable housing projects delivered in neighbouring councils over at Redcliffe in the Moreton Bay Councils, not a shire. A development by a community housing provider over there, which is the first of its kind to have 100% reduction in its infrastructure charges, which has now led to a policy of the Moreton Bay Council in responding to the housing crisis to waive infrastructure charges and development fees for community housing providers in that council. We should be doing that here in Brisbane as well. It'll be 2 years since the February 2022 flood before any planning amendments are brought to council to change development practices. That's been confirmed as well. That process of amending city plan and doing reviews is being stretched out longer and longer. We assume that the LNP were undertaking reviews of mapping and building practices over the last year that would progress those amendments, but apparently not. According to Councillor Allen, apparently not. That's still to happen. 12 months ago, Councillor Allen said the practices of using fill to raise the floor height of buildings instead of requiring houses to be built on stumps would be looked at. 12 months ago he said that would be looked at. He's confirmed that has not happened. That is not the case. Village precinct projects are gone. These projects replace the old SCIP, Suburban Centre Improvement Programs, which were established under a Labor administration. Those SCIPs were comprehensive. Communities that did get one of those full-blown SCIPs are still reaping the benefits of that investment today. That investment from the 1990s and 2000s, still seeing that investment deliver for their communities. The Village Precincts project, which replaced that program, was smaller, less ambitious, but they've also now all but disappeared. They've been replaced with something that's got a new name on it. We know that the VPP program was underfunded in its delivery because councils had to dip into CEF funding to complete those projects promised under the VPP. The magic CEF funding that's supposed to, $580,000. Apparently it's unlimited. Apparently it's unlimited because it's supposed to fund absolutely everything that a councillor needs to deliver for their community according to the LNP. I had to do that at Boondall, and I know Councillor Huang had to do that as well. So every time the LNP replaces one program with another that's got a different name, it's worse. It delivers less, it's a worse outcome for the community. So we've now seen them abandon neighbourhood planning. They've abandoned planning itself entirely with this precinct planning based on TLPIs. The LNP are winding back suburban enhancements with SCIPs and VPPs gone, and the LNP are planning for less housing to be delivered this year and still can't bring themselves to give community housing providers the support they need. This is a fail for the LNP.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Further speakers? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on Programme 4 of Lord Mayor's 2023-24 budget on Future Brisbane. Mr. Chair, Programme 4 Future Brisbane is the program that is about how we can guide the sustainable growth of Brisbane, including the renewal of precincts and neighbourhoods, design excellence and quality development, supported by efficient infrastructure and the preservation of the city's unique character and heritage. Brisbane as the host city for 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games and the fastest growing region in Australia, we must continue to change and adapt to the demands of a modern city. Mr. Chair, the essence of city planning is putting the right zoning in the right place, so the city will have a sustainable, healthy and balanced growth. That is why we adopted neighbourhood plans to complement the growing needs of our city, so we can adapt more quickly to the changing needs of the city. Let me take Emerald Plains Gateway Neighbourhood Plan for example. Mr. Chair, Emerald Plain is a blessed suburb with diverse religious representation. Whether it's the Bosnian Mosque, Korean Gospel Church, or the Chinese Taoist Temple, this is a shining example of a multi-faith community in our city. Emerald Plains is also a significant high-tech and employment hub for our city. The Brisbane Technology Park is right at the centre of Emerald Plains, alongside with RACQ head office, conveniently located on the other side of Logan Road. Emerald Plains is home to a transport junction where the Gateway Motorway, Southeast Freeway and Logan Road intersect, not to mention the 2 metro stations included in this neighbourhood plan. Emerald Plains has been identified by Brisbane City Council as one of our city's new global precincts, with all the advantages I just mentioned. Emerald Plains is definitely a precinct that we need to plan well and ensure it will continue to play a key role in the future growth of our city. The neighbourhood plan is aimed at providing framework for the continuous prosperity of Emerald Plains and emphasizing its advantages as both a central transport location, an economic hub, and a multicultural community. The draft amendment to this neighbourhood plan will achieve a number of key planning outcomes. It will firstly, it will allow for housing to be developed in a range of scales and densities, and focuses increased density near schools, services, employment, and public transport infrastructure. The existing low-density residential housing is retained across the balance of the neighbourhood plan area. It will provide housing choices close to the future Rochdale busway station and existing employment through various residential zones on Levington Road, Underwood Road, Millers Road, and Logan Road. It will also support the growth of the Brisbane Technology Park by increasing the allowable building heights to 6 stories around the border of the precinct and up to 8 stories in the center of the precinct, whilst encouraging high-quality urban design. It will also continue to support the ongoing evolution of the BTP by changing the zones from specialized center, which is major education and research zone precinct, to specialized center that includes mixed industry and business zone precinct, which will support office, research, and technology, light industry, and service industry users that currently make a significant contribution to the local economy and employment. And it will also allow for other non-sensitive users that generally operate during the day and night, including bar, function facility, and theater. It will also provide community users education establishment, which includes technical institute and university, but not its accommodation. And it also provides function facility, healthcare service, indoor sports and recreation, and food and drink outlet users who will provide a range of recreation and cultural opportunities for residents, workers, and businesses. Actually, I remember a little story. Some years ago, I was approached by a church. They came to me and said they want to purchase an office in Brisbane Technology Park to use as a church for their church services. I actually suggested they should probably do an e-church in there rather than actually having people attending the church on a Sunday. But anyway, this neighborhood plan also encourages development to improve local streetscapes by providing landscaping, shade trees, and wider footpaths in key locations. So there's a more comfortable pedestrian environment, particularly between the Brisbane Technology Park and the existing ML Plains busway station. And it will continue to support the operation of the existing ML Plains busway station and surrounding users, and the future Brisbane Metro Depot and School Road by changing these sites from open space to special purpose, which is transport infrastructure zone. And although I believe the money should be better spent on fixing the QE2 hospital, but this neighborhood plan also supports the newly proposed satellite hospital at 59 to 65 Levington Road by rezoning the site from emerging community to community facilities, which is healthcare purposes zone. Yes, she should. And it supports the ongoing operation of established places of worship situated on Logan Road, Millers Road, and Underwood Road. But be clear, not Brisbane Technology Park. And it also protects 14 additional trees under the significant landscape tree overlay. Mr. Chair, ML Plains Gateway Neighbourhood Plan is the best example of a balanced and forward-looking vision to develop our city. It was carefully examined and prepared to make sure the people of Brisbane will continue to enjoy the enviable lifestyle we deserve. And in contrast to our approach to develop our neighbourhoods in a balanced and sustainable way, the changes to secondary dwelling and rooming accommodation by the state government demonstrated a knee-jerk response to the housing crisis that was partly contributed by this Labour government by demonising the local housing providers. Despite the devastating history of the tragic house fire in Logan that claimed 11 lives, the state government still insisted on their planning amendment on secondary drilling, which was announced on Friday, 23rd September 2022, and effective Monday, 26th September 2022, with no prior consultation with council, and the changes to residential definitions to remove the limitation on the number of households in a dwelling, and in turn council's ability to limit the number of people in a household for dwelling house and secondary dwelling. As such, people living in a secondary dwelling do not need to be part of the same household as the people in the primary dwelling. Mr. Chair, we put limitation on the number of unrelated persons allowed to live under one roof for a reason. According to the studies, when there's a fire, a household with more than 5 unrelated people live under one roof have high risk of casualty, and that is why we made such limit. The knee-jerk decision by the state government in making these changes will exponentially increase the risk. And state also made further changes on 1st December 2022 under planning amendment room and accommodation, which now will allow for small-scale room and accommodation uses do not require planning approval, which also called the material change of use approval, from the local government in lower density residential zones. Mr. Chair, these changes brought by the state government is to cover for the incompetence and lack of plan to address housing crisis. As I said previously, anything like the Logan House fire happen again, the blast is on this state government's hand. Mr. Chair, I would also like to touch on Lumley Street Village Precinct projects, which is something I'm very proud of. It was something that was launched back in 31st January 2022, and it was just recently completed in May this year. It has a creative place-making elements with catenary lighting and nature-themed footpath painting were delivered to showcase the unique character of the Lumley Street precinct. The initial project of budget was $600,000 and increased to $600,000, yes, to $716,000 with the additional budget secured through partnership funding from myself, from my ward SAFE funds. And can I tell the councillors on the other side, probably except Councillor Jared Cassidy, if you want to get something done in your ward, please use your SAFE funds. I can't see why you can't deliver your footpath and other things. I remember when I once heard from the former Lord Mayor Graham Crook, he told me when he was in opposition, he used to get $300,000 a year. That's all he gets in his ward. He still managed to deliver for the residents and get himself re-elected for 35 years. So yeah, if the opposition wants to get anything done, help yourself. God help those who help themselves. And, yeah, and also part of funding came from PPI Schedule 977 for curb and channel replacement. And as part of stage one engagement, the public was invited to provide feedback on the opportunities for the center, including questions regarding level of support for new unique seats and seating area, new pavement, creative lighting, and future shade trees. And the survey responses show high level of support for these elements and an overall high level of support for the project.
Councillor Huang, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Yes, just waiting for this to reset. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on Programme 4. I would like to start by saying that, you know, there are a number of planning chair people in this LNP council who over the years have absolutely brought in some of the most appalling changes to the planning scheme that I've ever seen, to City Plan. That includes the Deputy Mayor, Krista Adams. That includes Councillor Julian Simmons, who's not here, and there are many others. Councillor Adam Allen is taking a different approach, though. He's just killing off all neighbourhood planning. He's just killed it. I don't support neighbourhood plans, particularly one that came through my area, because it did not reflect community expectations. Hundreds of people wrote submissions and council didn't change a thing. So the idea from the Deputy Planning Chair that this council listens to communities is just shocking. But it's okay because Councillor Adam Allen, the current Planning Chair, has just killed off any kind of community involvement in planning in our suburbs. During the budget, the Lord Mayor announced this precinct planning process that would be underway. And he outlined 3 areas, Councillor Cassidy. You've mentioned 2, and the third one was in my ward at Yeronga, but we'll get to that in a moment. When asked a question about this in the information requests, Councillor Allen said, and Councillor Cassidy's got it spot on, he said it's a developer-led process. Yes. It is, let me say that again. So communities aren't relevant because it is a developer-led process. And he went on to say that we'll work with owners if they want to bring forward proposals, but they may want to do DAs, and then it'll just be consultation through the normal DA process. Right. Okay. So, as bad as neighbourhood planning was, there was a process. There is no longer a process. Developers are getting free range. We know how and why this is happening. Behind closed doors, there is a secretive, well-funded, developer-led board full of ex-political mates called the Better Suburbs Board. For the past 2 years, nearly 2 years, they have been meeting secretly with representatives of Councillor Allen, if not himself, with senior planning chair people from council, and they have been making decisions behind closed doors.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Deputy Mayor.
I believe the councillor is impugning motive on an advisory board in council. I ask your advice on whether she needs to withdraw those comments.
Take your comments on board, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. You're talking about the group as a collective. I'd just check your language towards them, please, councillor.
Okay. It's a secretive board set up of political and developer mates. That's who it is. Guess who? Does anybody want to guess? One of the Lord Mayor's best political mates, Gary Hargrave. Failed former federal member. And more. And more. This is a secretive board that does not provide any accountability to the people of Brisbane. There are no public reports produced. They are directing officers to change how planning is happening in our city behind closed doors.
Point of order.
Just one moment, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson, can I remind you that there is no privilege in this place?
That's right.
Not necessarily, Councillor Murphy, thank you. Councillor Johnson, there's no reason for you to step into this space while I'm dealing with Councillor Murphy, right? We're dealing with what you've said at the moment. There is no privilege in this place. You understand that? Okay. Deputy Mayor, point of order.
She's even impugning motive, or the Councillor Johnson, I think we agreed, Councillor, you may not have been here when she was acceptable. Councillor Johnson is either impugning motive or it's not a secretive board because apparently she knows what's going on or she's making it up. Which one?
Councillor Johnson, just be mindful of what you're saying, please, in this place. You have the call.
I've done the file requests, Mr Deputy Chair, but they've been deemed secret. I'm not allowed to publish them, and I wish I could publish the minutes that I've read. So I know what this board is doing, and the Deputy Mayor wants to hide it. She wants to stop me from speaking today. This Better Suburbs Board of ex-political Liberal Party mates and developers and property professionals are making planning decisions for this city. They are doing it.
Point of order,
Point of
Mr
order,
Chair.
Deputy Mayor.
I know it's not a point of order that she's wrong, but she's impugning motive, and I ask her to stop casting aspersions on an advisory board of council. It is inappropriate and an act of disorder in this place.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson, would you care to withdraw your previous statements? Can you turn your microphone on, please?
Look, this is a board funded in this budget. I'm speaking to the budget.
It's what you're saying.
May I continue?
Yeah, just one moment. It's what you're saying about the board themselves. So you're impugning motive of that board.
Well, Mr Chairman, imputing motive would be... Deputy Chairman, imputing motive would be if I said the board was doing this to help their developer mates. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is a secretive board. This is a board that is giving directions to officers. This is a board that has no transparency to the public. This is a board that is being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in meeting fees. Nothing comes up to this place. There is no transparency about their decision-making, and I'm one of 2 councillors, to my knowledge, that's gone and done the file requests and knows what they're doing. We know in my area, for example, that one developer has been pushing council to rezone his industrial property in Yeronga, and on the basis of presentations to this secretive Better Suburbs Board, this council has now removed the industrial zoning, has now decided there's going to be a precinct plan that will be developer-led.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
There is no privilege in this place, and these are outrageous mistruths, and I ask Councillor Johnson to stop impugning motive on council officers who are dedicated town planners who make their own decisions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson, can I ask you to withdraw your comments, please?
No, this is all true. I'm sorry. Am I supposed to stop talking about what's in the budget?
No, I mean, you have the right to say whatever.
Thank you.
Just one moment, please, councillors. You have the right to say whatever you wish in this place. However, you do understand the consequences if you do so. Okay, you have the call. You have the call.
Not only was I on the money before I started, I now know I'm spot on the mark because of what the Deputy Mayor is doing. I don't think it is acceptable that a secret board of ex-political mates of the Lord Mayors and developers and property professionals should be making decisions about how and where planning happens in our city. That is wrong. That is what is going on behind the scenes in this city at the moment. And we know from what Councillor Allen has said that neighbourhood planning is dead. There is no more neighbourhood planning. None. Instead, there is this wonky process that he can't even properly explain, where developers will bring forward proposals if they get together and they talk about it, and if not, there'll just be a DA. So that will override the planning scheme. I don't even know what status, legally what status, a precinct plan would have within the city plan hierarchy. Are there just going to be more TLPIs like in Kurilpa, where 90 stories is forced on a community with no consultation? If you want to try that, Mr Deputy Chairman, if the LNP want to try that in Yeronga West, bring it on. My name's at the top of that pendulum you don't like. It'll blow the roof off that when I tell them what you're doing in Yeronga West. You want to bring, the Lord Mayor wants to bring his version of tall out to the suburbs, middle ring suburbs in Yeronga. He wants to bring tall out there. He's going to have a fight on his hands. Our community values its amenity. Our community for years has been lobbying to have a say in how planning happens in our suburbs, and they're not getting it under this LNP. And we know, Steve, Councillor Griffiths, how many years have we been asking for a skip in Annerley? And then they changed it to a village precinct project, and we immediately petitioned to get a village precinct project. There's been 20 of these things over the years, nothing for Annerley. Nothing. That is a community crying out for a little bit of attention to footpaths, paths, lighting, artwork, just some new bins. I mean, you name it. But no, there's no money. And again, 3 of the 4 projects being funded are in LNP wards. There is barely any focus being put onto flood planning. Apparently, the planning chairperson will be working on a recommendation about high-rise buildings retrofitting their basements. Gee, I wonder how he's going to do that, right? Is he going to say, "Oh, please, just move your electricity to the body corporate"? Are they going to do it because he says please? No. Is he going to send out Councillor Marx's compliance officers who you ask them 12 times to make sure a footpath is clear and they issue warnings? No. I mean, this administration got us in this mess with their dodgy city plan in 2014, and they keep saying they're trying to fix it, and all they're doing is making it worse and worse and worse. This administration has failed this community and this city on development. We know that there is no real money for, there are 3 pages in this budget, just 3 whole pages in a budget of hundreds dedicated to planning. There is no money for the Brisbane Housing Corporation to do anything useful. There is no money for social housing. There is no focus on consultation with our local community. and every community is at risk by what Councillor Adams describes as a quicker process of fast-tracking precinct plans. A quicker process and fast-tracking precinct plans. Well, I don't think this administration's getting it right. There needs to be a focus on green development planning initiatives. That's where the focus should be.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Further speakers? Councillor Mackay.
Did you just say, oh no, when I stood up, Councillor Griffith? Come on, I thought we were mates. Chair, I rise to join the debate on Program 4, and I'm not going to mention Councillor Griffiths in this speech. All right, I will. Today I stand...
Councillors, bit of shush, please.
No,
Let Councillor Mackay get his speech out.
Today I stand before you to discuss an important aspect of Brisbane's future, and that's our Future Brisbane strategy. As a city, we recognise the incredible potential that lies within our neighbourhoods, and one such neighbourhood that truly deserves our attention is Toowong. Situated just 5 k's west of the Brisbane CBD, it provides exciting opportunities for housing development, as we're seeing at the moment. Already, we've witnessed some great examples of worthy housing proposals in this vibrant suburb. These examples serve as a testament to the untapped potential of Toowong and in its ability to accommodate our growing population. I'm proud to say that this council fully acknowledges this potential and remains deeply committed to fostering sustainable growth and urban design in this area. Under the guidance of the Future Brisbane program, we've made significant strides in charting the path of our city's sustainable growth. Council's independent assessors are committed to approving quality developments. Through stringent planning and collaboration with stakeholders, we have created an environment conducive to the city's growth, ensuring that future developments meet the highest standards of quality and sustainability. I look forward to seeing how the precinct planning works out, and I'm excited to see the potential with housing diversity, including build-to-rent options, and also the Great Monarch residences where the Greenbridge will land, and hopefully the Avery precinct forges ahead on the old Woolworths site. Our strategies further reinforce our commitment to providing well-planned and sustainable housing options. These strategies emphasise the importance of creating livable communities while also ensuring that our city remains economically vibrant and environmentally responsible. By implementing such strategies, we demonstrate our dedication to striking a balance between growth and sustainability, benefiting both current and future generations of Brisbane residents. Toowong, as a neighbourhood, has already undergone a remarkable transformation through concerted efforts in quality suburban renewal. This transformation has breathed new life into the area, resulting in a thriving and vibrant community. It stands as an example of our commitment to providing essential housing for students, workers and other residents alike. I'm proud to highlight that Toowong's proximity to prestigious institutions like the University of Queensland, the Regatta and the RE, excellent public and active transport options, a wide range of local amenities, restaurants, etc., make it an ideal location for people seeking housing opportunities. Future Brisbane is a testament to Councillor Allen's unwavering commitment to sustainable growth and urban design. Through the Future Brisbane program, the Brisbane City Council has laid a strong foundation for responsible development. The recent strategy focused on a productive city with sustainable growth has further solidified our dedication to creating livable communities. Toowong represents a prime example of our efforts in quality suburban renewal, providing housing opportunities for a diverse range of residents. The key, of course, is to ensure that we get top quality housing to enhance our local area.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Council is committed to working with community, industry and other levels of government. Council remains focused on delivering positive planning decisions by building community understanding. Council will continue to work with residents and businesses to deliver integrated land use and infrastructure planning that meets local needs. Yeah, these are all statements in Future Brisbane. the program which I speak to. These are all statements, and yet the experience of the Kurilpa Peninsula residents in relation to the inner city strategy and the subsequent TLPI is completely different. And I have a sneaking suspicion that the future experience of most residents across Brisbane, specifically in prioritised precincts, will be similar. So get ready. Toowong, Indooroopilly, Stones Corner, Albion, Newstead. I've talked over the past 2 days about the infrastructure and plan deliveries that were undelivered by this council as the Kurilpa precinct population has grown and continues to grow. Let me just repeat again. This area has provided 9,000 new dwellings and since 2010 and has approved 6,000 dwellings in the pipeline. And yet, the infrastructure and the facilities are missing. Victoria Street Ferry gone, KP Green Bridge unfinished, the Toowong West End Bridge on the shelf, and today I mentioned the 1.8 hectares of green space within the local government infrastructure, plan, since 2014 for delivery in 2021-26. Nowhere to be found. This might be a good time to talk about the community facility and library extension that's also been in the local government plan for this area to deliver on the growth that already exists. That's nowhere to be planned. Instead, they're packaged in the Kurilpa Precinct TLPI. Thank you. Talk about irresponsible and sustainable. I mean, they're not delivered. Instead, they're repackaged and dangled like a cherry for a TLPI that has no community consultation. And we know now there's no future plans for community consultation. When I thought about speaking to this debate, these are the things that I wrote. What the TLPI that's been submitted is an abuse of power, and it undermines a planning system that is far from perfect, but at least requires a degree of community engagement. Now we know there will be no community engagement. And it does look like this TLPI will set the dangerous precedent for people across the city, because it will override neighbourhood planning processes and existing neighbourhood plans altogether. And if this TLPI, Kurilpa as an example, future planning will continue to offer insufficient green space, will continue to provide for new community facilities that are simple re-announcements. And we also know that there will be no work on the social infrastructure that's needed, for example, for educational facilities. And that will increase catchment pressures across schools across the city. Specifically, in my ward, for West End State School, Brisbane State High, East Brisbane State School, while it exists, I'm still fighting. I'm the only one. And Dutton Park State School. Yeah, thank you. And Dutton Park, interjection noted, thank you. And this is all without community consultation. Remember my quotes at the start? But you know who did get consulted? Developers. So if you'll indulge me, Chair, I'm going to do a little bit of sharing because I want to talk to some of Councillor Hammond's points. I actually grew up in Stafford after we immigrated here. My family, their friends, my neighbourhood friends, they all still live there. And I grew up with friends in that whole area, and some of them were in housing in Stafford, Stafford Heights, Aspley, etc. Sorry? Yeah.
Councillor Hammond.
And they were in council housing, right? Public housing, right? No, we'll get there. Can we get there?
Councillors, please. Councillor Massey, you got the call.
So that's the first thing. They're in public housing, right? I grew up with them. The second thing is, to what Councillor Hammond said, you know, let's not just think of your children or the children in this chamber. Let's think of the children that are currently homeless that I see every week, that we feed, that we provide connection to organisations for support, sanity problems.
Point of order, Councillor Hammond.
Misrepresent.
Noted. Councillor Massey, you got the call.
Yep. Let's think of them, because not a single development in the Kurilpa precinct
Councillor
will
Hammond.
provide them a single home. I call for direct investment in public council. We could do that. I'm talking $1 million, 100 million every year or more to provide and build housing, either through the Brisbane Housing Company, through projects like Common Ground, or trusted social housing companies. I ask this council to act and incentivise the renting out of vacant homes that could be done through a vacancy levy. I talked today about repurposing abandoned central business district offices to create housing. We could do all of that. This council found $140 million for a park. Yes. Imagine if it cared as much for homeless, rough sleepers and people struggling on the cusp of homelessness, choosing to miss out on meals, not see doctors, as they care for upgrading a park. Today we have an LNP administration aligned to developers to provide one thing. The one trick pony, privatised housing supply, whose benchmarks, if you look at the Kurilpa precinct, won't even provide for long-term affordable housing, anything over 5 years, and the build-to-rent plan has no rental caps. Noting that rent has increased in this past year by 12.3%. The residents of Brisbane know this now. They are feeling the hurt. They are watching as they are completely forgotten by this LNP administration. Homeowners stripped of consultation about how their communities and neighbourhoods grow. Renters ignored and given no relief, as developers make hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and this council simply complies. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise
just one moment before I start. Councillor Hammond, your misrepresentation.
I think I did speak about everyone in the community, not just the people in this room. I'm concerned about the housing availability in this whole city, so it's not just about people in this room.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Look, I rise to speak on Program 4, and it is a very important program in the scheme of things when we are in a housing crisis and where we know on this side of chamber that increasing supply decreases demand. I'll say it again, increasing supply decreases demand, and what we see from the other side of the chamber is no, 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 no on supply. Yes, yes, yes in handing discounts out for infrastructure, and I think I heard Councillor Cassidy say no infrastructure charges for developers, but that might be in a slip of the tongue as well. What I would like to say through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Massey is when it comes to the TLPI in Kurilpa, the outcome for higher density 1 kilometre, this is childish is what I hear. This is childish. They say we laugh about DA, but we are childish when we put the truth on the table. And the truth is, we do not consult with developers. We have a very good team.
Councillors.
I heard it 3 times from the other side of the chamber, and I'm just going to correct the record and say we have a very good team of experienced, advanced town planners in council who worked their hardest to get the TLPI in Kurilpa correct, which gets us the infrastructure that we need, which gets us the density that we need that is directed by the South East Queensland Regional Plan. And as of about a month's time, through you, Mr Chair, I expect a lot higher targets. Councillor Allen, is that not what we heard at the brief the other day? Much higher targets from the state government. And when they can give us a legislative way to control affordable housing, we will do it. I'm not doing the blame game. We would love it. But our Planning Act is a subset of the South East Queensland Regional Plan. There is no blame in this, Councillor Massey, who is a new councillor, as they keep explaining themselves. It is the truth. There is no legislative planning for short-stay accommodation, for build-to-rent, for affordable housing. And they wouldn't even support 30% of public housing on Woolloongabba. So if you want to talk about lack of community consultation, talk about the state government. Karilpa TLPI has been done in an emergency crisis where we need housing and we need it to come on fast. It will now be followed, if it is approved, by a full amendment, which has multiple, as Councillor Hammond said from her experience and my experience through neighbourhood plans, major amendments have at least 2 full community consultations. But I ask Councillor Massey, through you, Mr Chair, to ask the state governments how Woolloongabba's going to go. How's the ILUP going to go in Woolloongabba? No consultation on Woolloongabba. How will the PDA on Hamilton North Shore go? That didn't go very well as community consultation. No. Albion when it comes? No. Nothing. No community consultation. We do community consultation and we'll be out on the ground for that community consultation before or after we get the approval for the TLPI, because I don't expect we're going to get it, so we'll be out there doing it anyway. But that's how we do it, through neighbourhood planning, through talking to the community. We also collect infrastructure charges, which are capped by the state government. But we collect infrastructure charges and put a lot of money into it to make sure we then get the infrastructure we need. PDAs, without the community consultation, no capped infrastructure charges, but I can assure you, not 1 cent comes back to council. So this is the level of government that delivers for the community, and this is the program that delivers the housing the city needs. Unfortunately, those on the other side are too blinded by their petty politics to see it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, I rise to speak on this program, Program 4, and I just wanted to, when I was reading through Program 4, I was distracted a little bit, and so I thought, I wonder which spaghetti western movie actually best characterizes this particular program, and I came up with High Plains Drifter. That didn't sort of make sense. A Fistful of Dollars, a little bit closer. A Few Dollars More, a little bit closer. But the one I settled on was The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Now, I don't mean...
Just one moment, please, councillors. Councillor Strunk, can I remind you that this is about Program 4 and not a movie review?
I'm talking...
Can we go back to Program 4, please?
Yep. Yes, I was talking about what characterized this.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Sorry, okay. I thought we'd entered into a movie review.
That word ugly, I wasn't talking about your dial, right?
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
Can we get a ruling on the constant interjections that we've been pulled up on all day?
Not councillors. Not an appropriate point of order. Councillor Strunk, you have the call.
Thank you. No, I was talking about the ugly bit being alarming and disagreeable, basically, and that's what actually ugly means in the context I'm talking about. So if we have a look at the good first, right, and there is a bit of good, right, I'm not saying that there's not, and if I have a look at Botanica, which no one's actually mentioned, I don't think, in any of their speeches today, a great program that happens once a year here, that many thousands of people actually like to participate in, and I think it's a bit of a shout. I know we spent a lot of money doing it, but it's about 700,000, something like that. But it's a really great event, and I think it should be talked about a bit more. The other thing too is engaging in collaboration with community on key planning processes. Now, I know. Recently, in my ward, I've had a number of groups that have had successful consultations with council officers, and I'd like to mention a couple of those. Certainly, the Lions Soccer Club is developing a master plan for their site, as well as potentially for some land on the northern side of their site for a sporting precinct. Which I know they've been very happy with the consultation that the council officers have offered them and given them. Also, the Oxley Golf Club is another one that they are doing a master plan on. This is planning for the city for the future because they're looking at the Olympics, right? And also just recently in Waterford Road, which I know is not part of this program, but it's planning for a precinct, a sport and rec precinct there as well. So there is some good. Now, in regards to the bad, right, let me just, I suppose the neighborhood plans, and I'll only mention that once, but the precincts now, which are being replaced by those, is a bit of a worry. I never had any of the other since I've been councillor. There was a few that were put into place prior to me coming to this place, with Milton Dick as the councillor before me, but it's really a shame that those plans were not adhered to, right? I wasn't in the chair I suppose, for more than about a month, and I had a delegation from Duandala that came in and saw me and said, listen, they're not following the plan. They're not following the plan. And the excuse was, well, because we let one low-density development to happen, right, we just have to allow it everywhere now within this particular suburb, which they were really, really upset about, and it's just continued on and on and on. So the other issue, of course, is in regards to urban utilities. You know, we're really not planning for, especially one area of my ward, which is Ellen Grove, which is the acreage version of Ellen Grove. There has been no planning, right, in regards to the utilities that are going to be needed to support it, whether it be storm water, whether it be sewage as well. Sewage is the big issue, and we're never going to be able to develop that green site until council gets together with urban utilities in a planning way and actually decides to do something about it, because unfortunately at the moment, with the development applications going through in this area, they're having to actually, each individual house has a pump that pumps up to the Forest Lake infrastructure up at Woogaroo Street. And each one of those household owners has to maintain that pump working, or their sewage is not going to go anywhere. And they've got to do that year after year, decade after decade, right? Now, this is really poor planning, right? And I know one of them, even though it's only 3 years old, one of them has had a problem already with the pumping to the up the road to Woogaroo Street. And that's because there is no trunk infrastructure in this area at all. It's an old acreage area, but it's within 18 kilometers of Brisbane. My goodness, you know, we could put hundreds and hundreds of really nice homes in there, right? And really do something about increasing the capacity for residential living in this area, but we're just not doing the planning, which is really a shame. Now, in regards to the ugly, right? And I know it's a bit of a word, right? But really, we really just don't do much in the way of coordination for development in this city with an architectural vision at all, right? And I recently took a trip on one of the city cats up the Brisbane River. I did it a few years ago as well, and I just wanted to have a look and to see what sort of development it's sort of happened along the river. And honestly, there hasn't been a lot of improvement, I must admit. There has been some new buildings along there, but honestly, you can really tell when they get it right, when they get the architectural right, and it really is an engaging building and it really looks great. But then at the same time, you can tell when they just don't get it right, and it was all about producing a building at a cost, right, that maximized the bottom line. And you know, we don't want this city to be a second-class city. We want the city to be a first-class city. And I'll just mention also, in regards to the latest of livable cities in the world, which came out today actually by the EIU Global Livable Index. And number one was in Austria, was Vienna. But it's a beautiful town, I suppose. I've never been there myself. But number two was in Copenhagen. But Melbourne was 3 and Sydney was 4. And Brisbane was nowhere near those numbers at all. So our livability index has really dropped, I believe. And we really need, if we're going to host the Olympics, right, we need this city to be the best that it can be. And good planning, and then having a plan, but good planning, and then having a plan that you stick to, right? And not just let the developers decide what this city is going to look like, right? Now, we do have a lot of presentations that come through the committee, and I must admit most of those presentations for those particular buildings are top-notch. Right? They really do look good. I'd live in them. They're very attractive, and for most part, they have the amenities that you need in a new building. Sadly, of course, I've always brought up the issue of solar, water harvesting, EV charging, and a lot of that is not being conditioned for these buildings. And I'm told that, of course, you can't do that. Well, yes, you can. Right? There is a process you can go through to condition those issues, right? And I think it's about time we look to the future, and this is what this is all about, this program, looking to the future. And sadly, it's only 4 pages. Context in the book's like 4 pages long, right? Which is like really nothing, right? I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in there, right? And there's some stuff that I don't like either, but that's another debate. But I just think that we really need to knuckle down and get the development right. And I think if we're looking towards that 2032 and to be proud of the city that we live in today.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Thank you. Further debate? See no one standing. Councillor Allen, can you please close debate?
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank councillors in the chamber for their contribution to the debate on Program for Future Brisbane. As everybody in this chamber would be aware, this particular program has been developed in an environment that is very challenging for our city. We have, in many regards, been a victim of our own success. Population growth in this city has been extraordinarily rapid, and the demand on housing and infrastructure is at an all-time high. Now, the challenge around housing is such that while we have years and years of latent housing supply available to build new houses, and certainly the sort of volumes we need to support the need that exists in the city, the reality is that the environment is not good for those seeking to build new homes. Now, whether that's standalone homes or low, medium or medium density apartments, the market is very, very tough, and what we're doing is making sure that we can be as agile and responsive as possible to ensure that we can do what we possibly can within the remit we have to facilitate additional housing in this city. While I was generally positive about some of the feedback that we received during the debate today, I did, however, want to specifically touch on some comments. So just with respect to the comments Councillor Collier made regarding housing, new to the chamber, and so not surprisingly some of the comments were a little bit misguided. So during the information session, she came into here making much about the need for housing, but during the information session, not once would she ask about housing stock, housing supply, or what we were doing to provide housing. She asked a lot of questions about things like P&E court activity and how we were going with our appeals, but nothing on housing supply or stock. So very much focused on non-housing issues, and I found that somewhat extraordinary. Now,
point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Now, she has incorrectly come into the chamber here and said neighbourhood plans are scrapped. Now, while we have no plans in the next 12 months to start a new neighbourhood plan, They are not off the table permanently. Rather, what we are doing is we're recognising the challenges of this city and we're focusing on other mechanisms, including precinct planning, to be more responsive and agile to reflect the situation that currently exists. At any rate, I'm not so sure that Councillor Collier or her colleagues are wedded to neighbourhood plans, given they rarely support them. 2 out of the last 19, so I think that's enough evidence in terms of what they think about neighbourhood planning. So, Councillor Collier stated that Labor would support community housing providers and work with them.
Sorry, just one moment, Councillor Allen. Councillor Collier. I have warned you. Councillor Collier, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request that you cease calling out across the chamber and refrain from exhibiting this conduct for the rest of the meeting. Thank you. Councillor Allen, you got the call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Councillor Collier suggested that, we should provide community housing providers with infrastructure charges and rates discounts, as well as zoning changes where appropriate. Well, Councillor Collier, I know she's new, but we already do this. We already provide community housing providers with application discounts, rates discounts, infrastructure charges discounts. We work very closely and collaboratively when they bring applications to council. So we are already committed to supporting that sector. Now, as both I and Councillor Hammond said, Labor continue to vote against neighbourhood plans, many of which include expanding opportunities for low, medium residential and medium density residential. These are all located near high frequency transport and amenity. It's the kind of zoning that community housing providers desperately need. So we are providing that. So this notion that we're not supporting them is inaccurate. I'd also note that Councillor Collier has perhaps not a good perspective on neighbourhood planning and the amount of community consultation that takes place. So just a little bit of a walk down memory lane. The 8 Mile Plains Neighbourhood Plan had 3 rounds of consultation. The Sandgate Neighbourhood Plan, 3 rounds of consultation. The Brisbane Downs Neighbourhood Plan, 3 rounds of consultation. And the Nathan Salisbury Maruka Neighbourhood Plan already 2 rounds and more to go. So this sort of notion that we aren't consulting is inaccurate. Now, the other point that Councillor Collier criticised was the Comesley Precinct Plan and consultation on this industrial precinct. If the councillor had bothered to read the briefings or even look at the website, she would know that we have undertaken the first round of consultation to inform the drafting of the precinct plan. And in coming weeks, we will undertake more community consultation on this draft precinct plan. It's funny that Councillor Collier talks about overruling community consultation, because that very thing happened in her ward. At Comesley, the community wanted renewal and more uses there, and what happened? The Labor state government whacked a TLPI on the precinct. A 2-year TLPI, which has recently been renewed with no consultation, and interestingly enough, Councillor Collier did not mention that TLPI when she was regaling against the Comesley precinct plan. Councillor Collier also made much of infrastructure charges and the likelihood they would be less this coming year. Well, Councillor Collier, you should be aware that infrastructure charges are capped by the state government, and we spend way more on infrastructure than we ever collect. Councillor Collier made much of Program 4 and enabling housing, or it didn't enable housing, yet they constantly opposed neighbourhood plans. You can't have it both ways. Mr Chair, moving on to some points that Councillor Cassidy made on build to rent. He stated that there are less build to rent under assessment now than there was 12 months ago. Well, I can categorically state that is not the case. In the last financial year, we have approved 9 development applications for a combined total of 1,522 new dwellings. Currently, there are a further 5 development applications under assessment, and if approved, will provide another 2,189 new dwellings. So Mr Chair, I'm the mathematician, but it's clear that build-to-rent developments are coming in, they are increasing, we have a lot more interest in them, and this notion that they're somehow receding is totally false. I'd also note that Councillor Cassidy misled the chamber on the actions taken following the February 22 flood event. In the past year, we have taken the following actions. We've developed a new fact sheet on services location in basements and other retrofit options for existing buildings, aimed to raise awareness of best practice planning and building design and resilient development generally. We've included a new standard advice condition on relevant decision notices for applications in flood-affected areas. We've created a new online inquiry form. This was created for residents to receive general planning advice about rebuilding or repairing their flood-affected properties. We've waived development assessment fees for affected property owners, and we are finalising the all-inclusive review of the city plan, and if necessary, we'll progress a schedule of proposed amendments. To the points that Councillor Johnston made, one really...
Point of order, Deputy Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
Just to the point that Councillor Johnston made, the BSI board is an advisory board. It's not a decision-making function, and I can't be any clearer on that. Now, to Councillor Massey's comments, maybe she wasn't listening when the Lord Mayor did his budget speech last Wednesday, but she made much of potentially using disused commercial buildings for residential. Well, during the Lord Mayor's budget speech, she raised exactly that point, that we would be investigating the opportunity to use some disused commercial buildings for residential uses, and where appropriate we would consider incentivising. So back to the budget speech, Councillor Massey. Now, in the context of social housing is a state government responsibility. We will do everything we can to support it through our normal city planning mechanisms. And it's interesting to note that just in recent times we've seen the federal government and state and territories working together to come up with a new social and affordable housing funding program. So it's clear that the federal and state government recognise that this is their responsibility. It's not a local government responsibility, but we will continue to support the sector in whatever way we can. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Collier, your misrepresentation, please.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Chair. Councillor Allen said I didn't ask questions about housing supply in the information sessions. Myself and my Labor colleagues asked multiple questions on infrastructure charges, which is directly related to supply, and as the Chair, I am quite frankly astonished that he cannot make that connection.
Thank you, Councillor Collier, and I remind you that there should be no debate in misrepresentations. Councillor Cassidy, your misrepresentation, please.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. What I talked about in terms of, in my contribution today, in terms of reviews post the February 2022 flood disaster, Councillor Allen confirmed that Council still hadn't reviewed, like, as I said,
Who's chairing this meeting?
That confirmed that Council still hasn't undertaken any review about the use of fill
Just
and
hang
building
on,
practices.
hang on 1 second. Councillor Wines, no calling out across the chamber. Councillor Collier, you've already got a warning. You're going to get another one. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
I finished my point of misrepresentation. If you're going to warn Councillor Collier, you should warn Councillor Wines. He's been displaying an awful lot of disorderly meeting conduct today.
Councillor Cassidy, no, hang on. I'm chairing this meeting. Councillor Cassidy, your opinion will be asked for when I ask for it, and you raise a proper point of order. In the meantime, Councillor Collier has been interjecting quite prolifically over the past few days. Councillor Wines is well behind her on that front. And you're not that far either behind, Councillor Johnson. Right, we will move on. As there's no further debate, I'll now put the motion for Program 4. 1, that the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 23 for years 2023, 24 through to years 20, 26 and 27, and 2, the annual operation plan as set out on pages 102 to 105, as far as they relate to Program 4. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. I had to think too hard then. We got everyone, Katie? Let's do it. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 22 in favour and 2 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, I now call on Councillor Howard to present the next program, Lifestyle and Community Services. You've got the call, Councillor Howard. Oh.
Mr Deputy Chair, I move that for the Lifestyle and Community Services program, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 24 for the years 2023 to 24 through to 2026-27, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 106 to 122, and 3, the allocation for the operations for the service 5.5.3.1, cultural facilities management for the year 2027 to 28, as set out on page 78, so far as they relate to program 5, be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Landers that for the Lifestyle and Community Services program, 1, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on pages 24 for years 2023-2024 through to 2026-27, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 106 to 122, and 3, the allocation of the operations for the services of 5.5.3.1, cultural facilities management for the years 2027 to 28, as set out on pages 78, as far as they relate to program 5, be adopted. Councillor Howard, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Before I come to the substantive debate, I want to address some questions from Monday's Information Centre session. Now, I know that some councillors in this chamber, it was their first budget, so they may not be aware that Program 5 differs to the other programs in that a significant proportion of our funding is delivered via funding agreements which are commercial in confidence. As per the advice provided during the information session, commercial in confidence information cannot be shared in a public forum. The Divisional Manager has provided all requested commercial in confidence information to respective councillors, and I remind councillors that this information is not...
Councillor Johnson.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
I refer you to the meeting's local law. Councillor Howard is required to provide us with a full list of the festival funding that was requested in the council budget sessions. I spoke to Mr Bias and asked for the ones in my ward, but I am still expecting a full list as per my question to Councillor Howard in the information sessions, and she is required to provide that information to us during the debate today.
Councillor Howard, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. The Divisional Manager has provided or requested commercial in confidence...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
I have not been provided with the list. Councillor Collier, have you been provided with the list? You have? I've not been provided with the full list of all of the festivals funded. And I'm the one that asked the question, and I would like the information, please.
I'm sure that Councillor Howard will follow that up for you. Councillor Howard, you've got the call.
Mr Deputy Chair, if I can make a statement, the Divisional Manager has informed me that Councillor Johnston has received that information. The Divisional Manager has provided or requested commercial in confidence information to respective...
Just one moment, Councillor Howard. Point of order.
Yeah, I did not ask the Divisional Manager for the full list of funding. I asked Councillor Howard in the information sessions. Mr Bias provided the local information. So Councillor Howard is reading out what she's been given, but that's not what the Divisional Manager was asked for, because I'd asked Councillor Howard for the material in the information requests.
Councillor Johnson,
she's required to provide it.
I do not understand what the difference is.
She hasn't answered the question.
Speak while I'm speaking.
Well, you're saying you don't understand. I'm trying to explain.
Well, you don't interrupt me because I haven't finished my sentence.
Well, am I allowed to finish mine?
No, you're not. I have the precedence of the chair. Councillor Howard informed you that it had been supplied, irrespective of whether the information comes from Councillor Howard or the divisional manager. You have the information.
No, I don't have the information. This is my point.
Okay.
I do not have the information. This is my whole point.
It's noted.
Yep. No, Mr Chairman, I apologise. I have been given the full list. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for the apology. Councillor Howard, I'm sure you'll accept Councillor Johnston's apology.
I'm pleased to hear Councillor Johnston apologise to the Divisional Manager, who was very efficient and provided all requested commercial in confidence information to the respective councillors. And I remind councillors that this information is not approved for public release due to the confidentiality clauses within the funding agreements and/or contracts. Now, to the item at hand. It is a pleasure to introduce the 2023-20...
Sorry, can we have a little bit of shush, please? That means, can we be quiet? Councillor Howard, you've got the call.
This budget demonstrates why stable, experienced city leadership matters, and this budget debate demonstrates why residents can trust this Schrinner Council and not the destructive Labor-Greens alliance. Those opposite may refuse to admit it, but the truth is plain for all to see. In Brisbane, you get more than other councils deliver and you pay less. Out of every bill that Brisbane residents receive or extra costs they incur, be it groceries or power, one of the lowest increases will be their rates. And even though average residential rates will rise by less than half the inflation rate, the Schrinner Council is still delivering record investment in Brisbane's suburbs. This budget invests more than $4.7 million in festivals and events right across the city in 2023-24, as well as our landmark cultural organisations that contribute so significantly to Brisbane's thriving creative sector. This includes funding for 150 suburban community and multicultural festivals, continued funding for our signature city festivals, including the Queensland Music Festival, Brisbane Writers Festival, and of course what would Brisbane be without the iconic Brisbane Festival. And I'd like to thank Louise Bazina and Charlie Cush for their continued leadership in delivering Brisbane's favourite festival, and I can't wait to see what they have planned for this September. Deputy Chair, funding for our cultural organisations continues with a new addition to the 2023-24 budget, with the Australasian Dance Collective now set to receive ongoing funding through this program. Australasian Dance Collective does incredible work with so many different parts of our community, whether they be reigniting a love of dance for our seniors, bringing the joy of performance art to our little ones, or bringing it to the floor at the Brisbane Festival. This funding will ensure they can continue to deliver that important work and help them grow their programs into the future. We've also cut the cost of holding events and festivals, with the Lord Mayor recently announcing an overhaul of Council's permit fees to make it easier and cheaper for events of all sizes to take place in Brisbane. The councillor for the Gabba ward refused to support this policy when it came through the chamber earlier this month, which is really disappointing, given the rhetoric given by Councillor Massey during the budget debate. It just goes to show, Chair, the destructive Greens just can't be trusted. Only the Shrinner Council can be trusted to deliver a better Brisbane. Our city is Australia's lifestyle capital, and whether it's cut-price activities for kids or free concerts, we're committed to ensuring Brisbane has a great range of free and affordable events for all ages, abilities and interests. That's why this budget continues funding for much-loved programs like Bands in Parks, Brisasia Festival, the Lord Mayor's City Hall concerts, Lord Mayor's Seniors Cabaret and our Seniors Suburban concerts. We're also continuing our strong track record of investing into our city's sporting, recreational and community organisations. We deeply recognise the valuable work our not-for-profit organisations play in providing opportunities for residents to be active, healthy and socially connected within their community. Not-for-profit organisations act as pillars in their communities, providing critical services that improve the social and economic outcomes of Brisbane residents. Through this sensible and balanced budget, we are committing over $6 million towards sporting and recreational organisational development to ensure our community organisations can keep delivering the great work that they do. Our Active and Healthy team will also support the delivery of the Resilient Clubs Support Program. We know that programs like these make a huge difference to community and sporting clubs, and we will continue to assist these groups to be strong, sustainable and deliver ongoing benefits to their local communities. As a part of this commitment to our city's communities, we're investing more than $175 million in our community organisations and facilities over the next 3 years. That includes record investment in our Community Facility Improvement Program, with more than $70 million allocated to creating better facilities for Brisbane's community organisations over the next 3 financial years. A significant amount of this funding will go towards ensuring our sporting and community organisations rebuild, recover and become more resilient after the devastating impact of the 2022 floods. Works under this program include everything from the delivery of significant sports field renovations through to the complete rebuild of community facilities. And Mr Deputy Chair, we will ensure that each project we deliver for our community clubs and lessees will be done in the most accessible way possible, meaning that we can deliver even more accessibility upgrades across our community facilities network. But that is only a snapshot of the Shrinner Council's continued investment in our community organisations and facilities. We're continuing the delivery of our valued grants program with more than $3 million allocated next financial year for the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Grants program, which has benefited more than 160 community organisations to date, including Metro Arts, who have received funding to upgrade their facility with a new wet area, lighting, security doors, air conditioning and signage to support local artists in Norman Park. Everton Park Bowls and Community Club, who are using these funds to install a retractable shade cover over their synthetic greens in Everton Park, and the Indooroopilly Canoe Club to undertake planning and design works to better improve their community facility, and that's just to name a few. This is, of course, in addition to all the other wonderful grant programs delivered through Program 5, many of which were established by this Shrinner Council and will continue long into the future thanks to the many years of strong financial management. Programs like our Creative Sparks grants, the Lord Mayor's Creative Fellowships, our Historical Organisations Assistance Program, Senior Celebration donations, Lord Mayor's Community Fund, Housing Support Program and, of course, the landmark Pathways Out of Homelessness Grant Program, one of the first initiatives delivered by Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner in his first year as Lord Mayor, and now, by all accounts, the gold standard in grant programs to help our most vulnerable residents. We've already invested over $3 million into this program, and the additional $3 million over the coming few years will make a real impact. For many, it will be the difference between a life on the streets or a permanent home. But that is only one example of how this Shrinner Council is leading the way in making sure every possible action is being taken to get people off the streets and into homes. It took more than 280 days, thousands of signatures and a tidal wave of support from our community, but we finally got the state government to step up and commit to opening the brand new and unused Pinkenba facility as a temporary emergency accommodation. This budget confirms our commitment to invest $1 million towards helping the state government get Pinkenba open and operational. We know that times are tough, with the cost of living increasing everywhere you turn, and that's why this budget includes some fantastic initiatives that will benefit every resident in Brisbane, regardless of where they live or what age they are. Our network of libraries are incredible community assets, adored by residents across Brisbane, and their ability to borrow books and a great range of our other resources for free has become an increasingly valuable service with living costs on the rise. Our new smart library lockers are taking libraries 24/7, making sure that even more people can access our fantastic library service. The first two were launched on Monday in Carina and Holland Park, and they've hit the ground running, with 45 holes already placed this week. This is just one way the Shrinner Council is working to deliver a better Brisbane. A stark contrast to Labor, Mr Deputy Chair, who spent their time demolishing libraries. The Shrinner Council has and always will continue to invest in the future of our libraries because we know how important they are for our communities, for the development of our little ones and for the lifelong learning and enjoyment that reading brings to people of all ages. Funding continues on the delivery of the new Everton Park Library, with work on track to be completed by the end of this year and for the doors to open in the new year. Our outreach programs will continue to deliver the many free programs that make our library service not only the biggest, but also one of the most accessible and inclusive public libraries in the nation, with funding allocated for our audiobook postal service, our home library service, our summer reading program, our English conversation groups, our pop-up library, our human library, the Next Chapter social group, and our Gold Star and Little Star reading programs with support from the State Library of Queensland's First Five Forever program. But that's not all, Mr Deputy Chair. With the cost of living going up, a lot of people have less money to spend on family fun, and that's why we're making sure residents pay less and get more in Brisbane. We're slashing summer pool prices across Council's 22 pools, with the Shrinners Council $2 summer dips. Yay. Whether you're a regular lap swimmer or a family that loves taking the kids for a dip on those hot summer days, slashing pool prices will help residents have fun, stay active and save. For an adult, the cost will drop from up to $6.40 to just $2. For an eligible child, the cost will drop from $4.75 to $2. And for a family of four, the cost will fall from up to $20.15 to $8. They may sound like small numbers, Mr Deputy Chair, but these savings are really going to add up for those keen on taking advantage of their local pool this summer. So, Mr Deputy Chair, this budget ensures that residents, community organisations and visitors alike will continue to have access to modern and welcoming community facilities, local library services and opportunities to experience Brisbane's rich culture and lifestyle. To all the officers responsible for delivering this program, I commend you for your commitment to our community and the city. You truly are dedicated to a better Brisbane. You live and breathe our council motto, and we see the impact of your work in every corner of our city. You make a real difference to the lives of thousands of residents that call Brisbane home, and on behalf of the Shrinner Council, I thank you. Chair, it would be remiss of me not to particularly mention our public space liaison officers. These guys have been doing it really, really tough over the last year, and I just want to send a big thank you to them on behalf of everyone in this chamber, because I know that we truly appreciate the work they do, and we know how demanding that can be. And so it really is something that I think needs extra mention this year to all of the wonderful council officers that work with us. Mr Deputy Chair, I'd also like to thank Councillor Cunningham and the Lord Mayor for their leadership and commitment in delivering yet another balanced budget that goes above and beyond in delivering for every suburb in Brisbane, for every family and for all communities. This is a budget that ensures Brisbane's residents pay less than other councils but get more to see and do, better suburbs, better community facilities and a better future. I commend Program 5 to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Are there any further speakers?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I thought we could break in for afternoon tea.
Councillor Griffiths, you've got the call.
Okay, thank you. I rise to speak on lifestyle and community services. I believe this is a really good program, lots of opportunities for our city. But I do disagree with the way it's funded, particularly the way we are doing community development in the city. The many lost opportunities with that role that used to be a big part of our city but now has dwindled under the LNP. And I also disagree, particularly in this program, with how we deal with sport and recreation and community-based leased facilities. For such a wealthy city, we are falling well behind what other councils, other local councils in this area are doing the innovation in this area. And we're falling behind because we're spending a lot of money on the inner city. Can I say now that I've been on Councillor Howard's committee for a while, and I find Councillor Howard very passionate, and I do respect her for her work and service, as that of her officers. So, Councillor Howard, I know how much work you put into your particular role. But I do have to say, and I have to say it's with a but, it has been impacted, or the role has been impacted by 20 years of this LNP council. And it's certainly been impacted, I believe, by the strategy that we're seeing with this budget for the 10 LNP councillors that this administration is seeking to protect or seeking to hold their seats. And I spoke about that earlier, so I won't revise that here. But let's look at some examples. Libraries. Now, we hear the LNP and we heard the tired line before, oh, Labor knocked down the libraries. Labor knocked down Acacia Ridge Library because they were building the Sunnybank Library, a bigger library. That's why. So one was knocked down because a bigger one was being built in the adjoining suburb. So if you use your logic, are you getting rid of and closing the Indooroopilly Library because you're going to build a new library? Does that not count with your logic? Can we close this tired sort of petty debate that you've been having about libraries? Because they're not true. They're not true. It's a half-truth. And if you want that, well, then you're closing Indooroopilly Library, and that's a really bad thing. You're taking it away from somewhere where it's really convenient for residents now and putting it in a location that's inaccessible and inconvenient for residents. And once again, sadly, I think this is probably one of the saddest things I've seen in this chamber, is the poor people out of Pollara missing out on a library yet again. Yet again. It's been, I think, 15 years. So I've certainly called for the library down there when I represent those people, but yet again with an LNP councillor, a senior LNP councillor, can't get a library service out there for those residents. And they should have it. Because what we heard from Councillor Howard is libraries are an incredible community asset. And she later went on to say, with living expenses on the rise, they're very important. And I agree with you, Councillor Howard. And it's a shame that the councillor out there in Pollara can't do a job and can't deliver a library for those people out there. And I'm sure there'll be other candidates who will promise a library out there for those residents, and so there should be. For me, I'm really upset about Annerley Library, and it's been represented by Labor and Liberal councillors and an independent councillor over the last 20 years, and that poor little library has had no upgrade in that time. 20 years of LNP government and no upgrade of that library. It's a forgotten library. In fact, we should have a list of forgotten libraries in Brisbane. Because Blimber's a forgotten library. Yep. Kurilpa's a forgotten library. I couldn't believe Kurilpa the other day when I went past that. Kurilpa's a very sad forgotten library. And you start looking at those libraries and you realise how inaccessible they are for so many people. And yet this administration says we're leading to the Paralympics, but we can't make our facilities accessible. We don't even have that as a goal. Yeah, so Annerley Library misses out again. Councillor Johnson, we'll just be out there again, ensuring people know that Annerley Library has been forgotten by this administration. Now, homelessness, and this is another disappointing thing for me because I have been having more and more people come into my office talking about people who are homeless, living rough on the streets, needing assistance, particularly in my area, older women. And I know we've got organisations that do good work in the area. In fact, we had one at Annerley until recently. It was cut by the Lord Mayor and his team. Their funding got cut. They were doing great work. They're doing work with tiny homes. They're a really innovative organisation. So a shout out to the Annerley Baptist Church. But this Lord Mayor is not interested in you. This Lord Mayor doesn't think you're using the funding right. That's why it's cut. They were doing a great job. They were doing really good work. And I'm just really disappointed that that opportunity has been lost for our city as well. I will pick up on, there was a congratulation for the public space and homelessness officers. And I'd like to also say, I'd like to congratulate our hoarding and squalor officers as well for the work they do. And that was something I raised years ago and the administration picked up on it. And I'm really pleased they did. I'd like to throw into the mix, and I had I was talking to one of the chairpersons today. I actually think the opportunity now, or the need now, certainly my electorate, is that we need to extend or look at the roles of these people, but particularly in relation to mental illness. Because the number of people living out in the community now who have mental illnesses that are quite active, we need some assistance at a professional level, at a government-to-government level. I'm not saying we do all the work, but there is a big need for us to step into that role of liaising with other levels of government so that we're looking after the safety of, I'd say, my staff or your staff in your offices, other council staff and neighbours as well, so that we ensure that there are better responses. And once again, I think we should be leading the way on that and showing other councils what can be done with that, but we aren't in that space yet. Festivals and events, unfortunately this program I see was cut a little bit. How disappointing is that? How disappointing is that? And more so, it's not transparent where the funding's going or how it's going, and how much each ward's funding has been increased, which I find difficult. More and more, I'm finding that amazing CEF fund has to substitute the work that we get from grants funding to these programs so that we can even put on a basic festival. Because in my area, these festivals haven't risen for years, but council costs, despite what I hear and hear, have risen dramatically. And finally, the thing for me is the way we ignore, or the way we treat or dish off the great volunteers in our city who do remarkable work with our 600 community leased facilities. And those community facilities, many in my ward, are below par. They are below standard. And it's not because those volunteers don't work hard. It's not because they don't give blood, sweat and tears. It's because we give them dud buildings. And then we say, oh, we're responsible for the land and you're responsible for the building, like we did with the Maruka Bowls Club. We gave it back to the community and then said, now find the $1 million you need to fix it. And I think that's the same for Stafford Bowls Club. Or the East Brisbane Bowls Club's obviously gone. They're facilities that are community facilities that should go on into the future. Someone before us had the vision to create those facilities for our city. We should be handing them on in better condition. But at the moment, we're just closing them, or selling them off, or bartering them off, or building a high-rise on them. Any number of things we're doing other than funding them and saving them and having staff in there so that they work well. Certainly what I see is that the funding model we have now is hit and miss, patch up. It's actually not about making our facilities great. It's not about making our facilities all accessible by 2032. It's a sad story of, yeah, we do some, we do others, we do a little bit here, a little bit there, but we're actually not interested in the grand vision. Once again, what I'd say is we need to lead the way.
Councillor Griffiths, your time has
Thank you.
expired. Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
We have a motion for afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes once all councillors leave the chambers. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. We're up to program 5 and the speakers to my right. Councillor Mackay.
Says I'm at 4 minutes. Oh, thanks. Right, I'd rise to join the debate on program 5 and specifically the project occurring at the Whitten Barracks in Indooroopilly. This is not the first time I have spoken about this incredible project, and I'm thrilled to share some great news with you today, Chair. As you know, we're investing time, effort and resources into transforming the old World War II cell blocks at Indooroopilly's Whitten Barracks into a fantastic community hub that celebrates art and history. Councillor Howard and I are thrilled with the progress of this great community facility. Now picture this, those once forgotten cell blocks that stood as a reminder of the past are getting a new lease on life. The Brisbane Council has recognised the value of preserving our history while creating a space that brings people together. Our council officers are out there right now, working their magic, turning a heritage-listed but crusty old army barracks into a leading outlet for art and history. So what exactly can we expect from this exciting project? Well, the transformed cell blocks could house a vibrant array of artistic expression and captivating historical narratives. It'll be a hub that encapsulates the soul of our community and provides a space for creativity. Just imagine stepping inside those refurbished walls and being greeted by stunning art galleries. We'll have the opportunity to admire the works of both established and up-and-coming artists, all under one roof. The walls will come alive with breathtaking paintings, sculptures, and installations that reflect the diverse artistic talents of our city. Well, that's a possibility. Let's hope that's how we see it in the end result. But that's not all. The community hub could also feature interactive exhibits that take us on a journey through time. Wouldn't that be great? You'll have the chance to immerse yourself in the stories of those who lived through World War II. Just imagine walking into a recreated wartime bunker, because they are actually, some of them, in pristine wartime condition. It's an experience that will transport us back in time and provide a deeper understanding of the history of that facility. But here's the best part. This community hub will be open for everyone. It'll be a place where families can gather, where friends can explore, and where people from all walks of life can come together. It's about fostering a sense of connection and pride in our shared heritage. I can't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the Lord Mayor's vision, Councillor Howard's input and the energy of our council officers. The Brisbane Council's investment in transforming these old cell blocks into a thriving hub for art and history is a testament to our commitment to the community. Everyone involved understands that preserving our past and promoting cultural expression is vital to the fabric of our city and will be so important for that location. So get ready. The day those cell blocks open their doors as our new community hub is going to be nothing short of incredible. It'll be an opportunity for us to come together to celebrate our heritage and to embrace the beauty of art and history all in one place. We're on the brink of something special here, so let's embrace this exciting journey and make our city's art and history shine even brighter. Further, I want to briefly mention what could be the best announcement I've heard for Walter Taylor since I started as the councillor 4 years ago. Last week, the Lord Mayor announced that Indooroopilly will be getting a new library to be built on the remnant land where the Moggle Road corridor upgrade program is currently underway. It was pointed out to me that council pays hundreds of thousands of dollars in rent for the current Indooroopilly library. Makes a lot more sense to me to put that money into a new library, which will make it possibly Brisbane's best, with more facilities, better accessibility, and possibly community meeting rooms and more. What a legacy. I can't wait to visit the new library for events like the Gold Star Reading Club that I'm sure most councillors are participating in right now. Finally, I want to thank Councillor Howard and her staff for helping me and our community groups and clubs through difficult times recently. This includes the flood recovery and the development of master plans for local clubs seeking to plan for the future. I make particular reference to the Indooroopilly Canoe Club, which has been flooded on multiple occasions over the roof. Your advice, Councillor Howard, and help over the past year or so has been invaluable. I commend the program to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Further speakers on program 5. Councillor Whitney.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on program 5, Lifestyle and Community Services. Now, when I first joined council, I was particularly excited to join this committee because, like you, Councillor Howard, I am, through you, Deputy Chair, sorry, I am particularly passionate about the library services that we have in our communities and the festivals and events that make Brisbane the city it is today. We wouldn't be one without them. Now, I've mentioned a lot in the past couple of days that this was my first budget, but what I found absolutely astounding about all of the information sessions I attended was the conduct displayed at this information session. Now, we all know that it's on brand for LNP to stifle debate. And this information was well and truly on brand. This information session was well and truly on brand. Taking upwards of 5 minutes to read from a preamble only to end with its...
Point of order, Councillor Owen.
In accordance with the meeting's local law, this debate is for debating items within the program, not for a rehash of the circumstances of the information session.
My next thing was going to be on what's in here.
Please continue, Councillor Whitney.
Only to end with its commercial in confidence, which she then repeatedly stated that she would not table despite being obligated to do so. Now, going through this budget, is there any real wonder why 4 people who were in that information session left with more questions than we came in with? There is less money in this budget for festivals and events, despite an increase in the costs of running those events. There's no funding for a reconciliation action plan. Despite, there is also no money in this budget for a new library in Pollara after, 15 years of asking for one? There is, however, an additional $10 million for a new library in Everton Park. This budget is a farce. This budget leaves behind our communities. And for a council that seems to be spending every other statement on professing how great it's going to be to have the Brisbane on display in 2032, they're not doing anything to deserve that light.
Thank you, Councillor Whitney. Councillor Landers.
Wow, okay. Chair, I rise to contribute on the debate and wish to thank Councillor Howard for her ongoing commitment and delivery to this program. And I have so much to talk about. I'm going to thank all the council officers now who contribute to this program because it is fantastic and it has made and does make Brisbane even better. I want to say that I have already had great feedback and anticipation from my community about the smart lockers for the Brackenridge Library that will be delivered under 5.2.1.5 Library Systems and Technology. And can I say, Chair, how important this service also is in supporting the provision, the maintenance and the development of essential library systems and technology to facilitate efficient and effective library operations and optimal customer use and experience. From providing ongoing public internet services and free Wi-Fi, to ensuring reliable systems which facilitate member services across public interfaces, including lending, access to the online library catalogue, online collection and resources, and the BNE Library app, and maintaining the public internet customer booking service and notification. It is fantastic that this service will now go a step further by providing our residents with the ability to access their online loans after hours. The 24/7 lockers allow library members to pick up their items placed on hold at a time that suits them. We know that not everyone has time to get to the library during those hours. So we're making sure no one misses out on our fantastic collection. Our network of libraries are incredible community assets. They're adored by residents across Brackenridge and all of Brackenridge Ward and all of Brisbane. And the ability to borrow books and a great range of other resources for free has become an increasingly valuable service with living costs on the rise. So just like the lockers you've seen from Australia Post and Amazon, our new library lockers will provide 24/7 access for busy residents to pick up books when it's most convenient for them. It's as simple as placing your favourite item on hold and then collecting it from the library locker. And you don't have to stop at one. Even better, you can place up to 20 holds at a time, including books, DVDs, audiobooks, magazines and CDs. Our new 24/7 library lockers are a fantastic way to give residents more opportunities to utilise an important community service, and I commend our libraries team on developing this sure to be much loved initiative. Now on local festivals. Council has a long and proud history of supporting a multitude of community festivals and events across the city. Suburban community and multicultural festivals across Brisbane contribute to the 2031 citywide aspiration, our vibrant, creative city. Brisbane's small to medium community festivals and arts and cultural groups highlight and celebrate local cultures and history and connect people and their stories, music, art and food. Festivals contribute strongly to our city's quality of life, and they create more to see and do for the residents of Brisbane. Small local festivals bring the community together. They celebrate local stories, they build a sense of identity, and they support an inclusive approach to Brisbane's diverse communities. Our city's multicultural festivals focus on celebrating Brisbane's cultural diversity, contributing to our position as a vibrant and creative, friendly and inclusive city, and through experiences such as these festivals, our residents can celebrate, respect and welcome diversity and the richness it brings to the Brisbane culture and lifestyle. Chair, in my area of Brisbane, the Brackenridge Lions run Backyard Bonanza, or BYB as we now call it, and they run this in conjunction with their monthly train day. It has become a well-loved community festival, and it was very much missed by people during COVID, with people constantly asking me, you know, when will it return? I'm actually very excited that we will see even more community groups joining this day to showcase what they do. We have the Bramble Bay Women's Shed, which has just started operating now out of the PM Village at Bald Hills. And at the recent launch and open day, they expressed how excited they are to be able to hold a stall at Backyard Bonanza and showcase to our community what they do. Of course, there are wonderful performances by local students and youth bands, and I'm also hoping we will have a special guest appearance by a very talented young local who grew up in my ward and continues to live there now with her husband, but I'm not going to spoil the surprise and say who that is. We also have the Zilmia Festival. It's a wonderful celebration of multiculturalism, and all our community come together to support this wonderful day, as well as the local group that supports it, Jabiru, the Zilmia PCYC and Zilmia Community Centre also, and of course our school students and local groups. And in my community, in 4017, we also have an incredible Chamber of Commerce. And they come together, Chair, the Sandgate and Bayside Chamber of Commerce, to put together the Jingle on the Bay and Sandgate Blue Water Festival. Of course, the Jingle on the Bay is obvious. At Christmas time, it gets us into the spirit. And the Blue Water Festival, which is held at Shorncliffe Pier, is held in conjunction with the annual Brisbane to Gladstone yacht race, and where residents, including myself since a young child, have gathered to watch the start of the race. This festival has grown to be one of our best events, and it is held on Good Friday with markets, music, entertainment, rides and fantastic food, and it celebrates our local community groups and businesses. And of course there is the I'm Bumpin' Festival coming up very soon. Sandgate and Brackenridge Action Group brings our community together for this annual I'm Bumpin' Festival at Sandgate Lagoon, with stalls, entertaining performances by locals, as well as games and activities. Brisbane City Council has proudly supported this event since 1992 and continues to enable so many wonderful festivals and events on the north side in the suburbs of Brisbane. Chair, I also want to acknowledge another great program under 5.4.1.4, and that is Homeless Connect. Council's Homeless Connect events assist people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Each event provides access to vital services and necessities that most of us take for granted, such as warm clothing and comfortable bedding, as well as assistance with housing, health and employment services. Several key services are provided at the event, including but not limited to health services, including general practice, dental, podiatry, optometry and immunisation services, accommodation support, employment services, professional legal support, personal care services including haircuts, physiotherapy, massages, clothing, food, toiletries and linen. Activities and entertainment including music and art workshops. Homeless Connect not only benefits people who are in need, it encourages businesses and individuals to join together to provide support and organisations within the sector to connect with each other. I've had the privilege of attending this outreach day several times with the Lord Mayor and the Chair and also fellow councillors. And of course, many other community groups are supporting this program and helping to provide support, but I want to acknowledge some very special people from my community. Of course, the residents who donate items to the office leading up to the day, but Sil Johns and Rod Chiapello, who have been they're leading members in my community, Chiapello, yep, and they've been turning up to every event since its inception. That's right. Always there with smiling faces and very generous and kind spirit. And of course, we had some new volunteers this year, including the 2023 Lamayak students who came along to assist wherever help was needed. Can I just extend a huge thank you to all our council officers involved in planning up to and on this day, and I know some councillors, some council officers who come in on their days off.
Expired.
Thank you.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on Program 5, Lifestyle and Community Services. Major festivals and events are the lifeblood of this city and the suburbs, and while the LNP made a big announcement, the Lord Mayor made a big announcement about permits before he handed his budget down, what he didn't say in his speech or when he was talking about those permit charges was that there was actually going to be less money in this year's budget for festivals and events. There's a cut in funding for festivals and events this year. And not only are community groups and organisations struggling to operate their events and find volunteers, it's tough out there, The LNP are now putting less money into the signature city events and suburban community and multicultural festivals. Councillor Landers talked about a couple of those. Some of them are in my ward. She got some of the dates and names of those festivals wrong, but I appreciate her support of those festivals there. The Iron Bumpin Festival, which has occurred since 1991, in my community, receives, I think it's a third of the funding of Backyard Bonanza that Councillor Landers talked about, despite being a much bigger and more expensive festival to put on. So it's an interesting choice there by the Lord Mayor. The budget is, of course, entirely the responsibility of the Lord Mayor. We know that. He is required to deliver a budget, and these are the priorities and values of this Lord Mayor before us today in these papers. He makes the decisions where the money goes and what he wants to spend it on or what he doesn't want to spend it on, of course. The most curious response that came out of those information sessions, which there were quite a few as we've heard, about the lack of information and how difficult it was. Might have been easier to draw blood from a stone than getting some information. But one that was definitely confirmed, as Councillor Whitmere has already said, is there is no money for a library in Pollara. No investment in that community, once again on Councillor Owen's watch. So obviously Councillor Owen's not as good a negotiator with the Lord Mayor as Councillor Davis is.
Yeah.
The new Everton Park Library is getting another $10 million in capital funding, another $10 million in capital funding, which is on top of the $6 million that was in last year's budget. Perhaps they've cut Councillor Owen loose, I don't know. You know, McDowell certainly not as marginal as Callum Vale, the old 2%er over there. In another quite strange admission in the information sessions, we learned that the library CCTV rolling replacement program apparently isn't needed anymore, and funding for that's been moved to Program 8. But we know in Program 8 the CCTV money is all for the CBD and nothing for the suburbs. So it's just a sneaky way of cutting funding for that project. Going back to values, we've given the Lord Mayor and his LNP team here opportunities, even as recently as just a couple of meetings ago, to stand on the right side of history and reaffirm this council's support for the Uluru Statement from the Heart and a yes vote in the upcoming Voice referendum. We know how that all ended up. We must refer back to the fact that a year ago, Council didn't even have a reconciliation action plan. There was expenditure last year for a RAP that spanned, at the time, forwards in the estimates right up to 2025, 2026. And in another absolutely shameful and disgraceful example of this LNP administration's complete lack of understanding or recognition of First Nations people in Brisbane, funding for the newly rebranded Reconciliation Action Plan 2022 to 2024 completely disappears after this financial year, completely disappears. A plan like that, and that as important as that, should not be set and forget. And it wasn't supposed to be. We were told that it would continue to evolve. We were told that when it was handed down. It lives and it changes and reflects what's happening in the broader sense. Once again, this LNP administration got that totally wrong. Another key project in the program is homelessness. We know that the Lord Mayor has one plan. It's the one single word is Pinkenbar. So yes, rightfully there's $1 million in there in that budget, but it is a shame that there's less money for Homeless Connect. We just heard Councillor Landers spend a fair bit of time talking about Homeless Connect. There's less money in the budget this year for it. It's there in black and white. So apparently, though, that's funding over 2 years. It's the exception in the entire budget. The only one where they go, well, that's over 2 years, which seems strange for that particular line item. LNP councillors in marginal wards must be thanking their lucky stars that there's a little bit of money to save them in the community facilities planning and development item. Enoggera Ward and Walter Taylor Ward gets a little bit of funding as pre-election sweetness. But I know from bitter experience over the last couple of years what that funding means for communities. I've been through the process for 2 sports precinct planning exercises, and those council officers that work in that space do fantastic work. They work with our leasees, our sporting clubs, with peak sporting bodies. They're fantastic. I love the work they do. We get these amazing comprehensive plans developed which detail the kinds of upgrades that are needed at lease sites and the public space around them and how the public interacts with lease sites. And then what happens once we get these precinct plans delivered? Nothing happens. They sit there and gather dust because the Lord Mayor won't spend any money upgrading community facilities. You know, Callaghan Park precinct plan has sat there for 3 years now. Not one single item that was identified specifically as a council responsibility, so access, lights, road access, car parking, that was specifically a council responsibility. Nothing has been funded, let alone lease side investment in our community facilities. The only funding we've seen to date there is state government funding at the Zilmia Eagles for new female facilities, change rooms there. No council funding, state government funding, that's right. The Deagon Sports Precinct Plan landed in my inbox today. It looks fantastic. We just need about $10 million to deliver the outcomes that are needed there for rapidly growing. That's right. Maybe the Lord Mayor will probably turn around and say, just fund it out of SEF. He'll probably just say, everything else has to be funded out of SEF, of course. But without genuine investment from council and without a Lord Mayor that actually cares about the community and actually has an eye to the suburbs of Brisbane, that plan will gather dust just like dozens of others. There are dozens of sporting precinct plans that are gathering dust now, so that all those leasees, all those communities went through that process, were promised a lot by the LNP, and they're in good faith, and nothing is being delivered. We know there's no funding for expanding the netball courts at Bill Brown Reserve this year as well. Councillor Landers talked for 5 minutes about library lockers. Important, we support that, they're a great initiative. I don't know if you just speak for 5 minutes about library lockers when there's a really critical issue in her own ward at Fitzgibbon, the Bill Brown Reserve, where netball courts that are council facilities there are bursting at the seams. The clubs that are there are having to cannibalise each other's time there. It's a Commonwealth sport. I know they're pushing very hard to become an Olympic sport. They would dearly love that. I wrote to the Lord Mayor seeking funding for this upgrade in the Bracken Ridge ward, and I wrote to Councillor Landers as well, imploring her to do so as well, to advocate to the Lord Mayor for more funding for her ward. I'm not sure whether she did or not. She never replied to me. We also know the future of the Safford Bowls Club is now sealed. Councillor Hammond was particularly proud over the last few months that this once thriving community hub will now be a money-making enterprise for the Brisbane Racing Club. It's a sad day for residents in the Marchant ward when community facilities are gifted to multi-million-dollar enterprises instead of that community itself. Investing in the community is the Olympic legacy we want to see. The LNP think Victoria Park's enough, we don't. No. We think it should be a genuinely suburban legacy for the Olympics. Less is being spent across the board as well on lease management, while more is being spent at City Hall. Talk about your priorities there. Our community and sporting organisations are the lifeblood of our communities, no matter where we are in Brisbane. Too many of them are struggling and closing the doors. We heard some examples from Councillor Griffiths earlier. They're expected to maintain those council-owned facilities as publicly owned facilities, insure them, pay the electricity, pay the water bills, and also, on top of all that, deliver those vital services to the community. Council expects them to do all of that with such little support, with next to no funding at all. So it's all well and good for LNP councillors to go out to these lease sites and their community groups and get photos, pat their community groups on the back and say, good job in, providing meals to community members who are vulnerable. Good job in opening the doors to this community centre that's a lease site and operating DV services. Yeah. Good job, pat on the back, but we're not going to give you any money for facilities upgrades. You're on your own. That's right. That's the LNP way. So there's a lot of talk, but very little action. I think, Chair, what the LNP should do is to stop the flashy announcements and photo opportunities at major events and just get on with their real job of delivering for the suburbs of Brisbane.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Are there further speakers? Councillor Owen.
I'll just wait for Ruth. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. And Mr. Deputy Chair, I'll take that last comment from the other side first and basically start with this side of the chamber. The Schrinner Council is delivering for the community, and particularly through this program, Program 5. And this is where we are planning for the future Pollara sports fields, which will benefit the community, to ensure that we have the sports fields and we have the indoor sports facility that will support those sports, that we have a crying need for facilities across the south side of our city. There will be support for volleyball, there will be support for badminton, there will be support for soccer, there will potentially be extra support for netball. These are the processes that we have been going through with the residents, undertaking the consultation, confirming with the residents the sports that they would like to see. Now, this Schrinner Council has undertaken the acquisition of acres upon acres upon acres of land, which has taken time, which has taken negotiation, and that has been finalised. And that was only recently that we acquired the last block. And you cannot undertake a proper planning process until you have appropriately acquired all the land necessary. So this side of the chamber has invested in the community. This side of the chamber, the Schrinner Council, recognises the importance of community support in our communities. This side of the chamber, the Schrinner Council, is delivering on those facilities. You can't build facilities if you don't own the land, and that is what this side of the chamber has done. The Schrinner Council has ensured the acquisition of the land. So, in regards to those sports fields, I am looking forward to working further with the council officers, and I know that even this week I have had more excitement with emails from residents, because they are continuously engaging and making sure that they're part of that process, part of where we go forward, because they have already been engaged with me for many, many, many rounds of consultation that's already gone out. Now, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, I just really would like to focus on one thing that I believe is a real strength within this program, but it has not been mentioned yet. And this is in Service 5.4.1.2, and it is the swimming lessons and safety messages for CALD communities. Now, many of the people who come from overseas countries that are landlocked have not been anywhere near a beach, and many of the children in particular have not been anywhere near a pool. These swimming lessons in our state of Queensland are absolutely crucial, and the fact that we provide these programs, these swim and water safety programs, is so important, because if it saves the life of a child because they've learnt to swim, it is a great outcome. And I do commend the council officers who work in this program area, because it is a very, very important program. I would also just like to acknowledge some very wonderful volunteers in our city and reflect on Service 5.4.2.1, and that is the Brisbane Greeters. Now, we all know how our wonderful Brisbane Greeters volunteer their time, and I have certainly some residents who are Brisbane Greeters who I regularly see, and they love what they do. They love sharing our city. They love being part of our Brisbane team, and I would just like to use this opportunity through you, Mr Deputy Chair, to say a very big thank you on behalf of all of us for all of that volunteering that the Brisbane Greeters actually do. Another aspect of this program area I would like to mention is Service 5.4.2.2, and that is our Lord Mayor's Community Fund. and the fact that each of us as councillors has an opportunity to support non-profit organisations within our ward and community groups to make sure that they have the support that they need and to take a little bit of the stress of fundraising off those volunteers who give so much of their time, and they don't need that additional stress of trying to find where every single dollar has to come from. So when we can make it easier for them, it is great that we can do so. So I've talked quite a bit about the investment in our facilities, and I know that down the track, once we build the indoor sports facility at the Pollara Sports Fields, that we will have a multi-use facility. So there will be the opportunities for some of our multicultural groups to actually hold events there, which will assist them in not having to look for other venues that are considerably more expensive. Now, the other aspect that I would like to talk about now that we're talking, I'm sort of diverging into the multicultural communities, is particularly about engaging with those culturally and linguistically diverse communities. And given that my ward is the most multiculturally diverse ward in the entire city, with the most number of cultures living there, having culturally appropriate documentation to provide to the community is vital. So whether it is our works notifications, like we have done recently in stage 1A and 1B of the Ritchie Road, Wadeville Street project, whether it is our multicultural language documents that we put out for disaster management, communicating in multiple languages is something that is so important. But in respect of this program, making sure that our people from multicultural backgrounds and our refugees are welcomed to our Brisbane family is important. And I know that when many of the refugees come to the welcome to the refugee ceremonies, they actually do feel that sense that they are part of our Brisbane family, which is very, very powerful. On to the multicultural festivals and the many diverse festivals that are spread right across our city, whether it's the Backyard Bonanza in Bracken Ridge, whether it's the Great Aussie Pool Party in Callumvale. Councillor Howard, through you, Mr Chair, there are so many that are held in Central Ward because it is our CBD and our centre point of our city. But I know that the Diwali Indian Festival of Lights is always a big one here in King George Square, as well as things like our St Patrick's Day Parade. I can remember the first of the Brisbane Billy Cart Championships out in Chandler Ward, and also over in Coorparoo. Now, I know that a lot of the multicultural communities go to the Coorparoo Secondary College, through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Cunningham, and that you do support them as well by attending many of their events, but also you also have picked up on those pool parties and have one at Langlands, and it's a great way. And whether it's the Sandgate Blue Water Festival out in Deagon, Spooktacular Saturday out in Doughboy, I know Councillor Atwood has great fun with that, and you know, I think Councillor Wines loves to have his Mitchelton carols in his in the park, as well as his Blackwood Street Halloween Festival. I think we're all familiar with that one. But, you know, we've got the Children's Moon Festival and the Parkinson Multicultural Dragon Boat Festival in Forest Lake. We've got so many, we've got Holy Festival in Jamboree. We've got the Multicap Christmas Carols in McGregor, Lanham Park Mayfair, the Bris Chili Fest at Halloween in Maruka, the Nunda Village Street Festival in Northgate.
Councillor Owen, your time has expired.
Thank
you. Further
you.
speakers. Councillor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. And just to talk to Program 5, Lifestyle and Community Services, it is hard to speak in incredible detail about projects in this program in the suburbs and about what's in it because of the lack of detail. During the information sessions, unfortunately, we weren't able to provide be provided with a lot of information on each of these programs, and to be frank, that's a little disappointing. You know, Councillor Howard says she is a positive person, and I believe that. I also would like to try and be positive, but it is a bit hard to when I don't actually have any great detail of what's in the program. Anyways, in the information sessions, repeated requests, excuse me, repeated requests for detail were continually shut down, and these weren't necessarily for commercial in confidence ones. We were asking for details on programs that are really important to our local communities. Programs like library upgrades, programs like community facility upgrades, programs like aquatic facility upgrades. We want to know. We want to know. We want to be able to inform our communities. They have a right to know about where their money is being spent. What we were able to find out through this process was overall there's less funding for local community festivals and events, less funding for these events that make up the social fabric of what makes our communities in the suburbs special. There's no funding in the forwards for the Reconciliation Action Plan, and I know Councillor Cassidy spoke in detail about that, and I also expressed my deep disappointment on that. There's no more money for meaningful support for our community groups who are doing it tough. I am sorry, but it is really hard to be positive about that. What this program 5, doesn't have is a genuine commitment to ensuring Brisbane is truly inclusive and progressive. And so what a Labor administration would do on the flip side is reflect that. We will go out and campaign for a yes vote in the upcoming referendum. We will provide more support for community groups to help ease pressures and to ensure that they stay viable. I absolutely acknowledge the hundreds of community groups who make up the Morningside ward. You are all amazing. I absolutely couldn't name you all. I will name one though, and I will acknowledge.
Councillor Mackay, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I will acknowledge one though, and that is the Bulimba Community Centre. The scope of what they are doing at the Bulimba Community Centre is incredible. I could not be prouder to have these people in my community. The impact is they have the Sing Sing Sing, which is Brisbane's dementia choir. I went to their end of term concert on Tuesday. Every time I go and visit this group, I leave deeply affected, and I know that it makes a real impact to people who are living with dementia and their carers. It is just amazing. The Bulimba Community Centre is also home to the rehearsal space for the Brisbane Pride Choir. I don't need to go into great detail, but they are doing just incredible things. The Bulimba Community Centre is also home to Little Kickers, community sport, We Make Music, the What We Make design market. So there's just a huge amount of things, you know, Glad Rags markets. I can't name every single thing that goes on here. What I do know is that community facilities and community organisations like these need council support. You know what else the Labor administration would do in this program? We would deliver continued, meaningful support and advocacy for homelessness services and more investment into affordable housing supply. It kind of does beg a belief that the LNP can come in here and spruik, you know, their election policy about pools when in this program, $12.5 million projected for pool refurbishment was cut down to a mere $3.6 million. That's just repeated, that's $12.5 million that was there, cut down now to 3.6. You would think that by encouraging more people to come and visit our aquatic facilities, you'd invest more. You'd invest more, not millions and millions less when you're encouraging people to come and visit these facilities. I welcome Councillor Howard's comments on the additional funding for Metro Arts at the substation in Norman Park. I recently had an incredible opportunity to see the Marva Pathfinder artists in residence there, and well, these artists have just been creating incredible pieces. I say to all artists across our city, you are valued and you are welcomed. We acknowledge you. I also particularly want to acknowledge in this program the groups who do important work in our cemeteries. The Friends of Balmoral Cemetery are amazing people. They are so dedicated, and I sincerely hope that Council will support you and all that you do in this year's budget. I will do everything that I can to support you. I'm sad to see that Bulimba Library has missed out yet again on an upgrade. My family and I, we love this library, just as many residents in the Morningside ward do. And can I say I absolutely adore and recognise the very hard-working library staff. The residents of Morningside ward and the staff deserve funding for an upgrade. They do. It should be an accessible space. I want to acknowledge all of those who are in council community lease facilities in the Morningside ward and right across the city. In this program, there's funding for the amazing Morningside Panthers. I am very happy to see this. This project is going to deliver a new clubhouse and change rooms, and it all kicked off actually with a commitment from the federal Labor government to make it possible. The Panthers, what an incredible community club. There is so much more to be done to support this growing club, a club that has amazing women's participation, experiencing growth from young players joining unlike ever before. Can I just say, I am a cider for life. I am also very proud that Sporting Wheelies will soon call the Morningside ward home at the former Balmoral Bowls Club site. This will be an excellent addition to my local community and absolutely highlights the utter need. It is a need, it is a necessity of council to act and make sure that communities are genuinely inclusive and accessible. It's hard to say, I guess, in detail what is in this program, but again, I sincerely hope that these two facilities, and there are many more, get the support that they truly deserve.
Thanks, Councillor Collier. Further debate? Sorry, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 5. Firstly, I'd like to speak on item 5.1.1.1. So these are festivals and community events. We see here that, you know, and let me reiterate again, really hard to get information. Really, really hard to get information. Yeah, you could, yeah. I will take that interjection, unpleasant. So signature festivals in this budget will get 2.753 million. From what we did find out, there's about 1.6 million in attendance. That's between 3 festivals. Suburban community and multicultural festivals, 1.574 million. That's for, if my memory serves me right, about 150 small to medium festivals with an attendance of 1.7 million. And please don't get me wrong, Lou and Charlie, they do a great job at the Brisbane Festival. I mean, we're yet to see what QMF will do, but I wish Joel the best of luck. And Brisbane Writers Festival grows and grows and grows, and so I wish Melissa and her team the best of luck in the future because they're doing incredible work. But you know who else does incredible work? Community festivals, multicultural festivals, local festivals. And the volunteers and the people that work in the groups to support, produce and deliver these festivals, who we can tell through the numbers actually get more in attendance than signature festivals. And they get funded about $1.2 million less. I mean, I think that's a missed opportunity. The work that community members and community groups for local that put on local festivals is tireless. And while they might get reduced fees and some streamlined approval process, it doesn't go far enough. There should be no fees, and there should certainly be no cuts to funding in that area. The funding support within this budget doesn't meet the subsequent needs to deliver local festivals and events, or to grow or to grow them in their delivery. When local festivals don't get enough important funding at the grassroots level from us, these events often die out. And we've seen this specifically with Home Festival at Raymond Park, and I hope that we don't see this at the Kurilpa Derby and the Beggars Banquet, which brings thousands of residents together to celebrate, enjoy and share a meal. I do thank the Chair for funding this festival this year, as I will continue to do. But we know expenses for the delivery of festivals and events, small, medium or otherwise, have rapidly increased. And we shouldn't be cutting funding, and we certainly should go further and further to enable these events to happen. And the reason why isn't just because I think arts is cool, right? And I do, obviously, I've had a career in it. The thing though is that for many artists and arts organisations I speak to, it's still a famine. I believe council has a bigger role to play in the creation and delivery of art, the independent creation of art from music, theatre, dance, visual and much, much more. I'm talking about new works and the creation and development of them, which is so critical to this city if it's going to be a cultural capital, which is what I want. And I think we should all want that. I want more for them, more than this budget delivers. I want the arts to be a priority. The funding should be 5 times more than what it is right now. You know, last week I learned, and this is how important the arts is, last week in the sitting I learned that the Fortitude Valley is one of the largest contributions to economic development in the city through its nighttime economy. And the valley would not exist without the arts, specifically music. And we all know this, because when it's time to go, the music stops. And that's what will happen if we don't fund the arts appropriately, especially at the grassroots level. The Deputy Mayor has talked about how they're 100% behind the delivery of the Olympics and the Paralympics Games in 32, sorry. And the thing is, we also have a cultural delivery. And without deep and true investment, we won't be able to make this a reality. Signature festivals, local festivals are so important as a stepping stone in showcasing local talent and art creation. And in this budget, when you compare it to a $4.3 billion budget, it's not even close to 1/10%. I want to talk next about homelessness. I want to thank the PLOs who I met and have worked with. PSLOs? Yeah. Truly the front face of the work the Brisbane City Council does on the ground with the current housing and rental crisis. You do amazing work and I thank you. As the rental and housing affordability crisis increases, clearly the investment in this area must increase. Community services struggle with on-ground delivery support in many, and I know this because the Gabba office does have to step in sometimes to provide this support in this space. $1.3 million for homelessness and affordable housing and a little over $1 million for pathways out of homelessness is not enough to deal with the dramatic and very real increase to rough sleeping and homelessness. And it's not enough, especially if this council has no ambition other than to increase privatised housing stock. Homelessness, affordable housing, including hoarding and squalor reduction initiatives, Homelessness Connect, homelessness affordable housing as a budget line, pathways out of homelessness, Pinkenba, total $3.90 million. That's it, in the crisis that we're in. Look, relative to the Gabba, sporting upgrades to Davis Park for the football fields, they turn away hundreds of kids because they don't have the efficient facilities. You've missed out, I'm sorry. Kurilpa Library, remains neglected. The community centre and West End Library Extension, nowhere to be seen. Budgets tell a story. It's not the speeches, it's not what they say out loud, it's what they put in the numbers. And if you look in Program 5, it makes it clear what's actually funded and what they actually think is important. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Adam.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in the debate on Program 5, Lifestyle and Community Services. In doing so, I want to acknowledge the role of the Chair and her assistants and that of her officers in their branch, who have provided their support for a number of projects in my ward during the past 12 months. I look forward to continue to working with them in delivering services that enhance the lifestyle of residents in the western suburbs. One such project is the Kenmore Community Centre at Brookfield Road, listed in Outcome 5.5.1.1, Community Facilities Planning and Development. Chair, I've spoken about this project before in the chamber, and next year we will see shovels in the ground to provide improved facilities for the 3 tenants that share that site, they being Menshed West, E-Waste Connection and the Kenmore Bridge Club. Under this program, the bulk of this funding was secured by the previous federal member for Ryan, Julian Simmons, under the Community Development Grants Program, and I thank him for his tireless efforts on this project while in that role. Council has signed a deed of agreement with the federal government, and as part of that process, we undertook consultation with the 3 groups earlier this year to determine their priorities for inclusion in the submission to the feds. Council is in the process of appointing a project manager who will liaise with all 3 groups in the development of a final design plan for that site, and it's hoped to have the design completed by the end of this year. Chair, I turn to Service 5.1.1.1, Festivals and Events. And I see that the councillor for for the Gabba has left the ward. I'm surprised she didn't mention didn't mention Panieri, which is a fantastic event, one that is near to my heart, given my wife is Greek, but it is a great event, and I'm just so pleased that council does support it. Under this program, the Brookfield Bush Christmas, the Brookfield Show, the Kenmore Community Carols and the Mount Cootha Songwriters Festival will all be supported by the Shrinner Council in 2023-24. Let's have a look at each of these. The Brookfield Show is otherwise known as the best little country show in Brisbane, and I congratulate President Dan Petrie and his committee for delivering yet another successful Brookfield show last month. Unlike last year, the show was blessed with perfect weather and more than 30,000 people attended and enjoyed the variety of offerings and entertainment. It was also great to have the Lord Mayor on hand to open the show on the Saturday night, and I know his family always look forward to coming out for this event. The next event is the Brookfield Bush Christmas, which is always a wonderful local community celebration in early December. No community in my ward celebrates like Brookfield, and this event is one of many that is held there, and it just proves that point. Chair, the Kenmore Community Carols is an occasion that brings together churches of all denominations in my community together for a special celebration leading up to Christmas. And there could be no better local resident to oversee this event than my friend and confidant, the former councillor for the Pullenvale ward, Margaret DeWitt. Despite having retired from council 7 years ago, Margaret's passion to serve her community remains strong. Her tenacity and well-known attention to detail ensures this is one of the local community events in my ward that is definitely worthy of our support. Chair, we have 2 other events which are held at Mount Cootha, the Songwriters Festival and Opera in the Gardens, which is organised by the combined Rotary clubs in the western suburbs and supports the great work of Drug Arm in our community. It was a pleasure a couple of months ago to represent the Shrinner Council to attend and open Opera in the Gardens. And in one word, wow. The opera talent in this city is amazing, and the generosity of local residents in digging deep for Drug Arm is to be commended. Chair, turning to outcome 5.3, active and healthy community. I'm fortunate that one of the 22 council pools in Brisbane is located at Belbarry in my ward. And I know that since it was announced, my residents are excited about the cost of the living relief measure announced by the Lord Mayor that will see the cost of entering the Bellbarry pool reduced to $2 this coming summer. And finally, I turn to the wonderful volunteers, which is managed by Councillor Howard and her Connected Communities team. Each year, a number of residents volunteer their time to help promote the many features and attractions of our city. And I know Councillor Owen touched on the Brisbane greeters earlier, and whether it is the greeters or the guides at our Botanic Gardens, these volunteers passionately and proudly sell Brisbane to our many visitors and local residents. The bottom line is that business and the city generally benefit from an increased number of people wanting to visit and learn more about Brisbane. It was a pleasure to represent Council at Mount Cootha recently to thank those who volunteer as guides at both of the city's Botanic Gardens. Chair, there are 80 guides in total, with 35 of them serving as front of house ambassadors at the Mount Cootha Visitor Information Centre, and there will be 12 more coming on board next month. So in summing up, thank you again, Chair, that's Chair Howard, and to your team for your guidance and your assistance in helping improve the lifestyle for residents in the Pullenvale ward and the western suburbs. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on a number of items within this program that has a direct and indirect connection to my ward. The first one I'd like to talk about, of course, is the only Brisbane City Council owned art gallery in the suburbs of Inala, in the suburb of Inala, which is it's been going for the last 20 years actually. So it's a great community asset that actually really facilitates a lot of programs out of the gallery, and really has not been supported by this council in any substantive way. Council officers have been great in regards to trying to help out the new different management groups that have come and gone, right? We've had some city legal stuff in regards to some incursions on, well, shall we say, one of the traders, which is right next to the gallery, that actually leaves his truck parked in front of the gallery, his forklift not far, and of course crates and everything covering up the gallery along the side. Now, we've been working with City Legal, but it still has not been resolved. I have spoken to the chair, Councillor Howard, about this, and it's still an outstanding issue. Luckily enough, at the moment, they're undergoing a little refurbishment internally, and so it's not as much of an issue right at the moment, but as soon as that refurbishment has been undertaken and they reopen, I hope that City Legal would have sorted out this issue. Now, this has been going on for some time, and I'm talking well over 12 months. It's more like probably 18 months. Now, moving on, a lot of groups would love to start festivals and kick off festivals, but there isn't any small event festival money, right, available to any of these groups, because, you know, you got to kick it off small, and then you build it up over the years, I suppose, and then you build up your sponsorship, whether it be from Brisbane City Council and or other areas of private money. But you really need that seed money, and we're really not offering that seed money in these grants that the council puts out. Now, I know that Logan City Council does offer some small grants money as well, or not as well, but do offer small grants money. Right? I think it's a program that we should develop within this council, because I think it would really help to kick off some of these new festivals, because, you know, I looked after the Forest Lake Festival for 7 years, and it was really hard to sustain that without any substantive regular type money, right? And we did it for 7 years with the developer initially, but in the end, it's really hard to sustain it unless you actually have that regular yearly income from sponsorships, because, you know, things just cost more and more every year. Now, also, I've got a couple of, I've had a number of my residents who would love to see an extension into more or evening extension into the Christmas parties, right? The Lord Mayor's Christmas parties, because there's never enough tickets for the program for everyone to come out and enjoy that part of the year that we all love to do. So I said that I would bring it up during the debate, that we should have a look at extending the program so that more people can take advantage of it as well. Okay. Now let's see. Moving on to movies in the park. Well, every year there seems to be money in the budget for movies in the park, but never seems to be any money in the movies in the park for my ward and a number of other wards as well, except LNP wards. And I think it's about time that the Lord Mayor is a bit fair about this movies in the park and give maybe one to every ward, right? At least one to every ward. Now, I have asked this before in previous debates, previous years, because it is a great program. We've got the venues in Forest Lake, but to pay for it out of either the ward fund or some of the other money that is made available, which has been reduced over the last few years, but it probably costs around about between $2,500 to $4,000 to hold one of these events, which are very well accepted by the community, but I just think it should be a fair distribution of money in this particular budget to those wards. Now, I don't think there's it could have been in the schedule, the breakdown of where they're actually going to happen, but anyways, there obviously is not enough for all wards to participate in that, and I think the Lord Mayor should have a look at that in the future. Homeless Connect event, again, a great event happening out at the RNA Showgrounds. A lot of services out there for people that are really doing it tough. But once a year is, once a year is not enough, really, especially with the situation we have now within the city here. I would suggest that probably at least 4 times a year. I know my community's up for more and more donations for food and other things, toiletries and things like that. As soon as I put out a call for the Homeless Connect event, they're there, especially the Vietnamese community. They're just so giving, that they're not the only community. And I think we just got to give people that opportunity to contribute to the less fortunate in the city that are growing in numbers, especially with the housing situation at the moment. Just can't build enough. All right, moving on to the last item here. Just have to pick up on this. Other social events, entertaining and current. Now, I think I'll leave my comments there. I think these other comments that I was going to make have been covered off by people on this side of the chamber, and I don't want to necessarily repeat, and just give another councillor an opportunity to make some comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wants to contribute? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. She's just going to have to suck it up, isn't she? So, I rise to speak on Program 5, the Community and Lifestyle Committee report. I too would like to start by saying how disappointing the information sessions were. The budget has been so radically altered last year and this year that there is a distinct lack of transparency in the way the figures are actually reported now. There are large core allocations and not a lot of line items to explain where the funding is going. So the information sessions are more important than ever to find out what's happening around the city and where the money's going. Because we are expected to vote in a few minutes on the allocation of funding in this council budget. But unfortunately for 2 hours, Councillor Howard flat out refused to answer questions. She waffled on for up to 10 minutes, repeated herself over and over again, and just generally failed to engage in a good faith way with the 3 new councillors. When I came in, they were very upset about what was going on. There were 3 new councillors, disappointed. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Collier, yep. So Councillor Whitney, Councillor Collier and Councillor Massey. They in good faith were asking questions and Councillor Howard was just not answering, refusing to answer. And when I got there, she refused to answer my questions as well. Now, I suspect I know why she doesn't want to answer my questions, and I'll say something about that in just a moment. But when you come to information sessions, you would think you'd be proud to tell everybody where the funding for our local community groups, libraries, facilities and services actually is. So why was the chair not doing that? I think that's a really good question. Why was she so frustrated and angry at us for asking questions about how council money would
Point
be
of order,
spent?
Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Howard.
Claim misrepresentation.
Okay, noted.
Oh, frustrated and angry, ladies? Does that sound about... She looked like she was going to lean over and would have liked to punch me in the face, I thought at one point, but honestly, she was frustrated and angry. That's my observation. And very, very angry about having to answer questions.
Point of order.
Point of order to you,
Claim
Councillor.
to be misrepresented.
Noted.
We were there. Lots of people saw it. Yep. So, I think I've got some idea of why the LNP's pretty cranky about that, and it's interesting the Lord Mayor's in the chamber. First time I think I've spotted him all day, so he's snuck in for a minute. Yeah. Oh, he speaks as well. Well, yeah. Let's talk about sneakiness. A number of councillors have stood up today and talked about the community festivals in their wards. I'll use Councillor Landers' language that there is a long and proud history in the LNP of funding community festivals. Yes, there is a long and proud history of the LNP funding community festivals.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Hey, excuse me, Councillor Landers, you need to take a point of order first.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, yes?
My apologies. Claim to be misrepresented.
Anyway, so the LNP doesn't have a long and proud history of community festivals. That's actually my point. That's what I'm going to say. So, Councillor Landers, if you think you've been misrepresented, wait for this. For the past several years, I have been asking for funding for community festivals in my ward, and they've not been getting it for years and years and years and years. The only festival that ever got money was the Sherwood Community Festival, and I happened to put the Lord Mayor on the spot at a public meeting and got $5,000 more out of him a few years ago now, maybe about 5 years ago. But for the longest time, this LNP administration refused to fund the Oxley Festival, refused to fund Junction Fest, refused to fund the carols at Fairfield and more. And after the budget, I think it's 2 years ago now, 3 years ago now, 3 minutes ago, thank you, yes, I'll definitely use all of that. Councillor Howard gave some information about how she said festivals were run in this city and how they were funded. Now, it turns out this was a big fat lie. I'm not saying Councillor Howard has lied.
Chair.
Excuse me, yes, Councillor Howard.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
I'm not saying Councillor Howard lied. I am saying the information she gave the council chamber was false, it was wrong, it was a lie. I knew it was wrong.
Point of order, Mr Chair. Claim to be misrepresented yet again.
Thank you.
I knew it was wrong because I had all the documents, I'd done the file requests, and I referred it all to the Queensland Audit Office. Now, the Queensland Audit Office has been investigating for the past 2 years, and they conducted what I think is a very small audit of the festivals. They audited 6 of the festivals that Councillor Landers is so proud of, 6 of them, and they found there was no documentation for any of the festivals. None. So over the last few years, the LNP festivals that have been added to this list were done so without any documentation at all. Now that's 6 of them. Now we were told that it was all done properly, it was all done above board. Now the Queensland Audit Office has found it was not. And guess what else has happened in that 2 years that I have absolutely put the blowtorch on the financial mismanagement and pork barrelling of this LNP administration? 3 festivals in my ward get funded. Oxley last year for the first time, after running for what? Since Milton was the councillor. Junction Fest finally, and they've been dudded on the amount now, I know how much. It's outrageous that a school carols gets more money than a major community festival in Annerley, and the Fairfield Family Christian Church carols at Fairfield. And the only reason I reckon I've got that money is because the Queensland Audit Office made adverse findings. Now, did the Lord Mayor come clean and say, look, I'm so sorry, we didn't do this properly? No, he slipped it into a speech a few weeks ago. One line.
Councillor Johnson, I now have to interrupt you.
So much more to go
I now have to interrupt you. As you know, under section 74(6) of the Meetings Local Law, we have reached the end of the period allowed for debate. But before I move for the moving of the motions for the budget, I'll take the points of misrepresentation. Councillor Howard first.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I'll be very brief. On 2 occasions, the councillor for Tennyson said I was frustrated and angry. That is untrue. And she also insinuated that there was untruths told, and that is not true either.
Thank you. Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. And I said Brisbane City Council has a long and proud history of supporting community festivals, and also Councillor Johnston claimed that I had 7 festivals. I only have Backyard Bonanza physically in my ward, and the others are in Councillor Cassidy's.
Point of order.
Point of order.
To be misrepresented.
Take it now.
Thank you. I didn't mention how many festivals Councillor Landers had in her ward at all. That's just wrong, flat out wrong.
Under the provisions of section 74(6) of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate on the budget programs, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of the following without further amendment or debate. A, every budget program not yet debated, and B, every budget program debated but not yet voted upon, and C, every budget program partially debated and voted upon. I'll now put the motion for the adoption of program number 5, the Lifestyle and Community Services program. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division, seconded.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. We won't need to ring the bells for long because everyone's here. Or just about everyone's here. Thanks, Billy. Oh, sorry, clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. Councillors, please make your way back to your seats. While you're doing so, I'll now put the motion for the adoption of program number 6, City Standards and Community Health and Safety. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by
Seconded.
the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers. Please, ayes to the right, noes to the left. Ring the bells, yes. We do have one missing, so just in case he wants to come back, yeah. Fair enough too. Thanks, Billy. Parks.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 2 against.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll now put the motion for the adoption of program number 7, the Economic Development Program. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Called by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. Ring the bells for 10 seconds and ayes to the right, noes to the left. I've got to do them one by one. Okay, thanks, Billy. Clerk, read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 2 abstentions.
Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion for the adoption of program number 8, City Governance. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. Ring the bells, ayes to the right, noes to the left. Thank you. Clerks.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. One more order of business. I now put the motion for the adoption of businesses and council providers. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Thank you. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. Councillors, please return to your seats. Lord Mayor.
Mr Chair, I move that the Council resolve to adopt all recommendations in the resolution of rates and charges 23 to 24, including all provisions and appendices as set out on pages 146 to 249 of the annual plan and budget document, and also adopt the annual budget and annual operational plan contained in the 2023 to 24 annual plan and budget document, comprising of the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 11 to 19, including the summary of recommendations, statement of income and expenditure, statement of income and expenditure business and council providers, statement of financial position, statement of changes in equity, statement of cash flows, summary of recommendations, long-term financial forecast, statement of financial ratios, the adopted program budgeted financial statements for programs 1 to 8, the adopted business and council providers budgeted financial statements and budgeted statements of income and expenditure, the revenue statement and revenue policy is set out on pages 49 to 76, the adopted allocations for long-term contracts, the adopted annual operational plan for programs 1 to 8, and annual performance plans for the businesses and council providers, the rates and charges as set out in the resolution of rates and charges 23 to 24, the fees and charges as specified in the document entitled Schedules of Fees and Charges, including all provisions and appendices, the cost recovery fees as specified in the document entitled Register of Cost Recovery Fees, including all provisions and appendices, and also that we delegate to the Chief Executive Officer all of the powers under Section 242 of City of Brisbane Act 2010 to waive, refund, discount or remit any and all fees and charges set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and any fees and charges set by the way of delegated power as recorded in the Register of Delegations on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation, and otherwise, not done yet, and otherwise in accordance with the notes contained within the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and also to set out any fees and charges not otherwise set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that Council resolves to 1. Adopt all recommendations in the resolution of rates and charges 2023-24, including all provisions and appendices as set out on page 146 to 249 of the annual plan and budget document. 2. Adopt the annual budget and annual operational plan contained in the 2023-24 annual plan and budget document, comprising A, the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 11 to 19, including 1, the summary of recommendations, 2, statement of income and expenditure, 3, statement of income and expenditure, businesses and council providers, 4, statement of financial position, 5, statement of changes in equity, 6, statement of cash flows, 7, summary of recommendations, long-term financial forecast, and 8, statement of financial ratios. B, the adopted program budgeted financial statements for programs 1 to 8. C, the adopted business and council providers budgeted financial statement and budgeted statements of income and expenditure. D, the revenue statement and revenue policy is set out on pages 49 to 76. E, the adopted allocation for long-term contracts. F, the adopted annual operational plan for programs 1 to 8 and annual performance plans for the businesses and council providers. G, the rates and charges as set out in the resolution of rates and charges 2023 to 24. H, the fees and charges as specified in the document entitled Schedule of Fees and Charges, including all provisions and appendices. I, the cost recovery fees as specified in the document entitled Register of Cost Recovery Fees, including all provisions and appendices. 3, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer all of its powers under Section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010. A, to waive, refund, discount or remit any and all fees and charges set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges, and any fees and charges set by way of delegated powers as recorded in the Register of Delegations on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation and otherwise in accordance with the notes contained within the Schedule of Fees and Charges. B, to set any fees and charges not otherwise set out in the Schedule of Fees and Charges on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation. Lord Mayor, is there any debate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there is. I wanted to start with some thank yous so that I don't run out of time at the end and make sure that I get these on the record. First of all, to my colleagues who are closely involved in the budget process, Deputy Mayor Krista Adams, Councillor Cunningham, Chair of Finance and City Governance, the Civic Cabinet Chairs, all of my colleagues, the members of the LNP team, the Schrinner Council team, to the CEO, Colin Jensen, Divisional Manager, Anne Lenz, CFO, Mark Russell, who's sitting on the hard benches up there and eagerly anticipating the approval of the budget, to Sandra Bridgman, Emma McCarthy, Elizabeth West, also to Chris, Stephen, Michael and Dean, who provided the support from my office and Councillor Cunningham's office, and everyone that's been involved in compiling what is a really important budget at an important time in the city's history. As I said last Wednesday, Brisbane's future is incredibly bright, and every day we're seeing people here coming here from other parts of Australia and other parts of the world. They're voting with their feet because it's a great place to live and because that Brisbane's future is bright. They know it and they are voting with their feet. And that provides challenges and also opportunities. It provides opportunities in terms of the economic growth of our city, opportunities in terms of the jobs that are available, opportunities for future generations and our young people. But it also provides challenges at the same time because the pace of that growth is incredibly fast. It's a figure I use often, but it is one that is really important to stress. We're growing at 3 times faster than Sydney and 2 times faster than Melbourne. And that is significant because the whole of Australia is growing quite rapidly at the moment. In the last 12 months, there have been almost 500,000 people come into the country from overseas to live here. And so that's the highest immigration level that we've seen in a long time. And obviously there's catch-up that has to occur after the pandemic closures that we saw. So as we're growing domestically and people are coming here from other states of Australia and territories, people are also coming from overseas as well to live here and to seek the opportunities. And so right now is the time to be, as a council, investing in better roads, better parks, better transport, better facilities, better services, and making sure that we can accommodate those people and keep Brisbane as the livable and wonderful city that it is. And this budget delivers that. This budget funds the things that need to be delivered as our population grows. But what this budget also does is it's really conscious of the cost of living pressures on people at the moment. And we know that is so important. It's important all the time, but it's particularly important now. It's important because we know that of the many bills that arrive in people's letterbox, whether it's electricity or whether it's their grocery shopping bill that they get at the checkout, there's cost pressures on everything. Even something as simple as the groceries are going up significantly. Electricity in particular, going up massively, more than 20%, and for some people even more than that. And so these pressures are real, and these pressures are here right now, and the most important thing we can do as a council is to help reduce that pressure. And so while inflation in Brisbane is 7.4%, and simply keeping pace with the cost pressures on us as an organisation would require us to deliver an inflation rate increase, we decided not to do that. We decided to really keep the pressure down on households so that of all the bills they receive, the one that's probably increasing the least is their rates bill. Their electricity bill, even their water bill, everything else is going up significantly higher than the 3.43% average residential general rates will be increasing over the next 12 months. And so we've worked hard to get that because we're conscious of those cost pressures. We also have a package amounting to $80 million in support for residents. And whether that is the rebates and discounts that we provide to a range of different ratepayers, particularly pensioners, or whether it is initiatives like the discounted green bin offering, discounted pool visitation, the free seniors off-peak travel, and keeping rates and charges down, all of that amounts to an $80 million cost of living relief package. And that is significant. That is, if you look at measures that we've used in the past, including during the pandemic, this is really right up there in terms of the scale of cost of relief measures that are being provided, and that's because it's needed. So we've had to work hard to get the balance right between delivery and also keeping costs down. And I think we've walked that line very carefully, very deliberately, but we've also been able to do that because last year and the year before and the year before, we kept the budget balanced. And I do remember Councillor Cassidy ridiculing me when I talked about the importance of delivering a balanced budget. And he thought it was quite a novel thing that you would deliver a balanced budget. And I know it's novel for the Labor Party, it's definitely novel. But, you know, we don't have the rivers of gold running in from coal revenue in the coal-fired budget that they have up in George Street. We don't have that. We have a revenue stream that when it increases, or if it increases, it only increases by small amounts. It increases by those small percentages. It doesn't magically have billions of extra dollars appearing in the budget because commodity prices are up. And so even though property prices in Brisbane over the last few years have gone up something like 30 to 50%, rates have gone up for the last 2 years less than inflation. Less than inflation. So property prices, 30 to 50%, rates less than inflation. And that is because we've very deliberately kept them low. But there's also a number of important new and exciting things in this budget which we're going to be rolling out to deliver. There's the incredible investment in better transport of $1.9 billion, the suburban investment of $3.7 billion. There is the new EV CAT study and feasibility work that we're doing for an electrified cross-river ferry. The new Gold City glider has been funded. Our portion of it has been funded. And as I mentioned on Wednesday, that's a 50% contribution towards a service. We're hoping and praying for the other 50% from the state government. But given that usually they fund 75% of services, that is a really good deal that we're putting on the table, and it's one that is needed. We are cutting the cost of green bins in half to increase further the rollout of green waste recycling. We have released the Victoria Park Master Plan, the final version of that, after extensive consultation, and now we're funding the delivery of those early stages of Victoria Park to make sure that it can be a wonderful asset for the community. But even with that delivery, it's a fraction of what we spend on parks right across the city. And in fact, the $141 million that will be invested into Victoria Park represents only 13% of park expenditure over that period of time. 13%. So a small fraction of what we're investing in parks right across the city. And councillors on the north side know that it is parks right across the suburbs that are getting it, because very soon Bradbury Park will be opening, very soon Bradbury Park will be opening. And each time we deliver a new major playground upgrade or park upgrade, it lifts the bar even higher. This one is going to be impressive. I've seen some of the images during construction, and it is exciting. But that's just one of so many projects we're funding. Councillor Cunningham will be chairing the short stay accommodation task force to make sure we can appropriately manage and regulate this growing sector, to manage the different needs of the city and to make sure we manage the impacts on residents as well. We will see money allocated towards the visioning for the future of Mount Cootha and Pine Mountain quarries. Really exciting opportunities for the city to create new legacies for the city. We're planning for a new Indooroopilly library. We're cutting the cost of summer dips at the pool to $2. We have slashed event fees. And this is all on top of the record investment out in the suburbs on basic things like roads, parks, footpaths. More money than ever before for footpaths. And you can see that happening. But what we will always do is put the needs of residents first.
That's right.
We put the needs of residents first. And we have done this in everything that we've done in the budget, because we know that in the end, they are passionate about Brisbane like we are. They're passionate about their suburbs like we are. And they have helped us to make sure that we can respond to their needs as a community. It is an exciting time for Brisbane.
Mayor,
this is the right budget for the right time.
Your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Second.
An extension of time for the Lord Mayor has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
If you insist, Deputy Mayor. Now, when it comes to the discussion that we've heard both last Wednesday and over the last couple of days, it's been quite fascinating, because there's been a lot of false and misleading claims banding around from opposition councillors. Let's go to one of their biggest ones, one of the bigger porkies that have been put out there. The claim that somehow the suburbs are missing out. Now, it's interesting, because every opposition in the history of Brisbane City Council has always said the same thing. They've always said it. I was never in opposition, and I don't plan on going there. But they've always said it. And so I thought, well, let's actually put this theory to the test. Are the suburbs missing out? And so I got the budget team to do the work, and it was actually...
Councillors, please.
Councillor Cassidy's idea of real people is going to the Labor Day march and talking to his union mates, talking to his potential pre-selectors for whatever job he's running for next. We actually talk to real people every day, and they know...
Councillor Cassidy, please.
That we invest more than ever before in the suburbs. They know it. But the budget team went through, they burnt the midnight oil, and they confirmed 87% of all budget expenditure is in the suburbs of Brisbane rather than the city. 87%. And that's actually up from last year. So the current financial year, which is just coming to an end, it was 86%. So it's an increase further over that massive investment in the suburbs. Now, Labor councillors, opposition councillors like to make false claims about rate increases as well. And it was interesting, because they came up with a figure on supposedly what rates had increased while I had been Lord Mayor. Now, first of all, they got the figure wrong, which won't surprise you. But what they conveniently forgot to do was to tally up what inflation had been over the last 5 years. And so inflation...
Lord Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. Apparently the live stream has dropped out. So under meetings local law, I have to seek an adjournment to allow the live stream to be reconnected. Deputy Mayor, can you ask for an adjournment for 10 minutes while we seek resolution of this?
Mr Chair, I move that we adjourn until the bells ring when the video is working. Thank you.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion for an adjournment to allow the technical issues to be resolved. All in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. My apologies, councillors. We hope to get quick resolution. Councillors, we appear to be good to go. So my apologies for that. This is the provision under 24(1) of the meetings local law that we're obliged that audio-video recordings of the meeting must be made. And so we've now resolved the technical issues that prevented that from happening. Lord Mayor, you were midstream.
I wouldn't say it that way. I was pointing out that despite the claims of suburban neglect, 87% of all funding from the budget is going into the suburbs of Brisbane rather than the city. I was also pointing out the false claims that have been made about rates. There was a figure that Labor put out about what the rate increase had been over 5 years, supposedly. They got that wrong, but they neglected to point out the inflation rate. Over the 5 years, inflation has been 19%. And have rates increased more or less than that? Less. You're right, significantly less. So not just this year, not just last year, but over that consolidated 5-year period, the increase in rates has been significantly less than the increase in inflation. Significantly less. And so these are the facts. But we know that in Brisbane, ratepayers already pay less than other council areas. And what have we learnt in recent days about what other councils are doing with their rates? We know one of them is putting up rates by 6.5%, another one 5.78%, another one just today 5.5%, and another one 4.45%. Not one council in South East Queensland has so far released a rate outcome that is lower than the Brisbane rate outcome, and we are already the lowest in South East Queensland. And so other councils move further and further ahead in terms of rate increases, and we've kept it low, and we will continue to do so because it's the right thing to do. The other thing that Labor councillors have continued to say is that there have been somehow some kind of cuts to services in the suburbs. They've falsely claimed this again and again. Yet this is the same group of people who want to cut the most basic of council services, the red top bin collection. They want to cut that from weekly to fortnightly and replace it with a weekly green top bin. This is what they are proposing. So when they talk about cuts, they would know. They would know. We'll all get a tiny little bin like that, and it'll be collected fortnightly. This is Labor's bin, and that will be collected fortnightly. Forget about the nappies and the prawns. Our plan as an alternative is to reduce the cost of the green top bin, to bring more people into that system, to recycle more green waste. And that's on top of the 60% increase in volume that we have already achieved while I've been Lord Mayor in green waste recycling. So green waste recycling is up 60% during my time as Lord Mayor, and we want to supercharge that. We want to supercharge it by bringing down the cost by half or more than half of the green top bin collection. We're keeping the green top bin fortnightly. We're keeping the red top bin weekly. That is our commitment to the people of Brisbane. Labor and Green councillors talk repeatedly about the need for more housing, yet at the same time, at every opportunity, continue to oppose housing. When they have the choice, when they have the decision to make, they either vote against it or they go behind the bars. And they've done that for almost 90% of neighbourhood plans, and just a couple of weeks ago they did that for 10,000 new homes in Kurilpa. We are trying to provide more housing supply. We are trying to diligently meet the state government's housing targets. We are trying to do the right thing by the people of Brisbane. Yet opposition councillors have become the biggest NIMBYs that our city has ever seen, and that is harming the people of Brisbane. That is harming housing affordability. Now, there are just so many other examples of where opposition councillors have been making inaccurate and misleading claims. But the good news, Mr Chair, is that nobody, apart from Councillor Collier, is really buying it. That's right. Councillor Collier is getting all excited every time Councillor Cassidy speaks. And I know it must be nice for Councillor Cassidy to have an audience and someone who's excited about what he says, but no one is buying it. No one is buying the mistruths that Labor are peddling. That's the reality, because in the end, people know that we care about Brisbane, we care about the suburbs, and we will look after their interests while ever we are in administration. We will work hard day and night to make sure that we are doing the right thing for the people of Brisbane. Councillor Cassidy and co have fallen into the trap, Mr Chair, of believing their own spin. That's right. They don't just put out the spin, they actually believe it. And Councillor Collier especially believes it. And it is sad to see, because it is just no real reflection on reality. Councillor Cassidy and co may be hitting all the right talking points, but really what we are seeing is an audition for something else. We are seeing an audition for another level of government, maybe a state seat of Sandgate, but we are seeing something that is focused on the next progression in a political career. For us, this is what we do. We live and breathe the people of Brisbane. We live and breathe this city. We love it. Councillor Cassidy and co live and breathe politics. They are only interested in political angles, and they are only interested in their own political future. And I wish Councillor Cassidy all the best. I think he would make an acceptable member for Sandgate. And I know that that is what he probably desires. But in the end, the people of Brisbane deserve an opposition that projects an alternative plan. Now, this is the budget where they had the opportunity to do that. It's the last budget of the term. Our plan is really clear. It is crystal clear. Their plan, they hold up a one-pager and they call it a visionary and bold and ambitious plan. Their plan is a plan to cut basic services like the red top bin. This is what we are dealing with. And so this is what you get, Mr Chair, with a tired and out-of-touch 20-year opposition. You get an opposition with no ideas, an opposition with no plans and only interested in what political step they're going to take next. That is sad, but as the saying goes, when your opponents are busy making mistakes, don't interrupt them. And so that's the approach I will be taking, and I know my team will be taking. The reality is, this is the right budget, a carefully crafted budget for the times that we are in. It's a budget that invests in the right things. It's a budget that puts more money into transport, more money into roads, more money into parks, more money into green space, more money into facilities, and it also helps people facing cost of living pressures. Mr Chair, I commend this budget to the chamber.
Is there further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I think the Lord Mayor's forgetting that the only councillors that were trying to leave his sinking ship was Councillor Owen, who sought to be the federal member for Moreton. Did no crossover in electorates whatsoever. Then it was Councillor Huang, who devastated the LNP primary vote in Moreton, just to historic lows. Historic lows. And then there was Councillor Wines, who sought to become a senator. He sought to become a senator. And then I think Councillor Wines... Better luck next time.
Councillors, please.
I think Councillor Wines came 5th or 6th in the LNP ballot to become the senator.
Councillor Wines, enough. Councillor Wines, enough. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Interesting reaction. You know, when the Lord Mayor he did spend a bit of time in the first 10 minutes reflecting on the budget debate. I'm not sure how he could have. I'm sure because he wasn't here. It's nice if you can get a 10-hour trip on a US warship. It's good for some. But some of us come in here and debate the budget. And the Lord Mayor was missing in action.
Councillor Wines.
Want him.
He might have had a couple. Yeah. But the budget, you know, the Lord Mayor delivered it at least. He didn't contribute to any debate whatsoever. But the budget itself is a statement of the Lord Mayor's priorities and visions for Brisbane and his LNP's loyal LNP team who toe the party line each and every step of the way. They've talked a lot recently about champagne and lobsters and caviar and oysters. They've talked a lot about their inner city projects. Councillor Murphy's talked about his pet restaurant with a bridge going underneath it. They talk a lot about the inner city. They talk a lot about the inner city.
Councillor Murphy.
They talk a lot about the inner city, Chair, and their inner city projects, but they never get up and advocate for the suburbs. They never get up and advocate for the suburbs. They're happy to accept the crumbs that the Lord Mayor gives them. They say, yes, thank you, sir. Can I have some more crumbs, sir? But they don't get in here and advocate and rattle the cages. There's no passion, there's no ambition. These LNP councils have no ambition for their communities in seeking funding from the Lord Mayor. There's no ambition, there's no real vision from this Lord Mayor. It's just politics. We heard that. He talked about us, talked about Labor, talked about Councillor Colley, talked about us, talked about me, talked about Labor. Like, there's just this sort of vicious cycle the Lord Mayor's in. And I know his office has been shopping around this sort of story about my political future. There's only been one journalist stupid enough to actually to pick it up. But don't worry, we know that your office is shopping that around. We know that your office is shopping that around. But maybe if you Lord Mayor, spent a bit more time investing in the suburbs than trying to protect your own, you're trying to protect your own political future, and we might actually have some good outcomes in the suburbs of Brisbane. Might be some good outcomes.
Councillor Murphy, I will warn you.
Oh, they sound worried, Chair. They sound a bit rattled and worried, I think.
Oh, Councillor... Please, order. Councillors, please.
Councillor Murphy's he's the greatest example, of a councillor that's the greatest representative of the born to rule LNP mentality. He sits there. He's done it now, but he sits there, Chair, and he interjects and he says to other councillors, no one cares about them or what they're saying. He says they've got this massive majority. He thinks the LNP are untouchable. There's just 5,500 votes between an LNP majority in this chamber and a Labor majority.
Yes, there is.
All you got to do is look at that pendulum and you understand how really worried they must be. You know, LNP councillor after LNP councillor who just toes the LNP party line here in Brisbane are seeing over successive elections now, Chair, their primary votes erode. Yes. And we've got an election, massive erosion in their primary votes. And we now know that the LNP, as a political party, is on the nose. And the Lord Mayor, it was very telling, Lord Mayor accidentally let slip before he said, oh, my LNP team, I mean the Schrinner team, not the LNP. Please, nobody mention the dirty, dirty word that is the LNP. Nobody mention that. Yeah, because it's a dirty word. You're on the way out. Yeah, you're on the way out. Don't worry. We're coming for you all. The LNP is lazy and they're tired.
Councillors, please. Councillor Cassidy, 5 minutes in. Well, let's get to the budget, hey?
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. So the LNP think that a housing policy is two words. You know, I might have been a bit unfair when I said one previously, but the two words are Pinkenba and Karilpa. That's the sum total now of their housing and homelessness policy here in Brisbane. The LNP councillors just absolutely toe the party line and pretend it's great. We know that from debate over the last few days. They don't call out the massive discrepancy in funding between the suburbs and the inner city. They just don't. They never do. They'll actually, in fact, it's quite strange. You get Councillor Adaman, who's way out in the sticks, get up and say how fantastic the metro is going to be. Councillor Owen waxes lyrical about how fantastic the metro is, gets no library in Pollara. None of those LNP councillors have come in and fought for their communities, not one of them. We didn't have Councillor Owen call out the Lord Mayor for a lack of library in her community. Councillor Landers didn't come in and call out the Lord Mayor for a lack of funding for new netball facilities in her ward. Councillor Hammond didn't come in. Councillor Hammond didn't come in and demand that the Lord Mayor not flog off the Stafford Bowls Club. Actually, she's pretty proud about that one, actually. She was involved. She was involved. Councillor...
Councillors, please. Councillor Murphy, please.
No, they don't get warnings. They don't get warnings, do they? The LNP don't get warnings. Councillor Atwood didn't call out the Lord Mayor for a lack of investment in drainage funding for her Hemmant community. We didn't see any of that happen in here. We just saw LNP councillor after LNP councillor come in here and toe the party line. Read the script. Read the script. That's all they did. They were told that they had to say certain things, and they did. They're very pliant. They're very pliant. They're very pliant. They say, thanks, ask no questions. We spent the last 2 days calling out this administration on their lack of investment in not just our communities, but in communities that are supposedly represented by LNP councillors. The Lord Mayor didn't bother to show up for most of the debate, but it's pretty clear that the budget really is all about the inner 5 kilometres. The Deputy Mayor's favourite bit of the city, the inner 5 kilometres, said that was her job recently. But the $1 billion blowout on projects in those inner 5 kilometres is costing the suburbs. Absolutely. A suburban Olympic legacy would actually be good, not a legacy of less investment in the suburbs, more money going into the inner city, and what crumbs do get invested in the suburbs, we see that carried over and carried over and carried over year after year after year. Labor would put downward pressure on rates for residents in Brisbane by getting back to the basics, by focusing council on service delivery in the suburbs of Brisbane and addressing the housing crisis. The Lord Mayor reckons that rates don't go up very much. Well, in the Brackenridge ward, in Castledine, people are copping a 6.45% rate increase. Chermside West in the Marchant ward, 7.13%. In Nunda in the Northgate ward, it's 6.62%. Over at Karawatha, 5.97%. Holland Park. In Tarragindi, it's going up 7.59%. What? More than the cap. In Inoggera Alderley, 5.9%. Doughboy at Manly West is going up 6.41%. Now let's remember, in this budget, we're seeing 16 new footpaths being built, more spent this year on the Living in Brisbane newsletter than the Pathways Out of Homelessness program, a cut in CEF funding in real terms, less being delivered through CEF funding, less being delivered in the drainage budget than there was 5 years ago, no new stormwater projects, just $2 million on suburban congestion busting projects, but we see at the same time Metro budget going up, Bridge budget going up, Victoria Park budget going up, advertising budget going up. So there's a direct correlation there, Chair. There is a direct correlation between people paying more rates in the suburbs. Inner city projects' budgets are being padded out while they're getting less in service delivery. They're getting less in service delivery. It's clearer than ever that under this LNP administration that residents are paying more and getting less. And I say bring on March 2024, you're all going to get a very, very rude shock.
Further debate? Any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Right. No one else? I rise to speak on the budget as a whole. And I'd like to start just with a few things, and they're things I say pretty much every time, but I think this is a good time to reflect on what's happened over the course of the budget. Firstly, the Lord Mayor has been conspicuous through his absence in this budget. I think that indicates just how seriously he treats what's going on in the city at the moment is just he's absent. He's absent from the field. The Lord Mayor is tired, he's out of touch. He has become completely captured, like the LNP has, by the council bureaucracy and corporation. He's delegated away powers. It's not going in the right direction. And this is my very strong feeling, and this feeling has increased. Over the last decade, I've thought it's just been bad decision making, but they're actually steering the Titanic into the iceberg. That's what's going on. This council treats the organisation like a management consultancy, not a community service organisation. Council officers now don't actually do things. They manage projects. And if they're absent, a contractor will be out there doing work and no one will be supervising. I mean, I came across one just the other day. This is a repair project in Corinda in a heritage-listed park. And I saw what was happening. I thought, that doesn't look right to me. So I get on to the, I don't know, whatever his title is, but Rick, he's a lovely man. Get on to, thank you. And say, well, can you just check, where's the project manager? Is someone supervising? Rick gets back to me and says, no, he's on leave. I'll go and check. I'm like, oh God. I mean, this is a heritage listed park. If they get it wrong, and it is wrong, the bin's in the wrong spot and a bunch of other things. But the fundamental issue here is the Lord Mayor, and it's this Lord Mayor. I mean, these things maybe were there under Graham Quirk, but I don't think he ruffled things too much. But it is Adrian Schrinner. It is a reflection of his term as Lord Mayor that this council now acts more like a corporation, an unfeeling corporation, than it does a community service organisation. I don't think that is right. Brisbane City is not a corporation, it's a community, and we have an obligation to serve that community, to support that community, to act in the best interests of that community. And this Lord Mayor and the LNP councillors are not doing that. They have failed to do that. It's a complete failure of leadership, strategy, vision. I mean, here we are trotting out a metro that we're going to be forced to stay here till whatever time tonight for more budget blowouts on a project that has gone so badly because it was badly scoped, badly designed, and that all stemmed from a bad idea rushed by the LNP. That's where the LNP are. So I don't think that they are acting in the best interests of the people of Brisbane, and I don't support the direction that they are taking Brisbane in. And I've said this several times so far this year, I will do everything in my power at this election to encourage people to vote against the Lord Mayor. And I don't care who the other candidates are, it'll be an anyone and anyone but Adrian campaign in my ward in Tennyson. And not only that, the Lord Mayor has promised to go tall in Yeronga West, and I suspect those residents are going to send him a very clear message. So there's a couple of other things I want to put on the record here today, just very briefly. Firstly, I just wanted to finish off on that community and lifestyle issue I raised earlier. It is appalling that the LNP have been caught handing out funding without any accountability. That is a matter that I will now pursue with the CCC. I think what has happened has been disgusting. So for years they have funded their own ward projects with no documentation. They've refused to fund mine, they've refused to fund other councillors, and it turns out all along they were pork barrelling in their own areas. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Now I want to just talk very briefly about the environment. The greenwashing that the Lord Mayor is undertaking is not good enough. We need proper green planning guidelines in this city, and that means not party terraces on rooftops, but water reticulation and collection systems. It needs solar panels, it needs battery storage. We need all of these things to happen, not just on buildings that are slightly outside the scope in Kurilpa, but we need it everywhere. We need to make sure that mature trees are protected on private property, and we also need to make sure that land that is allocated for residential purposes is not overturned by unelected council officers and converted into commercial premises without approval, or rural sites that are zoned as high biological significance with koala habitat on them are then converted into houses. I mean, the housing crisis that the LNP seem to be oblivious to is their own council is getting rid of good land zoned for residential purposes and converting it into other uses. It then allows land that is not appropriate for development, like land that floods in Hyde Road or like the vulnerable bushland in Corinda, to be converted to residential uses. This is the wrong priority. The wrong priority. City planning is gone. There's no planning left anymore. Councillor Allen said it's all developer-led. It's all at their discretion. That is the wrong direction. That is the wrong priority. Rates. In the 15 years that I've been a councillor, there's never not been a rates increase, every single year. And the Lord Mayor claims that he keeps rates down. Well, we know that's not true. 7.5% year after year after year. And the residents who are copping these rate rises know it is not good enough. There is a lack of fairness and transparency in the way this LNP administration conducting the business of this council, and in my view it is absolutely hurting the people of Brisbane. There are parts of this city that are neglected. Council officers openly tell me it is unfair what the LNP are doing out in Tennyson Ward to my residents. I've got car parks that got potholes in them that have been on the waiting list for years. You can't get a traffic calming scheme, and there's only like 2 happening around the whole city. You just can't get basics done. The Lord Mayor says you've got to be an engineer before you can get a road resurfaced. Well, the residents of the Oxley Road suburbs are going to send him a pretty clear message shortly about how bad they think Oxley Road is too. It is not good enough that this LNP administration is pork barrelling in their own wards, openly, overtly. I mean, Councillor Adamant stands up and he says, oh, last year I needed a little heritage project for my ward, and oh, look, I've got some sort of heritage place thing. There's a heritage-listed retaining wall in a 120-year-old park that's about to fall into an arterial road, and council can't even do it. They're giving you money. This money's been carried over from when it couldn't be done 2 years ago. I mean, where on earth are the priorities? Now, Councillor Howard will stand up and say, it's not me. I just work on the officers' views. But we know that this LNP administration used this budget as a political way to fund their most marginal seats. We can see how desperate they are to save the councillor for Walter Taylor Ward. And let me finish by saying, moving the Indooroopilly Library to a stranded piece of land on a major intersection out of the biggest shopping centre in the district is the stupidest idea that I've ever come across. Shopping Town is a hub for residents. It's accessible, it's easy to get to, it's public transport is right there. Everybody can do their shopping, go to the library, do their services, and yet this is the brains trust of the LNP. They think getting rid of the library in Indooroopilly Shopping Town and building million-dollar stranded assets in the middle of a main road intersection is a good idea. Well, guess what? I think the Greens are going to win in Walter Taylor without even blinking. Without even blinking. Between the Lord Mayor and James Mackay's unity ticket to duplicate the Walter Taylor Bridge and building a library in the middle of a major intersection, I cannot think of 2 more ridiculous policies that are going to harm the community in Indooroopilly and the surrounding suburbs. I cannot think of anything that'll be worse. Maybe Councillor Cunningham, she's next on the list. She's abandoned her community altogether.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Are there further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Chair, thank you. What have we found out from this budget? Green bridges started at 5, and went down to 4, now they're kind of at 2. None have been delivered. And that's a key delivery, right? I mean, the credential of this council being a green, clean, sustainable council is dependent on this. The metro, blown out. A lack of investment in active transportation and new cycleways with lots of missing links. Parks and Recs, especially for the Gabba, no deliverables. The focus on Victoria Park, this is telling. This is very telling. The switches in Victoria Park to accommodate a lot of community consultation and the changes that they want because of their concern for over-commercialisation and the wilding of it, which, you know. And then we've got Future Brisbane, where we learnt that the temporary local planning instrument for Kurilpa Precinct is the future for everyone in Brisbane. Right? That's, you know, that's where we're at with this budget. And then, of course, in that we find out specifically that the privatisation of homes, like the use of privatised supply, is the only thing that this council can do. Developers first, developers first, developers first.
Councillors, please.
You know, the Lord Mayor talks about, you know, speaks to the residents, but I think this Lord Mayor is out of touch. I think this Lord Mayor and the LNP councillors have grown tired. And they've grown a bit arrogant, and you can see when it like kind of hits, because they get a little bit rowdier. They get a little bit snappy backier. And we've found that it hit quite a bit yesterday because it's been a bit quiet today. And what I find interesting that I haven't talked to about at all about this budget is how much money is going into Paddington, Walter Taylor, Cooperoo, Holland Park, The Gap, Doughboy, Wynnum Manly. No.
Councillor Mackay, please.
Chair, suburbs under 5%.
Councillors, please.
This is a budget about a worried LNP that know their numbers are going down, that have absolutely no vision and have no understanding what the residents of Brisbane, normal everyday people, are experiencing. Right? No idea of what they need. And we're seeing it play out here. And that's cool, because there is an election soon. And I can't wait for it. And I cannot wait to continue campaigning across all those seats. I cannot wait for it, because Brisbane, you do have a choice. And it doesn't have to be this. Doesn't have to be this.
Any further debate? Any further debate? Lord Mayor, do you wish to close the debate? No? I now put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour, 6 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. As that concludes the presentation and consideration of the 2023-2024 annual plan and budget, I declare this meeting closed. Councillors, as per the agenda that's been circulated, there now will be a 15-minute break. And we have a new meeting commencing at approximately 6:25. Thank you.